Good morning. Welcome to our December zoning hearing. We will get started in just a moment. We do have a very full agenda, so we will stand for the pledge and then we will call the meeting to order. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. And it is now 9:01 a.m., December 2nd. We'll call our meeting to order. I'll turn it over to John to get us started to work through the agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask the opposition to please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. Then after recognizing both parties, both will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard today. That's LUP 48 of 2025, Maureen Ingalls. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There's one case on today's agenda which has been continued by the staff, and this case will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z27 of 2025, Knight Partners, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the February 3rd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z27 of 2025 will not be heard today. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn your volume off on your phone. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chair and Board, I did get one request for an early head count for one of the cases. It's probably going to have a lot of people here that are interested in it. So can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLEP 7 of 2025, Mount Bethel Christian Academy, Inc.? If you're opposed, please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show the 7 people who are here opposed to SLUP 7. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of SLUP 7 of 2025 Mount Bethel? Please stand and raise your hands if you're in support. Keep them raised. Okay, let the record show there's 40 people here in support of this application. And I just want to remind the opposition and those in support to leave at least one person here if you're going to leave, so your side can be presented to the board when the case is called. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for December 2nd, 2025. First case on consent is rezoning case Z33 of 2025, Ramusa Properties LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RSL for a residential senior living facility in land lot 494 of the 19th District. The property is located at the southwest intersection of West Sandtown Road and Macklin Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, revised site plan received November 10th, 2025, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, maximum density of 5 units per acre. Number three, no variance for impervious surface. Number four, final elevations to be approved by the District Commissioner. Number five, Planning Division comments and recommendations. Number six, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number seven, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number eight, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. And number nine, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z33? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LUP 46 of 2025, Karen Gooden, requests a temporary land use permit renewal to allow a hair salon in land lots 622 and 637 of the 19th District. The property is located at the terminus of Foxcroft Court, east of Valley Brook Drive. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, hours of operation to be from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday, Thursday, and Friday only. Number two, all parking to be on a hardened surface. Number three, applicant to be the only employee, no independent contractors, and staff comments recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 46? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 47 of 2025, West Cobb Office Investors LLC, request a temporary land use permit renewal for a dance studio in land lot 241 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Kennesaw Due West Road, south of the convergence of Kennesaw Due West Road and Stylesboro Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, if the dance studio use is discontinued, then the land use permit ceases. Number two, Planning Division comments and recommendations. And number three, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 47? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And lastly, LEP 50 of 2025, Marlene Graham, requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a personal care home in land lot 561 of the 16th District. The property is located on the north side of Piedmont Road, west of Shaw Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the Zoning Division on September 22nd, 2025. Number two, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number three, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number four, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LEP 50, Marlene Graham? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Madam Chair and Board, the applicant is not present. Would be the board's desire just to keep this one on consent?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And Madam Chair and Board, that completes your consent agenda.
All right, thank you, John. We'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Call the question. And the consent agenda passes 5-0.
Okay, all those applicants that were on the consent agenda, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. And with that, we're going to move into the held and continued case agenda. Okay, first case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Flournoy Development Group LLC, request rezoning from GC to RRC for multifamily residential in land lots 763 and 764 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Atlanta Road and on the east side of 285, south of the intersection of I-285 and Atlanta Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z2? Please raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 7 people here opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant in this application for rezoning, the applicant being Flournoy Development. This application comes to you after a good while, and I'll get into that a little bit later just so you have a little bit better comfort level of why it had taken so long for us to get to this point to be able to have a hearing on this application from Flournoy Development. This application also arrives to you in a bit of a unique posture in that the property we're talking about, which is 3.7 acres, located at the intersection of Atlanta Road and 285, which you can see on your screen highlighted in the middle, is actually owned by Cobb County. So it arrives to you in a somewhat unique posture. Flournoy Development was one of many proposed bidders and purchasers of the property. And ultimately, Cobb County Board of Commissioners selected Flournoy Development and put this property under contract with Flournoy as the prospective purchaser for a proposed multifamily development at this location. So again, it arrives to you in somewhat of a unique posture that we don't often see. The property itself, though, is zoned general commercial. It's a former pilot truck stop, if you weren't familiar with it. The area in which it sits, you can see the surrounding zonings, both from West Village, which is directly across 285, is zone PVC. That has a good number of multifamily units, as well as a mixed-use component to it. In addition, you see on the other side of Atlanta Road from the property, you see the zoning categories and designations of RM12, and those are also in UVC. Those are also multifamily zonings with multifamily uses there as well. Point I'm trying to make in pointing those out is that this proposal for a multifamily use at this location is not without precedent. This area has seen and has had very successful multifamily projects in a variety of locations in the immediate proximity of the property and surrounding the property itself. Bringing this forward to you now, we want to present to you the site plan, which is an updated site plan after months and months of work. And we'll turn to that site plan, which will be on your screen. Let me turn to it, and I kind of got to get into why it took us a year to get here. Just to familiarize yourself again, this is the property that we're here about today for rezoning to the RRC category for a multifamily development by Flournoy Development, which now stands at a maximum of 249 units. That is a reduction from the prior site plan, which had it at 274 units, a maximum of 274 units, and this has now been reduced again to 249 proposed maximum units. Again, this is Atlanta Road, and this is 285. A little bit about why it took us a while to get here. And it involved 285 and the Georgia Department of Transportation project. If you've heard about the 285 project on the Northwest Corridor, where GDOT is proposing to put in express lanes similar to what we see on 75 and 85. That project has been ongoing and been in discussions for a good while. About a year ago, after we had filed this application, GDOT notified Cobb County that a portion of this property, meaning this back portion here along 285, would be necessary to be acquired by Georgia Department of Transportation to and be a part of that project. The issue with it was GDOT was only in a conceptual planning stage. So in terms of how much property, how that would affect the subject property was left undetermined. So we spent a good part of the last year working with GDOT to get them to get into a more final stage of design so that we could determine, and both Cobb County could determine, and Flournoy Development could determine how this would impact the site. And it impacts the site by removing this back triangle from the site. It's about almost a 0.15 to 0.2 acre portion of the 3.7 acre site that would be acquired by GDOT. As far as the plan itself, this is as I said before, a proposed maximum 249 units. Those units would be split with about 75% being one bedroom and 25% being two bedroom units for this proposal. It would be fully amenitized as a first-class multifamily community, and that's reflected in our stipulation letter as well. In terms of road improvements along Atlanta Road, we have worked diligently with both the Cobb County Department of Transportation as well as the Georgia Department of Transportation, because you're coming off the interstate there, in order to determine the appropriate location for the access, which is a right-in, right-out at that location. We will be putting in extensive deceleration lanes and additional turn lanes to a secondary access point here, which is also right-in, right-out, before you get to the signalized intersection, which is just beyond. You can actually see the box here at the bottom, which is a signalized intersection. So we're putting in significant road improvements along this stretch, which is the result of those discussions with Cobb County Department of Transportation and GDOT. To that end, we do have a submitted and accepted traffic study by Cobb County Department of Transportation. All of their recommendations are agreeable to Flournoy Development, and that's also reflected in our zoning stipulation letter. Turning now to the actual look of the proposed project. Now, I want to point out a couple of things that just to highlight for you about the proposed project, and in particular how Flournoy Development has worked with the community. We have been involved, like I said, for a good long while in this application, and as part of that process have had conversations, we've had discussions, input, concerns, and items have been identified for us to which Flournoy Development has been very, very responsive. The site plan that was filed last week, which reduced the proposed density from 274 units to 249 units, also importantly reduced the overall height of the building from 5 stories to 4 stories along Atlanta Road. And you can see this now reflected in this updated rendering of 4 stories. This is a perspective from Atlanta Road into the main entrance. And it only will have a 5-story section in the back, if you're looking from Atlanta Road, that would be on 285. So the visual aesthetics from Atlanta Road are a 4-story building, which is consistent with some of the input that we've received from the community, as well as consistent with one of staff's recommendations of a height of 4 stories, and that we believe creates a good compromise, as well as, again, demonstrates Flournoy Development's willingness to work with concerns or issues that have been identified to us and find a solution to those concerns as well. Overall, Flournoy Development, if you're not familiar, is actually very familiar to Cobb County. Flournoy Development has developed a multifamily mixed-use project at the Battery and done so very successfully. They came through the rezoning process to accomplish that and have constructed and developed an outstanding multifamily mixed-use development at the Battery, which has done very well, and they've executed on that very well and have done a great job with that. I think part of the reason, and this is not me speaking for the Board of Commissioners, but part of the reason that I believe that Flournoy Development was one that was selected through a very intense, rigorous process of bidding for this property is because they had demonstrated that willingness on that prior project to be engaged, to be responsive, and to work to solve issues and problems, and then to be able to execute successfully. And that's the DNA of Flournoy Development without question. This particular location we believe is ideal. It's ideal to provide housing, workforce housing, and housing at an intersection of Atlanta Road and 285, which provides tremendous avenues of access on Atlanta Road and 285, which is surrounded in an area that's dominated by intense either commercial development or intense residential development, reflective in West Village, reflective exactly on Atlanta Road, both directly across from us and up and down Atlanta Road at this particular interchange of 285 and Atlanta Road. As a result, we believe the RRC zoning designation, but more importantly, this project as proposed by Flournoy Development is actually an ideal fit for this property and one that can be executed successfully by Flournoy Development, and one that we'd respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from the opposition. The opposition has a total of 10 minutes, so if you have several folks that would like to make comments, please just remember you'll have to share your time of 10 minutes. So please come in and state your name, and you can begin your discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. Thank you for hearing our concerns on this project. I'm Nat Milburn. I'm a resident of the Old Ivy at Vinings community, and I'm also a board member of the Old Ivy at Vinings Townhomes Association. And we are opposed to this, and we urge you to not approve this project for two main reasons. The first is we have significant safety concerns. You could say we have a U-turn concern, resulting in 504 additional U-turns at this major intersection each day, as well as an increase of over 800% in the number of accidents at this intersection as a result of those U-turns. And I'll take you through that data. We also are asking for you to not approve this project because of the significant decrease, dramatic decrease in the 50-foot front setback from 50 feet, which is standard, and all the other businesses around there have been able to follow, and down to a 0 setback. But our biggest issue is this U-turn concern, and I'm going to put. Can I put this up? Thank you. So just to give you an orientation to where we are. Can you see this now? Okay, so I'm just going back to the developer's last diagram. So the Old Ivy at Vinings community is across Atlanta Road and behind the Shell station, directly in line of sight of this community. And you can turn that off now. Thank you. One of the things I wanted to correct is in the staff's analysis, paragraph A, they refer to our community as a community of apartments. These are not apartments. These are all townhomes and condominiums ranging in value from $350,000 all the way up to $1 million. So we are residents. We are not, we're long-term residents. And we use this intersection that is being affected at Atlanta Road and Brownwood daily. We have 500 residents, 295 homes. And so this is a significant issue for us, and it will be a big mess for us to deal with. I'm going to show you some additional information on that. Again, our biggest issue results from the increase in traffic. None of the analysis that I've seen talks about this U-turn issue, but the county's own traffic analysis estimated that due to this right turn in, right turn out requirement, that 80% of this traffic was going to be doing a U-turn just outside of this going northwest on a daily basis. So here's some additional data. We appreciate the reduction in the height of this building and reducing this down to 249 units. Unfortunately, when you look at the number of vehicles and parking spaces, this is really only an 8% reduction in the total traffic coming through here. So what I'm sharing with you now is our reduction of that, reduction of those vehicles based on the change in the revised plan, This still is resulting in a number of U-turns of 537 total daily U-turns. That's a significant increase. I'm going to show you a quick video here. This is a video of the U-turns on just an afternoon peak here at the end of the video. So you saw at the beginning there that there was 3 or 4 cars already going through. This is at the intersection right in front of the Stromquist property at Atlanta Road and Brownwood. Watch how fast this next car comes flying down from this white car. So all of this traffic coming out is going to be turning right, getting blocked there at this place, and they're going to have to be coming across 2 lanes of traffic to get in this turn lane to do all these U-turns. So currently there are 70 U-turns there in peak hours a day. The county's traffic information shows that there are 8.4 accidents per year. If you take this factor and you apply it to the increase of 467 additional U-turns per day, that takes the additional increase in expected accidents up to 56 a year. So the grand total U-turns existing currently, as well as what the developer's revised plan will add, is 537 U-turns there, resulting in a total of 64 forecasted or projected accidents. These are just a few additional pictures here. We also have issues, in addition to the U-turns, there's a lot of backing up that happens here at this location. I won't go into the setback variance so that I can give some of our time to the other opposing party. But as you can see here, all around this area, we've got a good bit of green space and setbacks, and a 0 setback off the front on Atlanta Road would significantly be changing the look of the community. Thank you. Do you take questions now, or?
We'll take questions later. If
Okay,
there's
fine.
some others that would like to speak on the opposition side, you're welcome to do so. You have about 4 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for hearing us.
Good morning, sir. As you come up, please state your name for the record.
I am Sam Lindley. I
Okay.
am with Stromquist and Company.
Okay?
The right turn in, right turn out with the U-turns has not been fully explained, I don't think. If you want to go north on Atlanta Road or east or west on I-285, it's going to require a U-turn at our intersection there. I had the red light put in about 30 years ago, and that was when the lanes there were 2 lane. Then it became 4 lane, and then they took part of our front yard for deceleration and acceleration. So we're real familiar with the U-turn deal, but think about trying to go north, east, or west is going to require a U-turn somewhere on Atlanta Road. We're in the business there of selling heating and air conditioning parts. Have been there 37, 38 years. I'm concerned about, could you put the picture back of the site plan, please? I'm concerned about the site plan. If you look to the lower left of their drawing, that is the garbage pickup with a back around for the garbage truck. Our big door on our warehouse, which is open 9 to 10 months out of the year, is right directly across from that, about 30 feet from it. We're concerned about odors and smell and pickup time and listening to the diesel engine of a pickup vehicle. This is the 3rd iteration. They had them on the north side of the building to start with. I had no problem with that, but I have a problem with the pickup just from our odor concern. This building is somewhere around 50 feet tall, proposed. Our building is average of 32 feet high. Their building is going to be looming over us. And it's going to look strange. It's not going to look like a fit, like it was thought out. I'm concerned about overflow parking into our lot. We have 17 spaces facing Atlanta Road. I've got 2 tenants right there. We got a full house. We have no spaces empty. We have 17 spaces parking. I'm concerned about overflow parking from this development in that they only have 1.5 spaces per door in the development. Where's that other half a car going? We pay $98,000 a year in property taxes and inventory taxes. I would like some consideration of that on turning this down so we can maintain our business structure there. Otherwise, we may have to move. Anybody got any questions? I think that's all that I have today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have a few more seconds left, about 30 seconds, if there is someone else from the opposition that would like to come up and speak.
There's just one last thing I would like to, somebody else, okay, apologize.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for the school district as it will result in an impact on enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There's a few more seconds left. If there is anyone else from the opposition that would like to speak at this time, about 20 seconds. Okay.
Can I just say one last thing? I just want to note that we noticed.
Please go up to the microphone since it's being broadcasted, sir. Thank you.
The last thing I failed to mention was that the county's traffic study did not include any trips, any traffic associated with any deliveries to this building. So you have that many units, the number of Amazon deliveries, Uber deliveries, other deliveries in and out of this building would be added to the numbers I gave you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we've heard from our applicant and opposition. Thank you so much for that. Let's go ahead and move into our discussion from our commissioners. To lead the discussion, since this is in District 2, is Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to call the following order of staff and applicant. And then, so I'm going to call planning first, then DOT, then schools, then the applicant, and then one member of the opposition. So I'll start with the planning analysis, so for John Peterson. So John, in the staff analysis, there's a recommendation to approve, and specifically there's also a recommendation to cap the FAR floor area ratio at 1.5. Can you just talk through the staff analysis, just high-level rationale, and also give a bit more detail on units per acre, whether that's reflected on the existing site plan that was most recently submitted, and if not, what does that imply in terms of the number of units per acre that 1.5 cap would result in?
Okay. The staff did recommend that this be approved, but with a lower density and lower FAR, a floor area ratio, and we worded our recommendation like that to try to get this project to be more consistent with the area. You know, there are no 5-story buildings around here. There are some 4-story buildings in West Village. In Old Ivy, there's 3-story buildings. And to the south, there's 1-story buildings. So we tried to reduce the building size to fit more with the character of the area. And that comes with the FAR reduction too. So when they reduce the number of stories, the FAR would go down. Part of the staff recommendation was to approve it at 53 units per acre, which would equal about 241 units. The most current plan, the one that was reduced to 249 units, that would be at 54.7 units per acre. So that's almost what the staff recommendation was, Commissioner Anderson, because staff did recommend 53 units per acre, which is about 241 units. So they're almost to where the staff recommendation is as far as the units per acre.
Great, thank you. And one question I had was on the site plan that was submitted and shown. There is in the notes, and I can ask the applicant this too, a variation from a maximum FAR of 1.0 to FAR of 2.3. And the staff recommendation is for 1.5.
That's correct.
So just wanted to, if you've reviewed the site plan that was shown, what is the floor area ratio?
That would be a question for the applicant, I believe. For
Okay.
the most recent site plan that he submitted last week would be a good question for the applicant to answer.
Great, okay. And then the other question that I had was, and I'll talk a little louder, sorry if you can't hear me in the back. I'm trying to read my questions here. So this is in a commercial activity center?
It's in a community activity center.
I'm
correct.
sorry. Zoning and land use sometimes mixed up in my head. Community activity center. What is the guidance for density within a community activity center for units per acre and FAR?
As far as the units per acre, the comprehensive plan does allow for a transitional density to go from higher to lower in density uses. And, that's ranged depending on what's been around it to, up to 8 or 10 units per acre in a single family area. This area is a little bit different, Commissioner Anderson, because you do have a regional activity center on two sides of the property, I think to the south and to the east, I believe, or to the west. So this area is kind of, it's a mixed bag of land uses. It's got high density residential, community activity center, and regional activity center. And I believe the map that's on the screen now shows the rack where part of West Village is, and a CAC across the street where Old Ivy is, and a CAC to the south. So the area does have a mixture of land uses.
Okay, great, thank you. And then for the calculations of density, so just, and I'll ask the applicant as well, but they have the adjusted site area of 3.36 acres, which assumes a right-of-way dedication of 0.15 acres. And then in the staff analysis, let me just confirm, the most recent staff analysis, I think that calculation's based on 3.79 acres. So all the density figures you mentioned just now for the staff analysis, should we be thinking of the denominator as 3.36, or are those all based on the 3.79?
Well, we used the base amount of 3.79.
Okay.
And then, there's a little note below the density calculations that references Cobb County Section Code number 134-267. And that's a unique code section that allows a developer who's redeveloping a property to include 50% of the right-of-way around their property in their density calculations.
Okay.
So that's an increase of, I think, 0.76 acres. So
Okay.
the density we based our analysis off of was 4.55 acres when you take into that code section.
Okay, so it's not even the 3.79.
That's right,
It's the 4.55.
5.5.
So let me think. So it starts at 3.79. 0.15 is being dedicated to GDOT, but where then?
And we did not take out what they're giving the GDOT because they actually own it today.
Okay.
So we took 3.79 as the base, and then we added 0.76 acres to it based on Cobb County Section Code 134-167, which allows the applicant to use 50% of the right-of-way for a redevelopment project in their density calculations.
Okay. And you said that total number was 4 point?
5 acres.
Okay. So effectively, the 241 units, okay, that if you did that on the 3.79, that would mean that the density is closer to 64. Okay. And it might go higher because of the right-of-way dedication. But the calculations for zoning purposes are per code based on the 4.55?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you, that's helpful to clarify. Okay. Do any of my other commissioners have questions of the planning staff?
Any planning staff or John?
Just, well, I'm going to talk with the DOT, Stormwater, and others, but, okay. All right, great, thank you. Can we have DOT come up, please?
Cobb County Transportation, Wilson Collins.
Hi, Wilson. Good morning. So Wilson, can you give us the latest update on the traffic study submitted, and specifically the date of submission, and whether it reflected the impact of the GDOT revised plan since they were conceptual when they were first submitted, and also whether they reflect any impacts from the assumptions on potential deliveries?
Okay, a couple points there. The revised traffic study was dated and received August 22nd and was accepted by DOT on August 29th. So that the study has been accepted. It's a couple months old now. Considerations for the GDOT flyover aren't really, that project wasn't associated with the study, as it's taking the accounts of the considerations of the actual counted traffic and applying a multiplier for population, and consideration for what the future facility will be. So the GDOT project, I couldn't say that it would have an impact or how big of an impact that would be, so to say. As for the deliveries, the project itself is classified as a multifamily housing mid-rise, and there's statistics that the ITE uses, and it's just based on the per unit, what the typical average unit amount of traffic would be per unit. So that it takes dozens and I don't have the exact number of count that's studied for mid-rise housing, but there's several associated. So it kind of takes into account typical traffic that would potentially include delivery or babysitters and housing and delivery and whatnot. It's supposed to be an actual real-life capture of this particular facility. And so that's distributed out per unit.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then on the, so following up just on the GDOT flyover, so just to confirm, that was, wasn't enough information for it to be reflected in the projections? Or is it just, it's not really a requirement at this time to be included within it?
Not a requirement at this time.
Okay. All right. Can you talk a little bit about the staff recommendations for addressing U-turns at the site?
For addressing U-turns, as it was stated, it's right in, right out. And one way that we tried to mitigate some of the U-turns and to have enough travel distance to go from exiting of the facility to make that right turn lane, and you'll see that in a site plan, is that there's a raised median being incorporated, and I think additional paint, and it's kind of preventing people from taking that southbound right in, right out, to get to the signalized intersection. So it's kind of prohibiting that. So the only way to be able to even reach the intersection of Atlanta and I believe it's Brown would be to take that northernmost right in, right out. The traffic study was conducted, and I mean it's available, but we're not. It's not failing. There is some additional timing. It's not out of line. I guess if you would have saw it on the video, the traffic did appear to be moving. I guess one of the bigger things is when is that traffic stopping? So it's really that stop and delaying and waiting before movement again. And so it was in the video that there was continuous, and we imagine that the stop, just basically looking at the 3-year build out would be about another 3 seconds of delay, and the 10-year build out from that would be another 8 seconds, which is an amount, but it's not a large additional delay.
Okay, great. And so can we bring up the site plan? Just, let's zoom in a little bit. So the median, the striped median, which is being added, effectively blocks off that southernmost right in, right out turn movement. So that, if I'm looking at what you were just pointing at,
It don't matter if that even makes sense.
so can you, but let me know if I'm reading this right. I'm gonna not play traffic engineer, but so effectively, if I'm living here, I have a strong preference to use that northernmost right in, right out, and I still have room to, in theory, cut across to that U-turn, but it's a very quick cut across with also some degree of, obviously when you're coming around the curve heading south on Atlanta, that makes for a bit of there's not a lot of room for error, it seems like, just from my untrained eye, to make that movement across. So I'm curious, in the staff comments with the applicant, was any consideration given to moving that right out, right in that's at the north, further south, and having it be the primary one? Obviously, that requires reconfiguring the site for the parking access, or altogether eliminating it. I'm just curious to how do you think the right out movement, the people crossing over those 2 lanes super quick to try to get to that U-turn, is that something that is being mitigated by the staff comments?
So I believe there's an appropriate amount of distance from the northernmost right out to get over the 2 lanes to get into that turning and U-turn lane there. That's why it's allowed. But again, this southernmost was too close to not have that time to be able to, or length to be able to get across. We felt safely, so that's why that's being blocked by that median there.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of DOT from my fellow commissioners?
I have one. With this proposed build out, has anything been considered from DOT, if this is in this area, to include a pedestrian strip for crossing? Or something that would mitigate or would allow, because there will be multiple families here, I imagine there will be increased foot traffic as well.
For directly on-site, the facility is fronting Atlanta Road, and they are, we recommended it, and it is shown with the sidewalk fronting their property. And just to the south of their property, off-site, there's crosswalks already installed. But for what they're developing on their own land, accounting for what they can do on their frontage, sidewalks, curb and gutter is my recommendation for the pedestrian access, and that is shown here.
Thank you. Could you just walk us through the history of this in terms of what years was it a pilot, if you know?
I have no recollection of the years.
Do you have
that
any
it was in
understanding of operation?
operation.
what the number of U-turns were when a pilot was there, as opposed to a residential use?
I do not have that data offhand.
Okay. That's all, thanks.
I had one additional question. And again, I'm just anticipating that most coming out of the property will be going toward 285 or north of Atlanta Road. So just based on the site plan, and I understand the strip there so that they can't make that U-turn or can't get into that, in a sense, turn lane for the exit, I guess, most south. So let's assume that most of the cars are coming out of there, wanting, of course, to go north, but they have to, in a sense, go south, bypass this intersection, because they can't necessarily make the U-turn. Is there a path further down, further south on Atlanta Road that is suitable for a U-turn? Walk me through the path that I would assume many people would take. They can't make this necessarily, this U-turn here. They continue to go down Atlanta Road south. What would be their path to get back north?
The study did not involve any further south intersections. I'm happy to look up at the next intersection that could be a U-turn. I think what the study set up and what was mentioned earlier is that the anticipation is that kind of 80% of the residents would come out through that northbound to be able to make that U-turn. I do not immediately have the name of the intersection directly south of that, though.
Okay, maybe we can continue to look into that part then. No further questions for me for DOT. Commissioner Ames?
No further questions at this time for me? Thank you. Good. All right. And then, just gonna have quickly Mr. McCombs from schools come up. Sorry, I forgot to ask if you have any more I have more for other staff.
Good morning.
Okay, good morning, Mr. McCombs. Can you talk about the at Nickajack, are there any plans for expansion to accommodate the current lack of sufficient capacity for
Okay.
current enrollments?
We just recently opened, I think, about 6 or 7 new classrooms at Nickajack within the last year.
Okay. So those enrollment at overcapacity, is that reflective of those new classrooms?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the overcapacity before those new classrooms were added? while you're looking that up, just, I guess the staff analysis, it said current capacity is 937, but current enrollment is 1,206. So there's a, I'm sorry, I didn't mean Nickajack, I meant Campbell, sorry. Because we are, no, I'm sorry, I did mean Nickajack. I'm misreading my own analysis here. Forgive me.
I'm not for sure of the capacity beforehand, but the 937 is currently.
Okay.
Do you have any new schools planned in this area?
What was that?
Does Cobb County have any new schools planned in this area?
In Spot 7, we plan on adding an additional elementary school in the South Smyrna area.
When do you expect that to be built?
Probably at the beginning of Spot 7, which would be probably 2032.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you identify which schools are directly impacted and how are they currently impacted and how you anticipate the negative impact from this particular proposed building?
Okay. Nickajack is the school currently over capacity in that area. It's over capacity by 300 students. And with this old state formula, we estimate around 12 students may be added with this development if it goes through.
That's elementary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that feeds into which middle and which high?
Campbell Middle and Campbell High.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and can I have stormwater come up really quickly, please?
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hey, morning, Andrew. So on the staff comments here, just wanted, can you walk us through just the quick high-level summary of any concerns that were expressed by stormwater outside of those that are standard development standards? And then the second question I had was just the detention. I know there was a comment in there about underground detention not being shown on the site plan, and I just wanted to help see if you could just give some guidance on where I'm assuming it'll be within the roadways, but just confirm where the location of the underground detention would likely be based on your staff opinion and guidance.
Right. Yeah, this site, because it kind of sits sort of at a localized high point there near the intersection, it's draining mostly toward the southeast corner, which is that lower right corner, as you see in the image there on the screen. So it would stand to reason that the detention system, stormwater management system, is probably going to be located somewhere kind of in that lower right southeastern corner of the site plan. It isn't depicted. That was one of my comments, and maybe at this stage that hasn't really come to completion yet, but that was one of my comments, that it's not really shown on there where it would be. It would stand to reason that it would be there probably, as that site plan was showing it, there's an access roadway along the southern part of the site, and so probably that would be a likely place if I had to guess, like you were saying. In terms of our overall goals for the site was previously developed, and so when it is redeveloped, it will have to meet our current ordinances, and likely that's going to be an improvement for the downstream, because likely what we're doing now is much better than what was there before, which was probably very minimal to none previously in its previous condition. And so that's a positive. So there's a little bit of unknown there still with respect to stormwater management. The water from that system, because it does drain to that southeast corner, would very likely enter a pipe system there within South Atlanta Road, and that seems to be the way water is mostly leaving the site now. And so we would have to make sure that the flow rates are controlled so that that existing pipe system there within the roadway wouldn't be over its capacity. That's kind of a high-level overview at this point, but you're right, the site plan as it is right now, it doesn't really reflect exactly where they're proposing to place that stormwater management facility.
Okay. Great. And then thank you for explaining that. So the site would be basically draining to where the 898 is roughly right now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then are there any, given the prior use as a pilot station, is there any considerations that are above and beyond for this site from environmental conditions from the prior use?
Yeah, and that's maybe a little bit beyond stormwater, but typically when you have a gas station facility, any fueling facility that had underground tanks, when that facility is retired, they have to go through a process that's actually through the state of Georgia to, properly retire that and ensure that that there was no contaminated soils, or if it is, that it's properly remediated. So presumably by the time it comes to us, that process will have already been undertaken at that time. And so the current facility, to my knowledge, doesn't have any further use in that regard, no underground storage of fuels or dispensing of fuels or anything like that. So its use wouldn't be considered a hot spot. I anticipate that by the time we see it in plan review, with the existing facility being demolished, that hopefully that issue has already been addressed previously. So.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions of stormwater? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Can I have the applicant come up, please? Hi, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you talk, there was one, I believe it was Mr. Milburn, who had presented some data on the U-turns and accidents. And one, I wanted to see if you had a chance to see that data ahead of time. And two, if so, what considerations were given to addressing that, to the extent that you agree with any of those figures that were presented? And if you don't agree with them, just help us understand kind of how those might be interpreted in a different manner.
Sure. First, I did not have the opportunity to receive that information prior to today, but that's perfectly fine. It's understandable. But regardless, I believe in the information dealing with traffic and traffic data and traffic conclusions and interpretations that comes from a professional traffic engineer who puts his state of Georgia seal on the report that's been reviewed and accepted by Cobb County DOT. Those are the traffic conclusions that I find to be true. So their interpolation of that and extension of that and evaluation of that certainly can be their opinion, but unless he presents himself as an expert traffic engineer with a state of Georgia professional designation, I think you have to take it for what it is, an opinion,
Okay.
which he's entirely has every right to express.
Right. Okay. And just for the calculations, we had a discussion around density.
Yes.
And can you, when you reference density parameters, what acreage are you using?
Sure. So I use the acreage that Cobb County's code says that we're supposed to use, which is what Mr. Peterson explained. And that is density calculations for this site are according to how Cobb County code tells you to calculate density. And so I agree with Mr. Peterson's explanation on the density that's now being proposed in terms of the units per acre. And we calculate density for an R20 subdivision by definition in Cobb County code that says you remove floodplain from that calculation. You do it as according to net density. So the Cobb County code tells you how to calculate, and I agree with Mr. Peterson's calculation on the density in terms of units per acre.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because I know the STIP letter has a 3.79 number.
That's right.
There's like three numbers that exist. There's a 4.55, there's a 3.79, and then there's a 3.64,
Correct.
which is the dedication of the right-of-way.
Right.
So you used Which one?
Okay,
again?
so for purposes, because they're each achieving different things. Today, the property is 3.79 acres. That's what Cobb County owns and has under contract with Flinoy Development.
Okay,
Okay? Georgia DOT has told and informed by formal notice Cobb County that it intends to have its express lane project in this area of 285 and intends to acquire the portion I told you about, which also he'll be acquiring, GDOT will be acquiring portions of Stromquist's property as well. So our site plan identifies that so that, you know, A, we're being transparent. We don't want to pretend something's not going to happen when GDOT's notified us that it has. So that's a calculation, just simply letting the site plan, the reviewers, you as members of the Planning Commission understand what is going to transpire. Now, in any zoning case where we're talking about residential density, Cobb DOT requires right-of-way dedications. You see it in the recommendations all the time. Density is calculated on the basis of the acreage prior to those dedications at all times, in every case. And so we're not trying to apply a different calculation or different methodology. The 3.79 acres reflects what it is today. In addition to that, Cobb County's zoning ordinance provides that in a situation such as this, which is applicable to this property that Mr. Peterson explained, you add in some acreage including some surrounding right-of-way because it's considered a redevelopment site to determine density for purposes of comparison. So that's how we would calculate density.
okay,
I mean,
yeah,
his job as zoning director, one of his many jobs is he interprets the Cobb County zoning code. And so I tend to, 9 times out of 10, I tend to agree with Mr. Peterson.
yeah. So, yeah, and that's, I was just curious because
Yeah.
obviously the density is lower if you use the definition that Mr. Peterson had, but I think, so the density here is actually, if you're using the Cobb County number, the density shown in the application is higher than what actually would be used for calculation of zoning purposes?
If you're talking about units per acre, it just depends on which number you use.
Just
but
the units per acre?
Yeah, on a units per acre basis, I think you have to use the Cobb County definition, which includes adding the additional acreage in.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
For purposes of density.
And then on your site plan, can you just clarify, there's a variance that states the 2.3 on the FAR, and the
Sure.
staff analysis says 1.5, so I just wanted, is the FAR on this plan consistent that you have up here with that staff recommendation for a cap of 1.5?
Right, so on the FAR, once this was, we had the redesign where we removed, you know, a good portion of the fifth floor and reduced the number of units. The FAR calculation, however, was not revised. That's the prior FAR calculation when this was a full 5-story building all the way across. So that's actually supposed to be 1.74. So a lot closer to the 1.5 that staff recommends
So what's shown on the screen is actually an FAR of 1.74?
of 1.74. That's correct.
Okay,
So it's a lot closer to what staff is recommending. Which was the point of the revision, was not only taking into account staff's recommendation, which has been a while, but also there'd been, like I said, some input from community about the overall height that you heard, and you heard that today. So that this was certainly an effort to come to a compromise on that to a pretty good extent.
right, okay. And then next question is on unit mix here. So I think you had said 75% one-bedroom,
Right?
2%, I'm sorry, remaining percentage
Right.
of, is around 2 bedrooms?
It's 2 bedrooms, correct.
Okay. And just some quick math on the 288,000 square feet of the multifamily building, 15% loss factor. These are going to be like 900 square foot units, if I'm thinking about it correctly,
They vary.
on average.
I would say on average, probably you could say that 9 to 1,100, yeah.
Okay. So, okay. So it seems large units for one and twos, but But it will, so, but in your STIP letter, is that ratio of 75% one bedroom and 25% two bedrooms? Is that in the STIP letter?
It's not, but we're
Okay.
certainly happy to stipulate to a 75%, 25% ratio. That's how this is programmed, and that's why I'm able to tell you what it is because it's
Yeah.
programmed in part of what that's how it fits and is designed for that.
That was helpful. I think just my thinking is just.
Of course.
Obviously, as plans change and site plan comes back and you get changes and everything, there's sometimes you get changes in those unit mixes.
Right.
That, so, okay, that's helpful to know. And then, so we talked about safety concerns. I want to make sure I have my list here. Density calculations, FAR on the site versus what's shown on the site plan. And then we just talked about unit mix, okay? Trying to think if and one detention location on here?
Sure.
Just, can you, did Mr. Heath say, was that consistent with the expectations for this site, that they would be located underground along the access road on the south?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
the underground detention location. It would, it'd all be stored underground there.
Okay. And then my final question was on the gentleman who owns the property to the south.
Yes.
You know, he had expressed some concerns about odors and dumpster, and then also reiterated some of the concerns which we talked about on the U-turn access. Have you had a chance to speak to the gentleman?
Yes. I have not spoken to him, but I know that there has been discussions that have occurred with my client, with representatives of Flournoy Development, yes.
Got it, okay.
We understand his concerns. I think and he has every right to express those concerns. Here, I also think that many of those concerns will be mitigated or removed when GDOT puts in the flyover express lane that will substantially impact his property as well.
Okay. And then what's the height of the parking deck going to be?
It's that's the 5-story, a portion of the 5 stories is the parking deck, which is against 285.
Okay. Got it. All right. Do my fellow commissioners have any other questions of the applicant?
I have a few. Kevin, with respect to the sanitation location, we just spoke about that briefly. You said that there will be some provision, so something will be placed in, DOT is placing a road in between the opposition's property and this property, or what's happening here to mitigate the sanitation experience that they may have?
From a sanitation standpoint, I mean, it'll be, and I understand your question. Yes, that's how this property lays out, and given where you can provide for that type of access, that's on the south side is the best location. We can't create another access further north on Atlanta Road, further up Atlanta Road, because you interfere with GDOT's rules of the off-ramp on 285 that comes around and gets off on Atlanta Road as well. But what it does mean is you won't have sanitation trucks taking U-turns at this site, at that location. So, because they're forced to use the southern access point, which is cut off from accessing the turn lane for the U-turn movement due to the median that will be put in place there. So sanitation trucks will not be taking U-turns.
Okay, I think that's what I heard you say. Also, can you speak to the parking deck? I saw from the rendering, it looks like there is entry from, of course, the ground level, and you said that it goes up 5 floors based on the south, is that the south facing portion of the building to the back of the rendering that we saw. Is there, to our chair's question about traffic control and routing cars north, south, east, or west to kind of mitigate some of the traffic concerns that are very apparent in this area. Are there plans within the parking deck to direct its owners or its residences which direction they may want to take per direction that they might want to go in traffic? So, for instance, if they were going, east of South Atlanta Road, how would they, be able to access that, or would it be better for them to go to this part of the parking deck to access this part versus this? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Is there plans for signage for that purpose?
Yes,
I know that was a
we can
long-winded question.
include, there would be certainly plans to include directional signage as part of just our internal management and operations for that. But the idea being that, and this is in collaboration with Cobb DOT, the southern access only allows you to go south on Atlanta Road, or come in at that location, or go south. You can't take a U-turn using that. So that's a great location if you want to go south on Atlanta Road, to go south, which is where you drive. It's called Atlanta Road for a reason. You drive straight into Atlanta. From Atlanta Road that's the direction of the grocery store, which is right down Atlanta Road on the left. As far as the safety features, I understand the point that's been made about the U-turns. It was certainly a safety feature and a discussion that we had internally with Flinoy, that we had with our traffic engineers, that we had with Georgia Department of Transportation, and lengthy discussions with Cobb DOT to determine where our access needed to be. So as DOT stated up here, as Mr. Wilson Collins stated up here, that was put in a location based on the review by Cobb County Department of Transportation, which includes traffic safety and operations, that also reviews that to ensure that that was a sufficient distance to allow that movement to occur based on the conditions. So it's a long way of answering your question by saying yes.
Okay, it was a long question, long answer, love it. Final question, with respect to, I think I just lost it. Let me recalibrate and I'll come right back to it.
Sure.
Environmental, if you could go ahead and comment on what's been done since this was a pilot site, and what will be done during the construction phase to minimize any concerns?
Sure. Mr. Peterson might remind me, but it seems to me that the pilot location was about a decade ago. Is that about right? When it was a pilot, before it was then acquired by Cobb County. Understand this is owned currently by Cobb County, so let's all hope in this room as Cobb County taxpayers it doesn't have an environmental problem from that standpoint. But certainly the appropriate mitigation and remediation to the extent it was needed has been completed, and that's certainly our understanding. And so we're, as Flinoy Development, do not have a concern about any environmental issues due to our own due diligence as well as that by the county.
Just like Atlantic Station, for example, was deemed brownfields. That's not in play here.
I don't believe this was a brownfield site, but I don't want to state that as a 100% accurate one way or the other than I'm 100% accurate in that we're not concerned at this point due to due to the status of it from the transition of ownership from pilot truck stop to Cobb County and what was accomplished.
Okay. Regarding the flyover lanes, it's your understanding that's something that's going to happen?
That is my understanding, yes. And our understanding, yes.
All right. Can you comment on the units per acre in West Village? What that is right now?
I believe West Village is going to be, I'd have to go back and pull it, but I think it's referenced in the staff report as well, that West Village, on its understanding, West Village is, you've got the multifamily component, and you've got some townhome components, and I think the multifamily component is near 50 units an acre or more, or just over. It's in that neighborhood. I may be wrong on that, but it's in the staff report if I recall.
Okay, thank you. All right. Parking.
Yes.
And yes, you mentioned Flournoy's other project that I'm familiar with as well, right near the battery.
Yes.
Is the mix about the same? Can you comment on the number of parking spaces there compared to here? Can you just kind of,
The parking ratio is the same. We're proposing a parking ratio of 1.5 parking spaces per unit, and that's the same ratio that was applied at the battery.
and did you have the same mix and size as there?
The one, if I recall, the project at the battery had a small percentage of 3 bedrooms. Something under 10% 3 bedrooms there.
Do you have some statistics, I'm sure you do, or your client does, some industry statistics as to how often 1-bedrooms are occupied by one person or a married couple? Do you have some ideas there?
Yeah, Flournoy has both their industry and in their many projects that they have across the southeast. Their experience is actually at a parking ratio of 1.5. For them, that's overparked for this type of unit mix of 1 and 2 bedrooms. So that's their parking ratio. They say that works for them is closer to 1.2, but 1.5 has become somewhat acceptable. Not somewhat, has become very acceptable and very approved in Cobb County for multifamily projects such as this as a ratio.
Are there any dynamics to this project that would skew those variables one way or the other?
No, no.
It's my understanding, based upon a text I've received during the hearing, that back when this was a pilot, that there was the ability for people to take left turns in and out of the pilot.
I seem to recall that, yes.
I don't really have a personal recollection one way or another. I was just curious what your thoughts were on that. And so apparently there's been a median added here since it was last a pilot.
I'm gonna let Mr. Peterson answer that, but I do know that there's some history there, so he may be more familiar with than I.
Sure, as Mr. Moore said, the pilot stopped operating about 9 or 10 years ago. And before that, it was a truck stop operating for decades. And at that point, there was no median. The median was put in around 2019, 2018.
Yeah.
So when it was a pilot truck stop, they had full access to Atlanta Road going both directions.
So this, the median was added presumptively for the purpose of ultimately, when this got resold, not having a bunch of people being able to take a left right here. That was
Correct.
I'm sorry for having said left right. Having said left out of portions of this property.
It was put in place to prevent a full access movement on Atlanta Road.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Understanding a pilot truck stop has
Lots of vehicles. Yeah.
twice as many or more trips than what's being generated by this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Do you remember?
Staff recommended 241 units as opposed to what you guys are proposing, 249. Are you comfortable, or is your client comfortable with reducing to the 241 units as proposed?
I'd love to be able to say yes. But the way we have reduced this down to the 249, that seems to be the number that we've arrived at, where we can successfully execute at 249 and have an economically viable project. And I know that's not something we like to talk about, but you deserve an answer and an explanation. If I can't say yes, that's why. At 249, we've arrived at essentially the lowest number we can go.
I had one last question, just as a follow-up to Commissioner Massey's question on some of the signage. It was more around, will the entryway, it would be a key card gated system to and from the drive, to the parking deck?
Yes, you'll have some, I call it free access, so that you have guests and those kind of things that would come into an area. And then beyond that, it would be secured, yes.
Okay. And would it be possible then to have that egress controlled or restricted during certain high peak hours that would most likely require that left turn movement out, or people shooting across those 2 lanes of traffic? So said differently, can you have basically the gate down during the mornings on that north and effectively require residents to go out through the southbound, right in, right out, just during those hours?
We could evaluate that, but I don't see that being ultimately workable.
Okay.
Just, and I mean that more like, you could start doing that, but I think very quickly your management and residents would say, we're getting rid of that. I just don't see that as being workable.
Right. Okay. So it's an impact on effectively the marketability of this and comfort of the location for the residents.
I think it's implementing a system like that and making it stick, which would be the whole point, I don't think is realistic. People are people.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that would stick.
Okay. All right. Just trying to come up with ideas.
No,
for
I
mitigating.
love ideas, but I just,
Okay. All right.
I feel like I know people. I don't think that would work very long term.
Yeah, I blow through gates all the time. I'm just kidding. No, okay. All right, do any of my other applicants, commissioners have questions of the applicant or of other staff members at this time?
Well, just so you can tell me, on the diagram, what's the donut hall?
Amenity and courtyard, a courtyard location.
Okay, can you describe what will be there?
Oh, sure. So that's that would be a courtyard location for pool. You have a pool associated, clubhouse, that type of thing, use there. That would be for pool, club, sun deck, those types of things. You see those quite often in these types of developments. Is what that donut hole is representing. Is where that would go. They have additional amenities such as fitness center and business center, those kind of things that you would expect. But the outdoor amenities would be located there.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, great. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, so this time I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm going to move that we hold this until the next hearing. The intention with that is to update the various site plans and STIPs that relate to unit mix, signage requirements, or any STIPs that the applicant is comfortable with, helping address some of the right-in and right-out movements that are currently contemplated at the northernmost turning entry area. And then an opportunity to reconnect with the gentleman whose asset is to the south, to help provide any guidance as to, okay, what can be done to mitigate some of the concerns about dumpster placement and odor. And then the elevations were helpful. I would recommend if there were any additional ones that could help us see the other perspectives on the site, particularly from the southern adjacent locations, that would be great. So my motion is to hold, and it's not, this would be, I guess, for the February hearing. And that's my motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? I did want to make one point. I think that my major concern with this is, first of all, I'm very for the project, but my major concern would just be the safety from a traffic perspective. I'm an engineer, but definitely not a traffic engineer. And so, but driving that particular area on a daily basis almost, I think it is pretty concerning for me, and just the safety of the residents as they find a path to make a U-turn. So I would like to just ask if, as we come back to that February meeting, if possible to have, even though this may be outside of the scope, to have some additional discussion around where a path to a U-turn would be if you aren't able to make it on Brookwood, further down, I guess, south on Atlanta Road. So if we can include that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think we have a couple of options on the table related to safety, whether it's moving U-turn movements further south or potential on-site changes and policies that the applicant and the neighborhood can certainly discuss and explore the feasibility of. So thank you, Chairwoman Fawcett.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. And it passes 5-0 to hold, which Z2. All right, we are up at 10:30. Let's take about a 10-minute break. Let's just come back right at 10:40 to begin with our next applicant. All right, good afternoon, or morning, we're still in the morning. We're about to get our hearing back started. If we could have quiet. We're about to proceed with our next case, so if we could have our audience quiet, please, thank you. All right, as we get started, we'll move on to our next case. I'll turn it over to John to walk us through that in the beginning, please.
Are we on? No. Okay, we're going? All right. All right, next case is rezoning case Z26 of 2025. Scott Moore requests a rezoning from NS to LRC for a hair salon and land lot 160 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southeast corner of Jim Owens Road and Ackworth West Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z26? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right, thank you, John. And I will say, Commissioner, this is in District 1, Commissioner Boulogne recused himself from this. But we'll go ahead and jump into your follow-up comments. So if you could, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Again, I'm Kevin Moore. You get me for the second time in a row this morning in this application for rezoning on behalf of Scott Moore. Again, no relation, but I do like him, who is the applicant in this application for rezoning. You heard this last month, and so I'm going to not go back through everything, but try to answer the questions that you had directed us to answer, as well as just simply try to highlight a couple of items for you for your consideration. But again, you see the property, it's highlighted on your screens. It's just over a half acre located at Jim Owens and Ackworth due West Road, where you have the roundabout at this location in West Cobb. This is an existing site. The property, again, has existing structure and building on it. It's zoned currently neighborhood shopping because it was zoned neighborhood shopping back when Cobb County adopted its zoning ordinance in 1972, because this was a location for what was basically a neighborhood community store and retail location that has remained for many years as a really small retail location. This property, though, in order to continue to be used for a commercial purposes, must be rezoned because it is zoned neighborhood shopping. This property we are bringing forward to you to be rezoned to the LRC category. That's limited retail commercial, which we believe is highly appropriate for this property, which sits on the roundabout. Limited retail commercial is highly appropriate because it is still a commercial zoning, but it allows, as the name implies, very, very limited uses that are intended not to generate tremendous amount of traffic and not to generate a lot of intensity. And so the LRC category is there for us, because if you step back from this roundabout, it quickly becomes highly residential. There is an elementary school adjacent to this site, a couple of other smaller use, similar use commercials, designations and uses across the roundabout, but it is a country crossroads where there's an elementary school and this current structure. One of the questions that we were directed to answer and to provide additional information, if you recall, what we are proposing, as Mr. Peterson read out, is a rezoning to the LRC category for a hair salon use. One of the things that we have done is provide a stipulation letter dated December 1 that does call it out as being use specific for a hair salon only. So I think that's very important for your consideration. We believe designated as hair salon use only not only allows you to understand what this is going to be going forward, but importantly, given kind of how this property sits, it's at a roundabout, its general area. In the future, a change in that use would require another business application, which is advertised and would come back to the full Board of Commissioners for consideration, because it's a specific site. It's a site that has some characteristics and sensitivities to it, and we think that's appropriate, so that any future use as well, if it happens to change, still has to have that level of review and ultimate approval by the Board of Commissioners, given its sensitivities in the surrounding area. In addition, we have proposed, and as a stipulation in limited, we talked about it last month, that this will be a maximum of 6 salon suites located on the first floor of the building. The existing building has 2 floors. Also, that we have agreed that the salon suites will either be fully open, or if enclosed, they have clear glass or basically windows or glass-type materials so that you can see throughout the salon. Was an item that had been brought up to us previously. We wanted to make sure we had shown that to you as well. And in addition, we've stipulated that the second floor of the building would be utilized for office, administrative, and storage-type uses. And so it's not a different use, number one. Number two, there's not additional hair salon activities. It's limited just to office, administrative, and storage-type uses as you would expect. You also asked about, and again, we'll turn to the site plan just to remind you of how this layout of the existing use works. There you can see the roundabout, the existing two-story retail building. We're doing some redesign in the existing asphalt parking lot so that we can expand that to have 18 parking spaces for the 6 salon suites, as well as you see the one access point on Jim Owens Road. You also asked about interior renovations, because there will, overall, the existing building, exterior-wise, just could use a little bit of basically paint and some care. But it's a building as you would expect to see at this location. Interior, we will be doing some renovations. Like I said, this prior use was kind of a general antique type, general retail type store with smaller items. We're going to renovate the inside, and you had a question about what that interior would look like, and I'm going to show you that interior layout and design for you now. This is the interior layout and design by the project architect. Just to orient you, you have the 6 identified stylist hair salon suites, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There is a small waiting area here, rooms for, and then bathrooms as well. Mechanical rooms and the other types of rooms that you see typically in that type of area with a walk-through lobby here. You do have existing ramps and corridors for access in and out of the building on both sides that would be located there. So a fairly simple, straightforward design and interior design demonstrating, again, exactly what would be proposed here in accordance with again, the stipulations that we have included. Also, the second floor design, just so you can see that as well. This is the second floor plan and design from the architect. And again, it's just showing break room, a bath, an office room, and a conference type room, just so it would be set up, like we said, for office, administrative, or storage type uses. But nothing else. And so we want to make sure that you see both the first and second floor plans and designs in response to your questions from last month. So again, we believe that the zoning of LRC for this parcel is exactly what is needed for this site, given the sensitivities of where it is. This is not a Cobb Parkway location. This is a location that has and dominated by large lot residential just off of this site and an elementary school. And it's really a country crossroads type of location if you ever go through this roundabout. It's not far from Cobb Parkway, but it is have that feel, and therefore we think keeping the existing building as is fits in with that overall character of the area. This use is a low-intensity type of use, does not generate multiple trips, per minute. Trips are spread out for a hair salon type of use, so you have a very low-intensity traffic impact as well. with our stipulation letter dated December 1st, 2025. We believe we've addressed all of the questions that have been asked of us and have presenting to you an application and respectful request. Your recommendation be consistent with that of your Cobb County Planning and Zoning staff for approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I don't believe we had any opposition, is that correct, for this, okay, case? So we'll have a few questions for you, Kevin, if you don't mind sticking
Please.
around. Just one question. Thank you for this additional information. I think it satisfies some of the questions that
Good.
I had earlier in our last hearing. I know in the step letter you mentioned about the either fully open or if enclosed clear windows. So on that site plan, if you go back to the interior site plan, I think what you're saying is those and just to clarify for me, the doors that are the access to the individual suites would be in a sense glass or have some window capacity to be able to see through?
That's
or some
correct.
portion of that wall, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct. So you wouldn't have a fully enclosed rooms that you couldn't see?
yes, I
And-
think that was the questions prior, so.
Yes.
Can the plans that you showed here be exhibits to your stip letter?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need a recommendation, you want to add those, that would be agreeable.
For the vending areas that were highlighted on the rendering, can you speak to what type of vending that will be? Will that just be machines, or will that be a restaurateur coming in, a food truck?
Sure.
I've seen a couple of iterations in other counties, so I wanted to
Yeah.
speak to what that would look
Yeah,
like.
no, the vending is just a vending area for water, coffee, soft drinks, for while you wait or while you get your hair done. I'm not there long enough, so I don't know what you do. But I know my wife and daughters tend to stay there for over a couple of hours, so I guess they have soft drinks and drinks available, so that's what's intended by that vending. But it's not a separate type of, some other company or something like that.
Awesome, thank you.
Is there on this diagram a trash bin collection area?
Right. There's not a need for a dumpster. They handle, and there's not one, and there has not been one there previously, but there's not a need for a dumpster, so they handle the sanitation waste. They don't use a dumpster where a truck comes in. It's handled, they take it.
The truck comes in and takes it, and it's never placed in a dumpster, is that what you're saying?
Right, or they have a service that comes and takes it,
Okay.
but there's not a dumpster.
Last question from me is, and you may have clarified this earlier, but the upstairs space, I think you showed us the layout.
Yes.
Is the plans for that to be leased to another company, or would it still be for the salon use as well?
Right, it's just the salon use. There's no plan to have a separate lease for that. It's for salon use and office and management and administrative functions.
For the salon, okay, thank
Yes.
you. Any additional questions? Okay. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to approve Z26. Do I have a second?
A second.
Have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion?
Just for discussion, are we approving it subject to the stipulations and staff recommendations and the site plan dated 12/1/2025?
That is correct, thank you.
And the additional diagrams he presented at this hearing as to the interior?
That is correct. Any additional discussion? Okay. call the question. Okay, and it passes 4-0 to approve Z26. Thank you so much.
And I'm handing those to the clerk so she can include them in the minutes per your motion. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Okay, next case is LDP 37 of 2025, Eddie Ramos. Request a temporary land use permit for outdoor storage of construction vehicles and equipment, employees on site in land lot 517 and 564 of the 16th district. The property is located at the western terminus of Stone Ridge Drive and on the south side of Piedmont Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 37? One? One person, okay. Let the record show there's one person here opposed. All those who would like to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning to all.
Good morning. Could you please state your name? And
Eddie
you have
Ramos.
10 minutes.
Eddie Ramos. I'm the applicant. So on October last hearing, I came here, and based on you guys' recommendation, I met with everybody that I was told to meet with, Mr. Peterson and with Andrew Heath from Stormwater, and we started working, or I started providing everything that I had based on this case. This case is currently on a stop work order, which we're trying to resolve, but there's an issue with FEMA, which we're trying to work with. We're putting everything together. That's why the time requested for all of that equipment to stay there, this is a lot of equipment, is what this is for. So I don't know what else that's all I got.
Okay, any additional thoughts or anything you want to share? This is your time as the applicant to catch us up.
No, I've provided everything already so yeah, I'm all set on that time.
Okay,
right,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can have a seat. We may call you back up later. Thank you. Now we'll have the opposition come up. I believe there was just one person in opposition. Is that correct? You have a total of 10 minutes, sir, up to 10 minutes to share your thoughts. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Palmer. My property adjoins the property we're talking about, and it's, I don't see how you can let someone use that land that's in a residential area, just like my property. And I'm a general contractor. I'm not allowed to use any part of my property for my business. And I don't know that it's just his stuff over there, but there's an awful lot of people come in with trailers. I think it's a whole lot of people use that property and for big trucks, but I'm concerned about the floodplain that he's filled up, and if he's gonna have to do anything to correct that. And, you know, a house that was built without permits and inspections and just the whole mess, but it's been used in this property for 6 or 7 years and without anybody doing anything about it. And just doesn't seem right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, at this time, this is in District 3. We'll ask Commissioner Dance to lead the discussion, please.
Could I have stormwater management come up?
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hey, have you had contact with Mr. Ramos since our
Yeah.
last meeting? And can you describe what the conversations have been?
Yes. After the last meeting, we met with Mr. Ramos, and he has had some additional surveys, site plans, things like that, that he's provided to us. We're currently reviewing that with him, and we still have a little ways to go to try to find some resolution to the house, because the house, of course, a little background, it was constructed there, or reconstructed. There was a home there that was burned, damaged, and when that home was reconstructed on the site, it wasn't properly permitted at the time. So we're trying to work with him to figure that out. As the opposition mentioned, there's some other issues, brought in fill materials into the floodplain and things like that. So there's a lot of issues we're trying to work through with Mr. Ramos, but I appreciate his attention to that and following up with us and providing that documentation for us. And I think right now for the LUP, as I understand it, as Mr. Ramos has conveyed it to us, there's some building materials stored on site, and he would like to continue to keep those building materials there while we try to figure out some path forward for the house. And so I guess from our standpoint, from stormwater management, we're not quite ready to say, yeah, we're good, or we can sign off on the permit today. We're still working through that with Mr. Ramos now, but in terms of, if the board sees fit to allow him to continue to keep those building materials there for some time until we can figure that out and he can advance the project forward, I would be supportive of that. So, but I appreciate Mr. Ramos working with us, and he has been following up positively and providing us with some information to help us, complete that review for him. And hopefully we can find a path forward to allow him to continue to maybe get the home permitted and find a solution to move forward in the, indefinite future there.
Okay, is there a plan forward?
He has presented a plan for us to review and some survey information. I haven't formally responded to Mr. Ramos yet because we're still reviewing that in our office. He has on his plan, I didn't bring that with me here today, but he is proposing to make some substantive changes to the site that would try to help bring the house into compliance with our ordinances. And so I can kind of envision in my mind, if he's willing to do that and the owner's willing to do that, there could be a path forward. We're just not quite to the point of having a finalized plan yet. And so I guess that's what the LUP is for, is to try to bridge that gap between now and that time, to maybe let him keep the materials there for some period of time until we can determine, can he positively move ahead and complete the construction, or if not, then he'd have to remove the materials.
So have you visited the site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Photographs that I've seen would indicate that the materials are not stored in a dry space and appear kind of haphazard on the property. Would that be accurate?
Yes, and I might defer to John on that. A home that's under construction, if it has building materials on site that are actually building materials that are maybe not in a structure, that might be okay. I'll let John opine on that, if that's okay, just like any home that might be under construction.
Well, I was just asking about your observation of it, right?
But yes, but other things, like if there are other vehicles coming and going on the site or something like that that's not actually related to the home's construction, then, or other materials stored on site that aren't related to the home's construction, then naturally that would be a separate issue. Yeah.
So the scope of your interaction with him relates to the structure or the property as well?
Both.
Okay.
I think the structure itself is going to have to be modified, but also there's some soil has been brought in on site that we can tell. Some of that's going to have to be removed. Exactly how much, that's still yet to be determined. So there's a little bit of open-endedness there from our standpoint as to exactly what's going to have to occur on site.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you're right.
Okay, are you indicating that you're willing to continue to work with him?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, and you could work with him to develop a plan for appropriate storage and addressing the issues of the residents?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you have time to devote to periodic review and meetings with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you could do that in consultation with Mr. Peterson as well?
Yes, yes. I will continue with that, yes.
Okay, do you foresee a timetable for what it would take?
I'm thinking that probably at least from a plan review standpoint, because there may be some additional studies that's needed, we're probably looking at, I'm just going to throw out a number, maybe a couple of months to complete that process, because if he has to hire some additional consultants, he has to get in line, get their services and things like that. We're into winter too, so even if we had a plan today, some of the work, like for instance, if he has to remove some soils from the site, that's a grading operation. So as we get further into winter, we have more days like today when it isn't appropriate for that. So that's makes it a little hard to estimate how the whole time frame would play out. Probably just from our standpoint, from just a permitting standpoint, we can probably be through that, in a couple of months, I think. Then the construction aspect is a little harder to pin down because we're into, not only do we have holidays coming up, but as I say, we're into winter, rainy time. So how that would affect this construction. But I would think that, we're probably, from the standpoint of trying to reach a resolution and then actually do something with those materials, or knowing that maybe those materials are no longer needed on site and they just need to go away, probably, certainly I would think you probably could address that, in like 9 months to a year, I think, so.
Okay. Anyone else have questions?
I have one, just a quick one. Andrew, on some of the photos, so they had, I think there was a storage container that was shown, and just, is it your understanding that that's being used to help store, like almost a shipping container, is that being used to store anything related to the actual building of the house?
That's my understanding, yes, yes.
Okay, and we can probably just ask, we can ask the applicant this though, but the contents of those would be our building materials?
And I haven't actually looked into them myself, but as it's been conveyed to me, that's what they have stored in it, is something that's actually for use of the construction of the home itself, so.
Okay. And are there any regulations around, from a stormwater perspective, of using those storage containers in terms of the types of surface that they need to be on?
If it's on an active construction site, not necessarily. If this was going to be some sort of a long-term, permanent fixture, that might be different. And just within a floodplain, we really wouldn't want to have storage within the floodplain, just as a practice. But, because this is an existing situation and we're trying to reach a resolution with the builder, and they've been responsive to us and are helping us work through that, I think we will, tolerate that for the time period it takes to work through that process. When I visited the site was actually gated off, so I didn't actually have access onto the site itself, but you can walk down the adjacent property on the railroad track and you can pretty well see what's present there on the property. But I haven't actually personally looked in the storage units and things like that on site. But to answer your question, it is my understanding it is related to the construction there on the properties.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
And just a point of clarity, on the property today, there is a home constructed that is not properly to code, in a sense. And so we're saying that they're going to be still working on this same structure and making modifications to get it in alignment with code for proper permitting. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
But your particular expertise and scope is what?
Is just specifically with respect to stormwater and trying to bring that home into conformance with our code.
And that specifically addresses what's allowed in a floodplain too?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. That's right.
Thank you. If I can have Yulisa come up, code enforcement.
Good morning, Yulisa Forston, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning. It is still morning. Can you describe for us this property and the most recent site visits you've had since the time of our last hearing?
Okay, the property was inspected on November 20th, and, can you put that picture back, please? Which one? What's it? There we go. And, there was still outside storage and also the containers. What the ordinance states is that outside storage is not allowed, and because he does not have an active building permit, none of that storage is allowed. And then it's also stated that the stuff outside is in regards to the building, the house, the project. There's tires sitting outside of that shipping container. Those tires do not have anything to do with what's being built. Also, the ordinance states as far as the portable storage units, they're allowed to have it on a property, on a driveway, 30 days out of a 365-day period. And if they do have a building permit, then they can have it longer. So currently, from a code enforcement perspective, the property is in violation of the portable storage units and also the stuff that's stored outside.
Now, do you know what's in those storage units?
No.
Okay. And what's stored outside, you're talking about what's sitting on the ground, don't you? Can you show us the other photographs of the area?
Are you?
So can you describe what we're seeing?
It appears he has some type of pallets out there, and it could be some wood. I did, in review of the pictures, I noticed that there was broken old fence material that was stored out there, and also like tree debris. That's a broken old fence. And it appears that outside of the projects, there's stuff around there that looks old and disrepair and can be removed off the property and should be cleaner.
Should be cleaned up, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, have you had any conversation with the applicant?
No, the officers speak with the applicant. And the officer did inspect the property, but right now, we're on hold because of this case.
Okay, were y'all allowed on the property?
Excuse me?
Were y'all allowed on the property, was the inspector allowed on the property to
Yes.
take these photographs?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And so your inspectors have been in contact with the applicant?
Yes, to gain access to the property.
Okay. So how long would it take to do a walkthrough and talk about what needs to be cleaned up immediately?
We can schedule an appointment with the officer to meet the owner at the property, and they can do a walkthrough, but pretty much we're open.
Okay. Okay, any other recommendations that you would have for us?
No, I am not allowed to give recommendations. The board would have to make that recommendation, and code enforcement is just responsible for enforcement of the ordinance.
So let me rephrase. Are there any other areas of concern that you've not covered already?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay,
I had one
thank
question.
you. You got something?
Yeah. Lisa, I just had one, in the request, it says the applicant is seeking permission to accommodate up to 5 vehicles on site, including 2 dump trucks. During your site visit, did you observe any dump trucks that were on the site?
No.
Okay.
And the dump trucks would be a violation of customary home occupation. Those are commercial vehicles, and they're over 12,500 pounds.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have Mr. Ramos come back? Ramos, which one is your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, so you've seen those photographs of your property, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we show those again? Can you describe what's in that property with the 2 trees and the,
All right, so all of those are like vanity countertops.
say it again?
All of those right there, those are vanity countertops.
Uh-huh.
So it's a really big house. Everything else that's outside is pavers for everything that can be paved. And then what's in the containers is like the interior stuff, like the flooring, the plumbing stuff, the fixtures. So the house is pretty much just the outside build. The inside is not.
And so how long have these containers been out there?
A couple of years since everything was stopped.
Okay, and so is that 2 containers?
Yeah, it's 2 containers.
Okay, is there space in those containers? Are they full?
I'm sorry?
Is there additional space in those containers, or are they full?
Inside the containers?
Uh-huh.
Yes, but there's nothing else that can be stored in there. Everything in there is like bricks and stuff that's just exterior stuff that we can't put inside the container.
Is the interior, I see a fencing there. Is
It's
that
pro-
located within a fence or what?
No, it's probably trash that needs to be cleaned up.
Oh, but behind those containers, it looks like fencing? That's not fencing?
No, that's fencing from the actual property that's on the property. That's fenced in. The
It's-
property is fenced.
Okay. So are these visible outside of the property?
Is it what, I'm sorry?
Are they visible to the,
So the outside of the property? No, so it's a really long, I don't know if you guys have access to the drive, to how I didn't bring a site plan. No? No site plan? So it's a really long driveway, and this is the back of the property. And then there's a gate on the main road, if that's considered the main road, Piedmont, that gates everything out, and then the property is all the way in the back. So the property itself is not visible from the street, nor is anything else in there. So whoever has been able to see what's there, those pictures were taken, because I came with Mr. Harrell, I believe. I came with Mr. Harrell, and he's also been, he calls me, and I go there, I open everything up, and he's checked everything that's there.
okay, and what's the, Mr. Heath talked about the status of the residents.
We work, okay, so this is what we're working on now. There was a house there prior that burned down. That's what the owners bought. And then they got a permit, but they didn't get the proper permit. They got a renovation permit, and they ended up building an entire new structure on top of what was already there. So this whole thing kind of got out of the scope of permit. And now that
So are you the property owner?
I'm not the property owner, I represent them.
Okay, and who's the property owner?
One of them is Ricardo, the other one is Ricardo's wife. Yeah.
Okay, so you represent them. Are you also responsible for the property?
I guess I am, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay. So are you employed by them, or?
Yes.
Are you a contractor, or
no,
you?
I'm employed by them.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but I became employed after this. So I wasn't a part of the whole, I'm trying to be a part of the solution. No, I
Okay.
wasn't a part of the problem initially.
Okay, and so when you put this diagram up, you said this is what you were working on currently. So what is this?
This is the floodplain. So that whole house is built on the floodplains. So according to Mr. Heath, there's some modifications that need to take place now based on what they built. So the entire house that they built, a lot of it has to be demoed to go back into compliance. So it's a job that needs to be done here, and it's going to take some time. Most of this material looks like it's outside material because it's a really big house. It's like, I don't know if you have pictures of the house. Can you pull up the house? It's like it's 13,000 square feet. So it's a really big, this is the house. So all of that material that's there, that's my car. So yeah, I was there when they were taking the pictures. That's the house. And everything that's in question, all that material is on this side. So the property, can you go back to the site plan? So initially, this was like it was two lots that were unified into one. And that's why this thing is huge. So, and then the house, everything in there, it's all the way in the back of the property. The main road, it's outside, I don't know if you can point with the mouse. That's the main, yeah, so this is the main road. this is the main road, sorry. Right here.
Okay,
And then everything else, sorry, it's back here. This is the house, and then this is where the storage and stuff in question is here, in this area right here. So everything is fenced in.
okay,
Yeah,
so what's the
everything is
intention
you
with
guys
the,
can hear me?
yeah.
Good? Yeah. So everything's fenced in, the entire property, and that's where the issues where they had no access to get to the property has been. But now everybody has my phone number, I meet them there every time, and, yep, that's how it's going.
Okay, so what's the plan for
The
the
plan is to get,
house?
the plan is to get some approvals on permits first. So I don't, that's, the main reason why none of this is cleaned or stuff, I don't want them going in there without a permit to work in there. Because there's an assumption now, not an assumption, there is no permit now, because the house is on a current stop work order. So even if they go in there and start messing around, moving things around, it's gonna be assumed that they're working on the property. It has happened already. And then they call code enforcement and they start calling people. So I kind of been on the way I've told them not to even go there. Right now I'm working with Mr. Heath, Mr. Peterson, and Mr. Griffin, David Griffin, to try to get this house permitted again, so that whatever needs to be done to bring it back into compliance can be done. But that's the process. The process is getting these permits approved, because there's so much that needs to be proposed.
Okay, so do you have a plan for
Yeah,
how
I've
to
already
proceed?
submitted, I've submitted the latest plans over to all three of to Mr. Peterson, Andrew Heath, and David Griffin.
And that's the plans for the residents?
Yes, for the plans for the resident and the lot.
Okay. Well, taking them one at a time, as to the lot, do you have vehicles on site? I mean, obviously,
That vehicle, I can have it moved. I just didn't have a chance to.
okay, so you can
So
have
I
the,
asked if I can make some movements.
you can have the
Yeah.
vehicles moved, and
It's
you
just
can
one
have
vehicle
the
there.
dump trucks?
There's
not-
no dump trucks there. So everything that was there
Okay,
on October 2nd when we met here, that wasn't supposed to be there, I took out. I make sure that they took out. The only thing that's there is that vehicle, because somebody left it there, one of the workers, and they never came to pick it up.
okay.
But I can have that moved.
You can have that cleaned up?
Yes.
Okay.
And if I get authorization from you guys, or I can go ahead and have them clean up as well. I just don't want them to go in there and do anything that's not.
Right, so you can have those vehicles removed, or that one
That
removed?
one vehicle, yeah.
And you can have the site cleaned up?
I can do that, yes, ma'am.
And
I
it-
can't move anything, because like I said, it's pavers. So I can't take those pavers out of there. All those pallets, they're pavers, like huge amounts of pavers, tons. And then everything else is material that belongs there to the house. But the vehicle, whatever doesn't belong there, I can have removed.
Okay. Okay, and you can continue to work with staff on all these
Of
things?
course, that's the plan.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a question, so once let's say you have the ability you have the permit, your ability to go to work, about how long do you think it will take you to come to completion of the project
This entire
based on
project?
your new plans?
About 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because there's some modifications that need to be done to the land itself, and the weather and everything else, and the availability of the people that do this type of work, that's where the 2 years would.
So, Mr. Ramos, so when in terms of how long you think it would take to get to a plan that can be ready and permit-ready drawings that you could submit?
Oh, I've already submitted those.
Okay.
Now I'm waiting for revisions.
You're ready so, and I'll ask planning staff this, but once you have those permit-ready drawings, then is your expectation that you will be able to commence construction at that point?
Yeah, of course. So the permitting, anything that needs to be submitted on my end is ready. I'm waiting on revisions. so that I can comply with those revisions. That's an easy process for us, right? But once we have those, but those need to be approved. Once we get an approval, then that would be construction.
Okay. And I'm just trying to reconcile, I'll ask staff, because I know we heard a 9-month period earlier.
Yeah, I'm
To get
sorry.
to, so it sounds like.
Those I can't answer to.
I know, but yeah, it might seem like if there's 9 months needed to do revisions, there's still a lot of big meaningful parts that need to be
Yeah, that's why I
fleshed
said,
out.
so based on
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but based on those 9 months is where I'm headed out with the 2 years. Because I'm assuming construction would take about a year.
Okay,
So if permitting and everything is gonna take about a year, then
I understand.
construction is gonna take another year.
yep, okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson. Can you give us your perspective on what would be appropriate under these circumstances?
Well, this is the first time I heard of the 2-year time window to complete a house. It seems kind of lengthy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already into the process to get the floodplain changed through our site plan review department. You know, that's probably going to take 2 or 3 months to go through that process. You know, as far as, you know, I think 2 years may be kind of lengthy for this. You know, I think we need to scale that down a little bit and also give him direction to remove all the trash and debris that's not related to the building of the house. You know, the pile of tires, the pile of pallets, the old fence parts and things like that.
So question, if a temporary land use permit is approved for a specific period of time, there can be a request for an extension, correct?
Say he runs out of time, then he would just have to come in and get a new land use permit.
Right. So it could be phased in essence.
Yeah, say this board gives him 12 months and the board approves 12 months, and he still needs more time at the end of that time period, then he can just apply for another land use permit
Okay.
for additional time.
Okay, and it's appropriate to require then that you continue to interface with yourself and with stormwater and with code enforcement on these issues? Can we get periodic reports is what I'm
Yes,
asking.
you know, the Board of Commissioners can put a condition on it that we visit the property once a month or once every quarter. That just depends on what the board feels comfortable with. But he really needs to show progress being made cleaning up the trash and debris on the property.
Okay, anybody else have questions?
One last, John, so given your knowledge of the current timing and timeline, you said 2 to 3 months for site plan review. And at that point, any land it seems like, is there a land disturbance permit that will be required?
Yes,
For this one? Okay.
yes, because he's got to remove some of the dirt he brought in.
Right, okay. And there's floodplain, or is there any additional timeline due to any floodplain map amendments or anything needed from a map amendment perspective?
Well, that would be part of the process that our site plan review section is reviewing right now.
Okay.
The letter of map amendment to revise the floodplain.
Okay,
And, you know, part of the house might have to be removed or converted into non-livable space. You know, that's to be seen yet.
okay. And, okay. Got it, thank you.
Does anybody else want to talk to anyone else? Okay, I'm going to make a proposal and then a motion, and then we can discuss and make sure we have all the pieces. I would move to approve for a 12-month period. This temporary land use permit with certain requirements, including that the applicant meet every 2 months with staff, and that would include code enforcement, stormwater management, and community development, and let them work with you on your plans, and then continue to develop those plans in that process. So during that 12 months, that would be at least 6 months of meetings, and to ask staff to make periodic reports as well to this board as to progress. And to require, though, for within the first month, that you do what you had indicated you could do and clean up this property, removing all trash, debris, anything that's not related to the structure of the home or the project, and that no vehicles be allowed on site, and that you remove the vehicles that are not there properly, and that I think that was the end of my notes. So that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion?
Given the fact I missed part of the, for council, given the fact I missed part of the hearing, should I abstain from this vote?
That would be at your discretion of what you think you might have missed out on. I don't think coming in a few minutes late would automatically qualify for a recusal, but that would be at your discretion.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, call the question. Okay, and we have a vote for 4 to approve a 12-month based on the motion, as well as Commissioner Boulogne has abstained from the vote. All right, so let's move forward with our next case.
Okay,
And then after that case, we'll take a break.
all right. And Cameron, just remind him to come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. All right, thank you. All right, next case is LEP 38 of 2025. Jose Chavez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more adults and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 127 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Old Carriage Drive, east of Shady Drive, or Shade Drive. Is the applicant present? Applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 38? No? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning, sir. If you could, please state your name, and then you can proceed with your comments. You have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Jose Chavez. So I was here 2 months ago, and I already got all the issues resolved. So I ended to finish my garage, and I ended to remove the driveway away from the street and attach my driveway to the other driveway. So I don't have any more commercial vehicles on the property. So I think I'm good. I have a few pictures. I don't know if you guys want to see it. And I got the square feet from the county already added when I'm finished my basement. So I think I have everything resolved.
All right, the pictures will be on the screen. If you could talk us through that, if you don't mind, sir, please. The pictures are on the screen now. You can just
Yeah,
talk
so
through
that,
those.
when I put the new grass is where the driveway used to be. So I talked to the guy from the motor vehicles. He told me I had to remove the driveway 10 feet. So I touched the driveway into the other driveway. So that's the new grass. Concrete. That's the door. That's the garage door, yeah.
Okay, and that's, okay.
On the paper, they just signed the square feet. I was finished.
Okay.
More in the bottom. More lower. Oh, it says right there. So Adam, if you see 1,400 square feet, that's what we added into the basement with the finish.
Just to make sure I understood, you said you added 1,400 square
Yeah, it's
foot
14,
is the additional
if you
basement
see
space.
right on the low when it says, I can close my- right here. So right here is with the added, that's with the finished basement. That's 1,400 square feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Any additional comments you'd like to make, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't believe we have opposition, is that correct?
It was one guy here the other day, but he was saying I was not gonna be able to finish the garage door and all that, but I think he saw I got the garage door already on it, so he might not decide to come by.
Okay, thank you. Anyone here today present for opposition? Okay, so this is in District 4. I'll ask Commissioner Massey to lead the discussion. You may be able to just stay there if you don't mind for additional questions.
Yes, if you will, stay there. How are you this morning? For about 15 more minutes. So your request, you were asking to park how many vehicles and how many
So-
people also reside with you?
So when I request to have a permit for more vehicles is because it was not garage finish. So I have like 6 vehicles total and, and 1 commercial vehicle, but I told my tenants the commercial vehicle cannot be in the property no more, you know? So when the Cobb enforcement went down there, he told me, you can have 6 vehicles, but you have to have 2 inside the garage and you can have 4 outside. Or he told me you can apply for a permit to have more vehicles. So that's when I decided to apply to see if we have a permit to have more vehicles in the house. But I decided to close the garage as well, just to be safe. So I don't know if I'm gonna have the permit to have more vehicles or not, but
So right now, you currently have 6 vehicles on the property, 2
Yes.
parked in the garage and 4 are outside in compliance,
ma'am.
correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and then can you also tell me how many people are residing in the home? I understand that you added 1,400 square feet to the property, which does change the number of people and cars allotted, correct, Mr. Peterson?
Yes, the 1,400 would bring them up to 3,168 square feet for the house. So that would allow for 8 adults to be in the house and 8 cars, 4 of which could be parked outside.
Okay. So can you tell me how many people are
How many
residing
people?
with you?
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's probably 6 adult people and 3 children.
6 and 3, okay, 6 and 3 children, okay. And can you give me the ages of the 6 people?
So it's the mom and like 4 son. 3 daughters and a son. They're like on the 30s, and the mom is on the 50s, and 2 cousins of them, they're like maybe on the 20s, and the children, they're like, one is like maybe 7 years old, and but another one but 10 and 11.
So these are tenants of yours, correct?
Yeah, they're my tenants.
Okay. And are they aware of how many people are supposed to reside in the home that are related and unrelated?
Yeah, they're all family. So the reason the house was, the basement was not finished before. So when I bought the house, it was unfinished. But so it was living just the son and the daughters and the mom. But they told me they want to bring his cousin with his wife to live with them. So that's when I decided to finish the basement.
Okay. So according to, it looks like you have 9 people versus the 8 allotment, and the 9th is probably a child. You said there were some 30-year-old. Do you know if there are plans from your tenants for some of the older adults to vacate the premises to get their own place?
Probably one of his sisters from the guy that's running the house is probably move out when I think she's gonna get married. So I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I think she's probably gonna move out. And she's
Okay.
gonna move out with 1 children.
With 1 child? Okay,
One
so
child,
that should reduce it by 2. Okay. All right, does any of the fellow commissioners have any questions or concerns for the applicant? All right, if you will have a seat for me, please.
Okay.
I have a proposal, but I wanted to kind of discuss it with my fellow commissioners first and before making a formal motion. I am comfortable with the addition of the 1,400 square feet, which helps with the number of folks there and the number of cars. The applicant has taken it upon himself to reduce the number of cars to be in compliance and close in the garage. So I'm comfortable with leaving that as that stands in compliance. Where I am somewhat hesitant is, what I'm thinking through is the number of people, since there are 9 and they're allocated 8 and there are older adults. I want to be sensitive to families, but I also want to maybe give a 12-month period for one of the adults, the one that he mentioned that might be getting married with a child, to place a limit on that 12-month for that additional person to vacate.
I guess, should, question, just the logistics, do we need to make a motion first to enter into the discussion? I think we might have to. But I do have a planning question, staff question, though, if I can ask that of one of the, of planning, before even making the motion, which might address it.
Yes, please go ahead.
I just
Yeah,
want to
please go
confirm.
ahead and ask John the question, and then we'll get back to our motion.
Yeah, so this is for
Should I
planning.
make a motion first?
Let's have discussion first.
Okay.
It might address some, but, John, can you just recap then, what's the constraint now in light of the new square footage? Is it really on one unrelated adult that's needed approval for? Because I think they are, within the adults, in compliance?
Yeah, they're allowed to have 8 related adults in the house.
Right. So, and they have 9 individuals, but of those, I think, 6 are adults? Is what I heard? Or-
Yeah, it only applies to adults.
Right.
The children who are under 18 don't count.
Right, so, but the question there is the related nature, the cousins, are those counted as related?
No.
Okay. So right now, it sounded like there were 2 cousins, so there would need to be approval for 1 additional unrelated adult, is really if I tracked correctly?
That's right.
Okay, so, and then they're already in compliance on the parking.
And people.
Well,
And adults.
parking, you know, for the number of cars, they're allowed to have 8 cars on the property, only 4 of which could be parked outside.
Yeah, and he said they had two
6.
that were in the garage now.
Okay.
And then
And
4.
outside.
Okay, well,
So
they're fine
6
now.
total, yeah. So just wanted to make sure, it sounds like the request, and tell me if I'm wrong in terms of the lineage and relations, but it sounds like the request really at this point is for one additional unrelated adult.
Well,
Well,
if it's,
based on square footage,
if it's
is that
just
still the
one
case?
unrelated adult, you know, they're allowed to have a family plus one unrelated adult.
Oh, no, I'm thinking because they have 2 cousins.
All right.
Yeah,
So one additional
one
unrelated.
additional.
If I'm tracking correctly.
So with that in mind, it doesn't sound like they actually need this LUP because they seem to be in compliance. Would it be prudent for us to deny it because they are in compliance
Well, from what I-
without precedence, or would we?
well, from what I understand, they're in compliance for cars, so that's out.
Okay.
But they have 2 cousins, but they don't count as related adults in our code. So they're
So we
allowed to
still have
have
the one unrelated
a
adult.
family and
to
one
address.
unrelated, so this is really for one more unrelated adult.
One or more unrelated adults. Okay, got it. All right.
I have one additional question for John, and just from a code perspective, is the unrelated adult number is not based on, it is based on square footage, correct?
That's right.
So with the additional square footage, they still need that one additional,
Well, they meet the square footage for 8 adults.
but for the number of unrelated adults with the new square footage of 3,100 plus, do they still only qualify for one unrelated adult? I guess that was the point of clarity.
Well, they would if they weren't in this process, but this process would allow it if the board approves it to have one more unrelated with the square footage that's on record.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I'm prepared to make my motion with that in mind. Thank you for the discussion. That helps bring everything into context. So I make a motion to approve LUP 37 for the one unrelated adult for a period of 12 months.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any further discussion?
Hey, did y'all want to put that on consent?
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call the question. And LUP 38 is approved 5-0.
Me too.
Want to try to get one more in, or?
Yes.
Yeah, let's add one more.
Okay.
After this, we will take a lunch break, but let's add just one more application.
Okay, next case is LUP 42 of 2025, Jose Santos Mejano. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 557 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Woodley Road and on the northeast side of Callaway Road, west of Austell Road. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 42? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could please state your name for the record and continue with your comments. You have about 10 minutes.
Okay. My name is Molly Mohano, and I'm speaking on behalf of my dad, Jose, and I'm here today regarding a request for a parking permit to allow additional vehicles to park at my residence. And I'm here to follow up on what options I have or what I can do.
Can you speak a little louder into the mic?
Okay. And I'm here to follow up on what options I have or what I can do due to me being here last month. My family and I have lived in our home for 16 years, and throughout that entire time, we have never had any issues related to parking. We have always always had around the same number of vehicles for many years, and we've always managed them responsibility and respectfully, and we understand that parking can be a concern in many neighborhoods, but this is which and why we have every effort to follow all rules, and we are considerate of our neighbors and understanding of all the rules due to the county. So we did come here last month, and I just came to follow up on what we can do if we can have that parking permit to be able to to have our extra vehicles on the property. And we, like I said last time, we do have our pavers that is attached to our yard. So it's like a second driveway, you can say. And it's a rollback curve, so technically we don't, I mean, I know in some situations we need to apply for like a second driveway permit, but I'm not sure if we have to do that, and if we do, then I'm willing to do that to still be able to have all our extra vehicles.
Okay, anything else you want to share about what's happened since the last time you were here?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. And I don't think we have opposition, is that correct to this? Okay. This again also is in District 4, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Massey to lead our discussion.
Hello again, how are you?
Good, what about you?
If you will recap us on the people that are in your home, the number of people, who they are, and how many vehicles you have. You could just remind us.
There's 3 adults, and we're all related, and there's a minor, which is my little brother, and we have about 8 vehicles. And some of them are backups, but we all drive. We all have our different work schedules, school schedules. So that's why we usually have, each one of us has 2 cars.
Okay. And so your request for us today is to allow us to allow for the 8 vehicles at the home. And I understand from the last time that you were here, there was a separate driveway that you guys had created for the additional parking of the vehicles, correct? I think we talked with DOT last time, and they didn't have an issue with the roll-up curb, but I think it was a concern of mine, and I'm sure a couple of the commissioners on this board as well. Can you also tell me which, I know the last time we were here, you were asked to consult with a neighbor or neighbors to see if there was a possibility of your parking vehicles on their properties to be in compliance with the number of vehicles allotted. Were you able to have any of those discussions?
No, because at the same time, all our vehicles are on our property. Like, no vehicle is either on the road or bothering anybody. Like, it's still on our property. Even on the pavers, our vehicles, we have 2 vehicles right there. And they're on the pavers, so I don't think there's an issue.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I think that goes to a greater conversation that we must have in our county. And I think that a lot of people aren't aware of how many cars are actually allotted. We think that it's because if it's our property that we can have as many cars as we want to. Unfortunately, our code does not allow for that. There was a garage, I think, that we spoke about last time.
We have a carport, yes.
A carport, yes. Was that cleared out so that cars can be parked underneath that?
The whole time, they always been cleared out. And because we have a little carport, and then we have the one that's in front of our house. So and then there's 3 vehicles in the carports.
Okay. And so you mentioned that there are 3 adults, but 8 vehicles, which are backup vehicles.
Yes.
And is there any plans to downsize the backup vehicles?
At the moment, no, we haven't thought of that due to us, obviously, we all have different work schedules. I mean, if it's necessary, then we can plan it out and see.
Okay. Does any of the fellow commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time?
Thank you for coming back again. I know these take a lot of effort and time, but so for the carport, how long has the carport been at the property?
It's been there for a couple years. It's probably been like 4 or more.
4 more, okay. And it looks on like Street View that it's a pretty deep carport. Can it support 4 vehicles underneath it? Or is it designed
No,
to
it's
support
just-
2?
It's just 2.
Okay, all right. And then you're aware that you can have 4, if there's any cars that are parked on the carport effectively, and I'll confirm this with staff, don't count towards being outside, so to speak. So you can do like 2 under the carport and 4 that are not under the carport. So that, are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you for answering this.
Anyone else? Okay, you can just have a seat for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am ready to make a motion. It's not a motion about people because I think that they are in compliance there. So the motion that I'll make is to deny LUP 42, to give the applicant 60 days to remove the additional 2 vehicles from 60 days to remove the additional 2 vehicles from the premises. That would be my motion.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion?
Did have a quick discussion question for, just for follow-up for John Peterson. John, so the number of, excuse me. So the total number of vehicles allowed here is 6, but of which 2 can be under the carport and 4 can be outside of the carport. I just wanted to confirm that that is correct.
What I have is they have 1,368 square feet in the house,
Okay.
which would allow 3 cars to be parked on the property,
Total.
total.
Okay, got it. All right.
Okay, so then that changes everything. I don't know why I felt like the last time we were here, they had some, was their property also had some additions that were made which allowed them more cars and people, or am I confusing that with another case?
Yeah, I think that's the previous case.
Okay, then that changes everything. Okay, so we have 3 adults, 8 vehicles here, 8 vehicles allotted.
Yeah, so the carport is actually kind of an unusual design because it actually can fit 3 cars, because there's one space that's like a tandem
Tandem.
space.
Yep.
And the other one is just for a single. So it could fit 3 cars in the carport, which would be the maximum for the lot. So they're asking for 8.
Okay. All right, well, I will stand with my same position to deny LUP 42. Give them the allotted vehicles, the 3 vehicles allotted, and allow them to 60 days to come up with a solution for the other vehicles that they have on premises, to remove them.
Okay, and we have a second. We had a second from Commissioner Dance?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any further discussion? Call question? And LUP 42 is denied 5-0. All right, at this time, we will take a lunch break. We will be back here at 1:05 and begin again. Good afternoon. Welcome back from our break. We will go ahead and get started with the rest of our cases. First on the docket is LUP 44. I'll turn it over to John to take us through the agenda.
Okay, next case on the agenda is LUP 44 of 2025. Mardelia L. Alvarez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more people and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 710 of the 19th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Pear Road and Hickory Ridge Court. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 44? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record? And you have 10 minutes to share any comments you'd like to share.
Diga su nombre.
Hi.
Can I translate for her? She doesn't know English.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Her name is Modelia Alvarez, and I'm her son, Mason Escobar, and I'm here to translate for her. What do I say?
At this time, you can go ahead and share any comments about the case. If this is a continued case, or held or continued, I think held case. So you may want to just speak on the application, what you're applying for. Also, if there's anything that's taken place between the last time you were here and this time, any changes, anything you've done in relation to the application, we'd like to hear it all. And you have less than 10 minutes to share as many thoughts as you'd like to share.
Okay. Dice que si tienes algo para decir de las cosas.
No,
So que
que sí. Pues estoy aquí porque ellos necesitaron para la siguiente cita. ¿Cuál es el plan que ellos tienen? El plan el mío es nomás que me den permiso para tener los 5 carros en la casa.
Okay. She said that her plan is to keep on going forward with the stuff and get accepted for the extra parking. Because when they sold us the house, they told us we can have more than 5 cars. Since one of the garages that were down in the basement, they created it as 2 bedrooms, and the people who sold us the house said that it was approved that we can have more cars there. But since we had to have the process here, she is willing to accept any payments that we have to do to get accepted and allow us more cars in the property.
Okay. Anything else you want to share?
Solamente.
Sí, y que la casa no tiene HOA, que es permitido tener no sé cuántos carros, y también nos dijeron que teníamos que llevar el camión. La persona que nos vendió la casa.
Okay.
Solo eso, no queremos más personas, solo estoy yo y mis hijos. No puedo llevar más personas.
Okay. And also, they told us that we were allowed to have a commercial car dump truck in the property also, and they told her that there was no HOA on the property, and there's no more. We're not adding no more additional people in the house. It's just her family and my siblings in the household.
Okay. All right, so what we'll do now, I don't think there was any opposition, is that correct? Okay, and just from I know you asked the question, what do I say? Just from give a little bit of background, because there is a code and a requirement based on how many people and vehicles that you can have on your property. This process really is for you to state that there is a reason outside of normal operating that, or you have an extenuating circumstances that says you need for us to go outside of what the code recommends. So that's kind of why you're here today. That's what you're playing, that's what you can explain to us. But this is in District 4, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Massey to lead the discussion.
Good afternoon. How are you all? Can you tell me how many people are in your home, how they're related, what their ages are, and then also how many vehicles there are and who drives them?
Okay. So it's both of my parents, and then in total of siblings we have are 9, and the youngest one is 3, 5, and then it goes to 7, and then it goes to 10, and then we recently just bought 2 vehicles for my siblings since they just turned 16, and 16 and 18, and since they would need it for go to school, come back, and one of them is going to college right now also, and we don't have time to always take them, so that's why we bought the vehicles for them to move around whenever they need to. And then it's me, I just turned 24, and my older sister, who is 26.
And your 2 parents?
And my 2 parents.
2 parents, okay. And for the oldest, you and your sister, the 26 and 24-year-old, not to kick you all out or anything, however, are there plans for the 2 of you to leave the family home anytime soon?
Yeah, I do have plans on moving out soon.
How soon?
Probably around March.
March, okay.
So like in 4 or 6 months.
Okay, and what about your sister who's 24?
No, I'm 24.
You're 24, I'm sorry, the sister who's 26. Apologize.
She also have talked to my parents that she is willing to move out if it's needed to.
Okay, and what would her time frame, if you had to guess?
Probably like 6 months.
6 months for both of you? Okay. All right, and can you tell me how many cars you have?
There's 5, but we have also a trailer, which is mine, so 6.
Okay, and who drives what vehicle?
So my mom and dad has their own vehicle, and then my older sister have her own vehicle. And then, like I said, we just recently bought a vehicle for my siblings to use. And then there's mine and a trailer.
Gotcha, okay. And what is the square footage of your home?
No sabe cuánto es cuánto
el
mide.
terreno
Ajá.
tiene 0.63 acres.
0.67.
3.
That's the lot size, that's the acre
Yes,
size. Mr. Peterson, can you help me with what their square footage is?
Yes. My belief is the square footage is 2,270 square feet.
And that allocates them how many vehicles, how many persons?
That would allow 5 vehicles and 5 related adults.
5 vehicles, 5 related adults, okay. All righty. So the 3, 5, 7, 10-year-old are children of your parents? These are your siblings, okay?
Yeah.
And the 16 and 18-year-old brothers and sisters, 26-year-old brother and sister, 24-year-old you. Okay, got it. You and sister are planning to possibly move out within 6 months, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you and sister have a car. You actually have a car and a trailer, so 2 vehicles really belong to you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just in clear. All right, does any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions of the applicant? All right, you guys can have a seat, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I am prepared to make a motion, but I anticipate discussion. But I'll make a motion to deny LUP 44 with the following stipulations: that I will give 9 months to both the 26 and 24-year-old to find housing outside of the primary home that they are in now. But I also want to have the applicant remove the trailer within 60 days so that they are in compliance with the 5 vehicles allotted for their property.
Second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Discussion. I think I had a question around, sorry. I think I had a question around just the clarity of adults. I believe the last time this case was here, the square footage was lower than what we have as of today. So I think now we're saying that they can have 5 related adults. And from our other hearing, I think it dawned to me that that only includes adults, not children. So based on that, don't we have 5 if we have a 26-year-old, 24-year-old?
18 and 2 adults, 2 grown adults, the mother and father. That makes 5
That
adults.
makes 5 adults. The rest are children. Because I believe our count from a few months ago or a month ago was about 11.
It was.
But that satisfies, there's no need for going outside of the code, correct? That satisfies it because, okay. So just wanted clarity there. So the other point is really just the vehicles.
It is.
So we're saying that based on square footage, it's 5 vehicles that are allowed, but they have 7. Okay. Just a point of clarity. Thank you.
So my motion would be, just to clarify, would be to reduce the vehicles to the allotted number, 60 days to have the applicant remove the extra vehicles not in compliance. They do meet the criteria for the number of related adults in the home.
Okay. So we have an amended motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Further discussion?
Do you have a discussion? So I just wanted to clarify, so denial, but with 60-day requirement to remove 2 of the cars. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and lot 44 is denied with a 60-day timeline for removal of 2 vehicles. And that is 5 to 0 vote for denial.
Okay, moving into new business. First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z30 of 2025. Oscar Escarcega requests a rezoning from R20 to R15 for a lot split in land lot 1136 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northeast side of Wildwood Road, north of Dewberry Trail. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z30? No one? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My
Please
name is
say-
Oscar Escarcega.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
This right here, I recently purchased this property and did a survey with McCollum Surveying Company. And I realized it's a lot bigger than I thought it was. And there is a road that backs up directly behind it, which is Gresham Road. My intent is to if approved, get this split. And in order to get it split, I was told I had to go through this process for a land split from an R20 to an R15. In the future, if it does get approved, I do plan to potentially build a second home. This is what I was proposed. If it were to be split in accordance with the R15 code, it'll split the lot in half. And I was told, based on the measurements of the existing house that I have now, it'll fit perfectly in the added section or the proposed split section. And this is another diagram that was given to me by McClung Survey. What you see here on the first section here is the existing house. If they were to get the exact measurements of the house and paste it there on the proposed split, it fits perfectly, and there'll be access on the backside to Gresham Road. So that's plans for the future. And that's why I'm here, to see if I can get it approved through the board.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And no opposition, is that correct to this? All right, this is in District 2. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead our discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fossett. Can I, since the applicant's there, I'll just ask your questions of you then. So the current site plan that you have, just to confirm, your intention is to sell that second lot or to build on it for your own purposes?
As of right now, I don't plan to sell, maybe in the future, but I wanted to get it split so that way it's set in motion for future plans.
Okay, got it. All right. And then for the for the site plan that you had up, which showed the two splits with the footprint, do you mind just putting that back up really quickly again?
I can.
Okay. So for this site plan here, that's on the lot split, it's just showing the boundaries of the setbacks and the proposed property lines for the lot split. So your intention there would be to have a driveway that would come off of Gresham Road to provide access into this, whatever is to be built here?
Yes, sir, correct. And I
Okay.
did get a chance to meet with I believe it was the fire marshal, as far as making sure that there would be access. And I also met with the Department of Transportation and reviewed all these plans.
Okay, great. And this site, if you, so the intention here would be to still have both of these lots be R15. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then will this be a property that you, okay, actually, scratch that question based on some response you had before. Okay. I don't have any questions right. Well, you know what? Yeah, based on you not actually, we had in our staff analysis that the intention was to build this or sell it to a home builder. But it sounds like your intention right now is just to hold, and that is an option, but it's not one that is, you are actively pursuing at this time?
I am thinking about it, but I wanted to get it approved first to split the lot. But I haven't decided to sell right away. This is the first time I've been through this process.
Right.
So I'm fairly new at this, and I wanted to
Okay.
make sure I did it correctly. So I wanted to split it and make sure that we can build on this lot in the future. So that's why I met with everyone to make sure that it was appropriate in the future.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review the staff's analysis, particularly from the planning division, about the context of this R15 in the broader neighborhood?
Yes, sir. I believed I talked to everyone there, and I don't think there was an issue with Department of Transportation, Water, Fire Marshal, and all that were there.
Okay,
They seemed to be on board, at least from what I recall.
okay. And then, so just so you're aware that, so the staff commentary, and I just doing this, so I'll just read it off as they expressed it. You know, their recommendation was for denial. The rationale that was at least provided within the staff commentary from the planning division was just the surrounding community, the Briarwood Hills neighborhood. Generally, all those properties are R20s. And then, you know, there are other examples outside of that, and this is consistent with the future land use. But they did indicate that this would be inconsistent with that general neighborhood R20 that is prevalent as a zoning category across the neighborhood. So I just wanted to make sure you had seen some of the comment, because these packets are very big and it's very easy to miss some of them occasionally.
Yes, sir. I was not aware of that comment.
Okay, all right. Great. Those were all the questions I had of the applicant. Do my fellow commissioners have any other ones? Okay. All right, great. Thank you. I think those we're good on the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I had a question of water and sewer, real quick.
Chris Duggan, Cobb Water System.
Hi, Chris. So, Chris, so I saw in the staff comments that it said that, and I just want to clarify, no letter of allocation has been issued for this site. And can you just clarify for this audience what that means?
The letter of allocation just basically guarantees that the water system has adequate capacity at our treatment plants to serve the sites. Treatment plant capacity is not going to be an issue for this one. We just haven't issued a letter yet stating that.
Okay, so the intention would be that it would be there. It's not like there needs to be a well system for this site because it has no access or anything like that, or septic or anything that's specialized.
Correct, yeah, there's adequate capacity in our systems to accommodate this split.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any questions? Chris doesn't get up here much, so now's your time.
Now's your chance.
So, okay, all right. All right, thank you. All right, okay. Yep, so does anyone want to call any other staff members?
John, if you could just tell me, do you see a small bit of RM12 at the upper left here on Gresham Road, across Gresham Road? And then I see some interesting rectangles on Gresham Park Drive. Can you just tell us about those things?
Yeah, the RM12 that's actually zoned RM12, I believe is a single-family house that's grandfathered in with the zoning. And the rectangles you're talking about on Gresham Park Drive, it's zoned R20, but those are grandfathered apartments.
Okay. All right. And just, if you could just explain to us the analysis, the rationale for deciding that, I guess the rationale is the subdivision zoning controls over what's nearby?
Yes, the main reason why we recommend the denial of this is, you know, the subdivision is zoned R20. We didn't want to cause an inconsistent zoning district within that subdivision. And that's the main reason, Commissioner Boulogne. You know, other than that, you know, the density would be consistent with the R20 subdivision. And the housing product would be consistent with the subdivision.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions of staff? John, then I just had one of you. Then so for this site, the acreage is around 2.56 acres. Do you have a sense of the typical size for some of the other parcels within this subdivision?
Yeah, this is not 2.5. This is.
I'm sorry, 0.7. My fault.
Yeah.
I it's late. It's an afternoon, y'all.
Well,
I
they
didn't
range
get my
from,
coffee.
they range from half an acre to 3/4 of an acre, depending on where they are in
Okay,
the subdivision.
3/4 of an acre. Right, okay, my fault, yeah. The density is 2.56, sorry. Okay, so, and most of the sites you said range from half an acre
To 3/4
to
of an acre.
3/4 of an acre. So this is on the larger end of those sites.
Yes, it is.
But effectively, we would have the, what would become two 0.4 acre lots if this were subdivided. Okay. Yep. And there's no, were there any opposition emails that were sent?
No.
Regarding this? Okay. Okay. Thank you, John. So I'm prepared to make a motion. And the motion is this. By the way, I would motion for approval, subject of the zoning from R20 to R15, but subject to the following. If a land disturbance permit on the new lot is not pulled within 18 months for subdivision, for new development, the lot shall revert to R20.
For purposes of discussion,
Yes, open the discussion on this one.
so that I can understand what your motion is specifically, you're basically asking the applicant to decide what he wants to do with the second parcel within 18 months, or it reverts back to an R20 status, which would only give him that in one option, which is what he currently has. Is that correct?
Yes, the intention here is this, I think because this site has some unique characteristics that I think, just given that it's abutting the golf course, the driving range, and effectively you're creating a lot that there would be no disturbance on that site, and based on where the setbacks are, it would be significantly buffered from any neighbor that is to the west, then this would be one where it effectively creates a site that's fairly set back, or the potential for a site that would be fairly set back. But I also believe that I wouldn't want that to be something that would be a perpetual option, or one that is an evergreen right to go and pursue a lot split for the purposes of building a second home. And it is in line with the future land use map, which also the density requirements that are stated.
I think my only concern is that this is the only lot in that subdivision, or in this, or it might be the only lot, or if we can confirm if that's the only lot that's split in this subdivision that has this special circumstances. John, can you speak to that?
Well, this would be the only lot in the subdivision that would be zoned R15. All the other lots are zoned R20. You know, another way to do this would be to delete it to R20, but to allow the lot size variances as shown on the site plan.
That's a good suggestion, yeah.
That's a great
Because
suggestion.
17,000 is not that far from 20,000.
Yeah, that was the other
I'm
point where
much
I
more
made.
comfortable with that.
Yeah, you round it to the nearest category, and it does round to an R20 as opposed to an R15. So that was part of my thinking that might be.
You can make a new motion.
Yeah, I would like to make a new motion then. So, recommendation, I withdraw the prior motion, and then I replace that with the motion to delete to R20 with a variance on the minimum lot size to be Does it have to be the two lot sizes, the lesser of them, or does it have to be?
Well, they're both about 17,000. They're both barely over 17,000. So I think as long as you approve it subject to the site plan that was submitted, I think we'd be good.
Okay. And the date of that site plan was?
Received October 2nd, 2025.
Okay. So that variance will be subject to the site plan submitted October 20th, 2025.
Second.
Did you want to put that on consent also?
Yes.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any further discussion? Call the question. So it passes 5-0 for deletion for Z30 to R20. And on consent agenda.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z32 of 2025, Lennar, Georgia LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RM8 for a townhome community in land lots 229 and 230 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Olive Springs Road, across from Gladstone Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z32? Six, okay. Let the record show there's 6 people here opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, third time's a charm. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Of course, please state your name and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Planning Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Lennar, Georgia, in this application for rezoning. This tract is almost 7 acres, 6.8 acres, currently zoned R20. It is being proposed for rezoning to RM8 for a townhome community by Lennar that would be a maximum of 38 homes. The picture that you see in front of you on your screen highlights the property and also its positioning. To the south is Windy Hill Road, and then to the north is Pat Mel, but that's Windy Hill Road, and then a little bit further to the east is the intersection of Windy Hill and Atlanta Road. To give you an idea where this property is located on Olive Springs Road. This property, though, is actually owned by the entity is called Nonprofit Building and Assets, Inc., but it's a part associated with the small church that is located on this property. So this property actually is a single tract. It has another 1.5 acres in the corner, and when we turn to the site plan, you'll see that there is an existing church. We can go ahead and turn to that. So you see proposed tract 1 on the site plan to try to explain what we're doing overall. Is the existing church, which would remain. This is the property, the remainder property of that church property that is being proposed for development as a townhome community by Lennar. The interesting thought process behind this is one of being creative with attacking, really, the issue that we do have with affordable and attainable housing. In this instance, you have property that is associated with the church that is not being used by the church. It's just sitting there. The church is a smaller church, it's a great church, but it's smaller, and it's not being used. We have an issue with affordable and attainable housing, not only in this county, but in this community, in this area, in this state, and this nation. And in this instance, this is a creative approach to that by having a quality residential development that can provide 38 homes, but homes that would be affordable and attainable to start to meet that housing need in the area that we need it, where folks can be able to afford and buy a home and live in Cobb County. It's creative because when you look at the surrounding area, there's no question about it. I'm not hiding from it, and we're not either. The surrounding area is largely R20 or R15 on that immediate area. Once you get to obviously Windy Hill and beyond, you have an abundance of more dense housing, apartments, townhomes, and so forth. But the unique situation here and approach is one because the property is otherwise not being used at all and can be used for a very good purpose, both for the owner, that being the small church and its the nonprofit building and assets, but also for housing needs. The consideration I'm asking for is that if we're going to continue to apply zoning and land use principles in the same way, in the same manner, over and over again, we're going to end up with the same result, and that is a result that does nothing to address the issue of affordable and attainable housing. If you continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, there's a definition of that. There's a great saying that goes with that. That's insane. If you continue to do the same thing over and over again, continue to just apply the same zoning, apply the same rules, apply the same general land use principles, and say, well, this proposed community doesn't fit here because the immediate surrounding area is single-family residential, then we're going to continue to get the same result. That is not addressing the issue at all in any way, form, or fashion. Just talking about it, but not actually addressing it. So our suggestion is, let's address it. This is an instance and an opportunity where you have 7 acres that's not being used whatsoever, that could be used for housing for a very important purpose of housing, affordable, attainable housing, not housing that's $1 million, housing that is under 300,000 to 400,000, that's attainable. Sounds crazy to me. I can remember my first house was something far, far, far less than that. But that's where we are today. You don't hear that very often today. Houses, even in new developments, are $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000. I don't define that as necessarily attainable for a large portion of the people who are actually looking for housing. So we bring this to you for your consideration as a creative way to do that. We understand the realities of how zoning and planning is typically applied, and this necessarily doesn't check that box, but it also provides an opportunity, given that we have this acreage that is sitting there that's not being used and is not going to be used. In this instance, Lennar would bring a community that has a declaration of covenants, a mandatory homeowners association. It has the townhomes development that Lennar would do here. It has community open spaces, amenities that are being provided. So it's not a less than situation. It is a typical, which is a quality Lennar community, has all those component parts to it, but it's in a place where it can be effectively targeted and directed towards starting to address a very real problem that is out there. From a more technical standpoint, I do want to address a couple of things. From a Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, we are in agreement with Cobb's DOT comments and recommendations. This street, by necessity, because of it is townhomes under Cobb DOT's rules, it would be private streets, and we have provided for private street conditions that DOT has previously agreed to or accepted as if you're going to have private streets, we need to have conditions that they stay private streets. We need to have conditions that set up a separate maintenance fund and one that they are provided a study to determine how that maintenance fund is initially funded by the developer. Those are included in this proposal because it would be private streets. So I just want to make sure I walked you through that as far as how that's handled. Also, from a DOT standpoint, that these are in fact private streets. Otherwise, the development provides for more than ample and very generous buffers to adjacent residential properties. You can see along the southern, it's providing for a 25-foot minimum landscape buffer, as well as a side setback with plenty of room for a very efficient and effective buffer of natural trees as well as planted trees. In addition, you see on the kind of on the right-hand side, which is the eastern side of the property, there is a stream. So all of the right-hand side of the property that you see on your site plan outside of the development is and would remain undisturbed. So you have a lot of undisturbed property that's a part of this site plan as well. We think that's important to note in terms of our surrounding neighbors. In terms of immediate adjacent impacts, it surrounds a church and does have on this northern side, again, a more than ample buffer, but not a ton of homes. Just simply one row of townhomes that has a side view to adjoining neighbors. So again, the way this fits together, we believe is one that respects adjoining neighbors and provides for ample buffers, but also addresses a real need in our community. We understand we're asking for a creative ask here, that it's a creative approach, but we think it's worth it to have this conversation and to bring this forward for your consideration. And with that, we respectfully request your recommendation for approval to the Board of Commissioners, subject to our November 24th zoning stipulation letter, which contains the items that I described to you in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Now, I believe there were several folks here in opposition. So the opposition will have a total of 10 minutes to share any comments you'd like to share.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for the school district as it will result in an impact on enrollment one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other people that would like to speak in opposition, please go ahead and come forward. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your comments.
My name is Jean Young, and I live on the Rose Circle, which is right next to this zoning change that they're asking for. I was a member of the LaBelle Heights Baptist Church, and when we gave this building and this land over to Noonday Baptist Association, we had a verbal assurance that this would not happen. They assured us that this property would only be used for Christian organizations. And they have rented the property, the church that he calls a little church, to a congregation. And my husband has pictures of how many cars they are on this building. This little church will hold approximately 250 people in the church. It has an upper and a lower level. The sale of the property would hinder the growth of the members that occupy the church building now. They are already parking on the grassy areas and on the ball field. There would be no area for activities such as volleyball, softball, cookouts, Easter sunrise services, or any other outside activities. Part of the one they want to build buildings on, they take in an amphitheater that was built for sunrise services, and it's right behind the church, but it would be gone with this. The other thing is tell us that this is going to be low house private housing that is supposed to be built so that policemen, firemen, and other service workers that work in Cobb but cannot afford to live in Cobb would be able to buy these houses. We all know that's a lie. When a house is up to sale, whoever comes up with the money is whoever gets the land, the house. The other thing is the road connecting Olive Springs to Olive Springs Road is a blind spot, and the traffic coming from Pat Mel could not see that road. I know the speed limit's 35, but the average speed coming down that road is between 50 and 60.
Thank you very much.
My name is Rhonda Ledbetter, and I live just above you see the cul-de-sac going above the yellow line? Yes. Right where it says R15, and I know it's all over, but right there is my land. I've lived there over 30 years. I own the home. Traffic on Olive Springs is already, I can't even describe it. It's like at 9 o'clock it becomes a speed road, and you hear these cars coming and going till 2 in the morning. We have not yet had one police officer out there checking that. They've been out there for 3 deaths that I know of. The church goes down a hill, so they can't see Olive Springs. So I risk my life every time I take a left-hand turn. I've been honked at, shot birds. I mean, people screaming. Olive Springs is a 2-lane road, and if it's already overextended, how is it going to help to have 60 more cars put on that road? Much less the elementary school is on that road. There are no buses that could go on it because it's less than a bus route. You know, the area is not, in the water department, we've had a sinking sewer for going on 2 years. And every time I call them, oh, well, it's in a bid war. Give me a break. We're Cobb County, fix our roads and our sewerage.
Thank you, ma'am. Still have about 5 minutes left if you'd like to share any more comments.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Karen Campbell, and I live on Olive Springs Road just south of this proposed development. The first thing I'd like to say is that these woods are important to us. They are not doing nothing. We hear owls. There's barred owls that live there. It's important to the community to have some green space. We do have concerns of safety, that the proposed entrance to this property is on a slope. From what I can see, everybody coming in and out of there would be coming in and out of a blind drive. It is a short distance to LaBelle Elementary, and we have had children struck and hurt. I knew of one that was killed and another one that was badly injured. I don't know if there's been a traffic study done. If there has been, I'm not aware of it. And I also wonder about these retention ponds that are going to be right by Nickajack Creek. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound like a good thing. They're going to be places for mosquitoes to breed, whereas the natural woods are a better stormwater response. So that's my comments. I would like to not see nature destroyed for this development or any development. If brown sites can be used instead, that would be our preference. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is James Young, and it's obvious that Noonday has not considered the needs of the church building that's being rented. The sale and development of the land is not in the best interest of the church. First of all, it restricts the parking. I made pictures of the cars at one of their services. And as you can see, they're parked on the land, on the grass, and on the upper and the lower. When this development goes in, it will take away the lower parking lot. And to my understanding, a church in Cobb County requires 5 acres of land, and you're restricting this to less than 2. And to me, that's not feasible. And the other thing is, as it was brought out before, this is a dangerous intersection that people will use, turning left and turning right off of Olive Springs. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up to the mic, ma'am. You have about 1 more minute left, a little over a minute left.
If you go back to his picture, and you can see this is Olive Springs Road, right in front of the church. See all these black? It has never been repaved since I've lived there in 30 years. The whole street is that way.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else from opposition? Okay. With that, we will turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead us in our discussion.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So I'm just going to go and talk through, call up staff in a couple different order. Just start with DOT, then stormwater, then planning, and then the applicant. So if I could have a representative from DOT come up, please.
Wilson Collins for Cobb Department of Transportation.
Okay. Hi, Wilson. So the, can you just give us there are 2 buckets of questions. One is, what are some of the impacts that involve the remaining parcel of the church, if any, that are reflected in your comments? So said differently, are there any implications to the actual church site on this development? Can you articulate those? And then the second question will be just around what are kind of some detail around the traffic study. There was not a traffic study required for this, but if there was any information you could give about the traffic counts and level of service impacts, that would be helpful to summarize.
Sure. With respects to the church, I had several comments. I did not hear the applicant's representative address, although he did say it was in compliance. The modification shown on a site plan, so the church site being developed, even though it's not a part of the zoning case. So as that's being impacted, that I would request that, I've recommended that the church be brought up to a commercial standard for driveway. There's some spacing requirements from driveway to driveway that do not appear to be being met. And additionally, it looks like they're building parking lot or reestablishing parking lot in the right-of-way on a church, and parking in the right-of-way is not allowed. So we'd like to see that cleaned up for the church. And then as far as the traffic study, yes, the the amount of single-family homes did not warrant a traffic study. However, a traffic memorandum was submitted and has since been revised and reviewed to reflect an alternative to the required left lane, with consideration to the limited line of sight distance on Olive Springs Road. DOT is in agreement to waive that requirement for the left-hand turn based on the limited sight distance that would otherwise be required for that southbound on Olive Springs. And yeah, as the church was not a part of this development, that traffic wasn't counted for the study or the initial findings.
Okay, got it. Great. And then just on the site plan, then, if I'm reading that correctly, you're having a single lane that you originally had a requirement for there to be a dedicated left turn lane going southbound onto Olive Springs, and that has been waived?
Per the Cobb County Code, above the 30 limit, 30 units is where you would typically be required to have a left turn lane, and that's something that can be evaluated if there's any number of units in a zoning case. This was already above that, but the developer wanted to have considerations as an alternative, considering the very limited site distance, and in review, we agree with that statement that there's probably more risk in putting in a left turn lane instead of not. And to mitigate the factors of the limited site distance, I believe the developer has agreed to do like a flashers, vehicles approaching from the left or right, and the developer is going to put that in to mitigate the limited site distance.
Okay, great. And then your comment on the church, so this would, if this were approved, then this would then trigger, would that effectively make the church, from a DOT perspective, it would trigger investments that the church then would have to make on its remaining 1.5 acre parcel?
Based on the site plan provided, they're already relocating the parking lot and installing curb. However, I would just require further modifications and to still ensure that they have their minimum amount of parking required.
Okay, got it. So is it fair to say that the church would then, and we'll get to the 5 acre, but the church would require additional variances to the extent that it wanted to keep the existing conditions if this were developed?
I don't know the required amount of spaces, and I know there is some amount of spaces that are off-site that are shared, so I'm not sure the number of spaces required and how, if that would just, how that might revise the site plan if they didn't have the appropriate number of spaces.
Okay, great. And then you answered one of my questions on, but is there any accident data around this site that would indicate any elevated levels of incidents in terms of given the different, the elementary school traffic? Or is there any basis for, there were obviously some concerns expressed about the safety of the road, just given the speeds and some of the uses that are along it. Was there anything in your staff analysis that would indicate elevated levels of risk?
So I don't have the data with respects to crash or accidents. I could tell you that based on the applicant's data submitted of the actual site distance and field conditions, it's less than ideal. And so there are additional requirements based on a limited site intersection distance that need to be accounted for, and they're planning on doing that, I believe, with flashers to indicate oncoming traffic.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have DOT questions? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, Stormwater.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hey, Andrew. So first question would be, can you just walk us through the high points on the analysis that and stormwater's findings, particularly around detention pond location and the sensitivities with Nickajack?
Yes.
And I guess then so let's start with that.
Okay. Certainly. So as you can see in the site plan, to the east or to the right, as we see it in the GIS image, is Nickajack Creek. Forms a border, if you will, along that right side. And generally, the site is sloped and draining in that direction towards Nickajack Creek. And the church, of course, there is, at least in this image, in that top left northwest corner of the site. You know, as any new development, when the site is developed, they would have to provide for our full normal stormwater management requirements, which would require a detention pond or ponds, depending on how we're laid out. I heard a member of the opposition mentioning about having a pond kind of close to the stream. The stream does have stream buffers along the stream, so they wouldn't be able to build within the undisturbed stream buffer area. So that would force the pond to stay a certain reasonable distance from the stream. But because the stormwater system is powered by gravity, you use gravity to get the water to the pond. So the pond is going to be at the lower portion of the site. So if the pond were moved further from the stream, those areas below the pond, you wouldn't be able to get the water back into that pond. So it is common for the pond to be as close as the buffers will allow, but not further than that, because we want to maintain the buffers for the protection of the stream. The site is, as you can see in that image, is largely wooded now, and so we would, as part of our normal requirements, we would assess the site in its pre-development condition. We would consider it to be entirely wooded, and I have also, in my comments, mentioned for the applicant to consider the church site and its parking lot, even though it's off-site, to also be considered in a wooded condition. And that's largely because, you know, once the church site is isolated onto its own parcel, there really won't be any area there if the church wanted to expand or to provide some future detention or stormwater control for the church site. And so because the water from the church site is already draining onto that other parcel, it sort of makes sense to just incorporate that into the stormwater system for the overall site. So I've requested that they provide that as well. That should be a benefit to the watershed, because right now the church building and the existing parking lots for the church don't have any stormwater management facility provided for them that we're aware of. So that would incorporate them into that and would provide some stormwater management for that. So that would be an improvement in the overall watershed. And I revised my comments to reflect recent code changes that initially when the site plan was submitted, I believe it showed underground detention, and underground detention is always, it's expensive not only to install, but it's expensive for the owner to maintain. They need specialized equipment to check it out, look at it, clean it out, and also it could be confined space entry, things like that, depending on the way the system is laid out. So if the pond is built above ground, that's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to see, to maintain. You don't need specialized equipment to do that. And so in the recent round of code revisions that were approved in November, the commissioners recognized that fact and they changed the code. So I revised my comments to try to capture that change and bring that in conformance with what the commissioners had mentioned on their comments. So other than that, that's the only real change in my comments from what was originally submitted.
Okay. And then in your comments, you mentioned that there are the bioponds shown. So just to affirm, and I don't know if we can bring up the site plan really just briefly, but on those so those are not, those are for water quality, those are not serving as detention facilities. It's still, based on the most recent site plan, an underground detention?
Yeah, actually, I think and if they have the site plan, they can put that up. I think actually the site plan was showing sort of kind of schematically some, like you said, like what they're calling bioponds, and they were also showing an underground detention.
Oh, okay.
It's not uncommon to have some sort of above-ground feature that's providing what we call runoff reduction or water quality, which is basically it's trying to improve the water quality of the site before the water goes into an underground system or a detention system, period, whatever kind of system it might be for that particular site. In this case, we've requested it be the above-ground detention. How that's eventually configured, I think one of the questions that I had in my comments was how was that water going to get from the bio pond to this, what they were proposing as an underground pond. And I know that right at this point, the site plan is conceptual, so sometimes there's some vagary like that. It's very common now to meet current water quality requirements that there are a variety of so-called BMPs, best management practices, provided over the site to try and provide that runoff reduction or water quality over the site. So it might be that they could even distribute those best management practices further over the site instead of having those two bio ponds there now. But you're right, on their submitted plan, they were showing those two in addition to the other pond.
Okay, great. And, okay, and then are there any, you mentioned already that for the purposes of baseline calculations, the church's condition would have to be treated as unwooded. Are there any things the church, if this were approved, would have to do or submit a variance for as a result of this, because of the changes that are being shown on the site plan for this adjacent lot, from a stormwater perspective?
From a stormwater perspective, I don't think so. We would essentially be incorporating their stormwater requirements into the on-site area. And so I don't think any variance is required for that. And so, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that would require any further variance from a stormwater standpoint. Their impervious area, I guess it depends on how they subdivide it and how they eventually configure that. As my mind is rolling over that, they typically, a church could be in any zoning category, I believe, but it would be governed based on that underlying zoning category's impervious coverage. So depending upon how much you reduce the lot, you could potentially get into an impervious coverage issue. And honestly, I'm not quite sure based on how they've got it cut out. I don't think it's actually been tallied, exactly where it is now and where it would be going. So that might be the only thing that I can think of, is that you could potentially run afoul of that impervious coverage maximum.
Great, thank you. Any questions for my commissioners? Oh, okay, thank you. And then I will kick it over to planning. And then, John, your recommendation, the staff recommendation here was for denial? And,
Correct.
Yeah, can you walk us through the rationale, reasoning?
Yes, the character of the area is defined by single-family houses and public institutional uses such as the church. So the staff recommendation took into account that the proposal would not be consistent with the existing housing that totally surrounds this property. Number two, it doesn't meet the future land use map. The entire area surrounding this is on the future land use map as low-density residential. And I believe the density that is being proposed is about 6.5 units per acre. So the density proposed would not be consistent with the densities around the property. And lastly, staff did make a comment in their recommendation that, we are concerned that the church parcel would not meet lot size, setbacks, or buffering if it was subdivided off the bigger tract.
Yep. Okay. Great. All right, thank you. any of my fellow commissioners have questions of planning staff? Okay, all right. And then can I call up the applicant then, please? All right.
Yes.
Yes, so Kevin, just in light of the comments here, have you had any discussions with the church, given some of the needs that for either a variance or some other interventions that'll have to happen on that site? How would that work if, say, approving this would trigger additional needs on the adjacent site?
Right, in terms of additional improvement needs, those are being handled by the applicant. So the church wouldn't be responsible for the reworking of the parking, for example, and so forth. So that's being handled by the applicant.
Okay.
So there's no costs that are going to fall onto the church. As it relates to variances, those would need to be included as part of any approval.
Those would be, okay, that would be part of the approval, but it would be a variance for?
The church.
For the church specifically? Okay.
Correct.
Just a basic, this is a very basic question. So the church owns this land, is that correct?
It's called the Nonprofit Building and Assets, Inc. is what the entity is. That's
So
correct.
just to make sure I understand, the church itself does not own the land. The church, because in a sense, I think what we're saying here is that the sale of this land in order to do what is proposed would impact the church. It could cause additional things that the church may need to do. So I just wanted to clarify that the church does not necessarily own this land. It's a different entity.
Correct.
In a sense, is that correct?
That's correct, but to back up to my prior statement, any costs are not being borne by the church for any of the reworking of the infrastructure, any of those types of items. So I'm not doing this and then turning to the church and saying, now deal with it. That's included as part of what the applicant is proposing. So that would all those costs would fall on the applicant, no cost to the church.
Do you know how many persons, particularly, and I'll bring, after Commissioner Anderson finishes with his line of questioning from the folks, I would love to hear from the school system to try to figure out how this is impacting, how many people is this going to, how many more people can we anticipate from this build should it be approved?
Right, and the school district would answer that, but in their comments, you have the elementary and middle school, which are under capacity, and currently Osborne High School is over capacity. So 2 out of the 3 schools are under capacity, 1 is over capacity. But in terms of their formula for the number of school children, you need to ask them.
Okay. The other question I had was on, and you might have this in the STIP, but
Okay.
the flashing, the actual, basically the mitigation for the blind drive approaches. Can you just reiterate what are the interventions that your applicant or your client is agreeable to, and that to help offset some of those risks associated with that blind drive? How are you handling that?
Sure, and it's on the site plan. It's identified on the site plan.
Okay.
So it's not set out, but anyway, in the
Okay.
stipulations, but it's correct as Mr. Collins stated. So you have it's installation of the flashing lights so you know when cars are approaching.
Okay.
He can describe that system better than I can, but it's a flashing light system, so it alerts you.
Yeah, okay. Got it. And then, we heard the comment around the 6.5 units per acre, which is, I think, not consistent with, it's obviously, a PI is a future land use category. was there any consideration given to effectively reducing the density on this? And if so, what do you think is a more kind of a lower bound on the density that would be achieved should this be rezoned to this category?
Well, 38 is that,
That's your
is
lower
that number. This wasn't one of those that was requested to request something out of, yeah, way high or anything like that. Because in terms of the land use plan, the difference in those numbers, no, it could not be achieved under the land use plan. Could some lesser number be achieved? Probably, but it would not be on the order of magnitude that you're probably thinking.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of the applicant this time? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm prepared to make a motion. We can just quickly discuss after it, just to provide a little bit of guidance. But my motion would be to hold this case until the February hearing, and we can discuss.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Discussion.
Yes, and
I'd
go
just
ahead.
like to understand your rationale before we vote.
Yeah.
What will be gained?
Yeah, so that's, yeah, exactly. So whenever I held, I would try to make sure why are you trying to hold? And so, I honestly like to see if we can have more clarity on what exactly the church is thinking here. Because this, and part of that is that we're not really consistent with the future land use map right now. Always open-minded to creative solutions for housing, but it just frankly seems inconsistent with this area. So I initially was leaning more towards, yeah, I'll leave it at that. That's a consideration in terms of it being inconsistent with this area. So my goal would be to have the applicant just further articulate exactly the improvements and how they would mitigate those for the site, and help us understand if that's a possibility. And if there is I mean, I understand it's a high hurdle, but I also would just think that it would be helpful to just better understand if there is any version of this that looks more consistent with the surrounding zoning character. And so most of the sites around it are zoned, obviously, for a different category in single-family use. So I always like to give the chance to say that if there is an opportunity to create something that is more at a much lower density, then we should at least see if that is possible. But if not, yeah, right now I think there are a lot of things that would be challenging to overcome with this site in order to secure any approval. But I would still like to understand if there is a much lower density version of this that does exist, because I am sympathetic to there being always creative ways to unlock housing, but the area has to be right, the site has to be right. And there's definitely some challenges with this one. So I'm open to being, for the purpose of discussion, if the commission feels as though this is something where there's, yeah, I'm open for discussion if there feels that there's more clarity that other commission members have as to a way to go.
I have a couple of things. One, I don't know that it would be in the best interest to hold it, just because being that this is a church and our typical allotment for places of faith with land is about 5 acres, and taking away, subdividing this parcel does in fact, I think, set a precedent that I don't know that we're wanting to do at this moment. So for me, just in light of keeping consistent with the number of acreage that we normally allot with a church or a house of faith, would be my strong encouragement just for denial, just based on land use, based on the number of acreage the church will not have access to. They already looks like they have some parking concerns that they can address and use some of that land to alleviate or mitigate some of the parking concerns that they have. And so for me, I'm leaning towards staff recommendation.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything Ms. Massey just said and staff has said, but the only thing the reason for my second was just simply if the District 2 Planning Commissioner wanted to try to explore other options with Lennar specifically, that would be the primary reason why I made that second. Thank you.
Yeah. But, yeah, after just thinking through it a little bit more, I think the challenges here, again, folks can be creative. There can be a parcel that you can access to the end, but I think this site is a little bit of square peg, round hole. So in light of that, I would then seek to withdraw my motion, and I would recommend the denial.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any additional discussion? Okay, call the question. And the Z32 is denied in a 5-0 vote.
Okay, next case is Land Use Permit 49 of 2025. Darius Andujar requests a temporary land use permit to allow more people and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 156 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Highland Terrace, west of Canton Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 49? None? Okay. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, could you please state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Dairis Andujar.
Okay. You have 10 minutes to go ahead and share your comments about your application.
Okay, so I applied for a land permit because I do have 4 cars and I'm supposed to have only 3 cars. Right now, I don't have no place where to park, the cars. So that's why I'm trying to get like a permit for 24 months to see what I can do and between that time.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you so much. And we don't have any opposition, I believe. Is that correct? So this is in District 3. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion. You're welcome to stay right there, please.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we can ask you some questions and and get you to talk a little bit further. So you said 4 cars. The request says it's for more cars and more people. Is that right?
Well, they told me that I'm only supposed to have only 3 cars, and I have 4 cars.
3 cars, okay. Now, how many people are in your home?
Let's say it's my husband, brother, mom, and dad. So 5 and 3 children. 8.
So your husband is,
My husband, my brother,
uh-huh.
yeah, and my mother and father.
Mother-in-law or your mother?
My mom and my dad.
Okay. Parents, okay.
Mhm.
And 3 children?
Yes.
Okay. And so the 3 vehicles, where are they?
Well, I got 2 on the driveway and like 2 by outside by the street.
You got 2 in the drive and 2 in the street? Okay, and who drives those vehicles?
Myself, my brother, and my husband.
3 of you?
Mhm.
So there's three drivers and 4 vehicles? Okay.
Yeah, because, I'm sorry, it's like 2 for, family and 2 for work. Like when my brother and my husband go out to work, they use 2 different cars, and we have like a specific one for, for the family tree and things like that.
And how big is your house?
I'm sorry?
How large is your house?
I think 26 or 2,600 square feet.
Okay. And this, your application said that this came about as a result of a code enforcement action, is that right? Did code enforcement talk to you? Am I reading the wrong document?
No, where?
You didn't have any citations issued?
Well, about trash, debris.
I don't know, did you, cars, vehicles,
Only-
any complaints or anything that came to your attention?
It was only that about the vehicles, I think.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody about that?
I try because I work all the time. I call the person over the phone to go over with me. So he just told me that, like, he's saying like, I think it was 2, what's it called? Like I got a letter and I didn't reach out. I tried to reach out, but I never was at home. By the time he was coming by, I never was there because I was working all the time. And then at the second time, I called him like 3 times. I was able to reach out to him. And then he explained to me about it was because of my, like, all the cars I have, parked at the house. That's supposed to have 3, not 4. And that's why they sent me to court. And then since I applied for the permit, the court got dismissal.
Okay. Okay. So, is there something that you could propose to do to correct this situation?
Well, I was trying to get a permit to correct the situation for now, and then later on, we see how we can work out, like, somebody can move out of the house, we can get a big house, But for now, that's all I can do, to get the land permit, to be able to have all 4 cars.
So you understand, though, that you need to be in compliance, and so you need some kind of plan. Do you have a plan?
Right now?
Right.
No, I don't.
Okay, are you the head of household?
Me.
That's what I was figuring. Okay. Any questions?
I just needed to clarify, you have yourself, your husband, brother. How old is brother?
How? 40.
Brother is 40. And who else lives there?
Mom and dad.
Mom and dad. So mom, dad, you, husband, 40-year-old brother, whom else?
And my 3 children.
And your 3 children, how old are your babies?
I got 2, 5, and 13.
2, 5, and 13. Okay. All right. And John, can you tell us the number of unrelated or related people and vehicles that they can have, so that we're clear?
Yes. The house is 1,524 square feet, so they're allowed to have 3 related adults and 3 cars. And according to their paperwork, they're asking for 7 adults and 4 cars.
Okay. So we're missing some adults. Who are we missing? Are we missing anybody that you didn't name?
No.
No. So
I got-
just mom, dad, you, husband,
And
brother
brother.
who's 40. Those are the 5 adults.
Yes.
And then there are 3 children 2, 5, and?
And 3, 5, and 2.
3, 5, and 2, sorry.
I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry. 13, 5, and 2.
That's okay, when you start having kids,
Okay.
you forget, it's okay. No worries. Okay. And how many vehicles do you have?
4.
4 vehicles. Who drives what vehicle?
Okay, so my brother, my husband, and me.
Your brother, your husband, and you are the primary drivers.
Mm-hmm.
So who drives the 4th vehicle?
No one. I mean, everyone. Either one was.
So the 4th vehicle is an extra vehicle that everybody hops in and out of, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr. Peterson, can you help us with this and analyzing it and letting us know what your recommendation was?
Yes, the staff recommendation was to deny it, Commissioner Dance, based on the code enforcement history with this, and that, more adults and more cars may sometimes impact the quiet lifestyle of single-family neighborhoods.
What is the code enforcement history?
With this, they are here as a result of a code enforcement complaint. And code enforcement has been out there numerous times. I think there's 4 pages of code enforcement notes in the staff analysis. And you may want to call up code enforcement to discuss the parts of the case.
Right, I think so. Okay, can we do that?
Good afternoon, Yolisa Foster, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Hey, how are you? So have you had interaction with this property owner?
My officers have, and we did early morning inspections to count how many vehicles are actually at the house. The house has 5 vehicles at the house, majority of the 2 weeks that we were there, and most of the vehicles are parked on the street. Only 1 to 2 vehicles are usually parked in the driveway, but for the most part, they park everything on the street. They did get a citation for single-family dwelling, and they went to court on October 9th. They pled guilty, and the judge suspended the fine because of the pending law.
Okay, and they pled guilty to what?
Single-family dwelling.
Okay. All right, and these, this history goes, this is just this history for this year?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Your record of visits, it's 4 pages just for 2025?
Yes, these were done a few months ago.
Okay, and is that, have you had multiple complaints, or?
Well, no, because it's an ongoing case from February.
Okay.
We did multiple inspections with the early morning inspections, and they keep failing it.
Okay, and so you got 5 vehicles, you got 6 vehicles, you got 4 so it's between 4 and 6?
Mm-hmm.
On most of those occasions. And did you have conversations with the property owner?
Has there been conversations?
With the applicant, yeah?
The property owner was issued a citation by the officer.
Okay. But you haven't had any conversations with?
No, the officers deal with the property owners. They issue the notices, they issue the citations, and if they have a need for a supervisor, then that's when I will speak to them, or my other office supervisor will speak with them. But otherwise than that, the officers do all the work.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Peterson, I'm going to ask you for the same help other people have. Do we have a violation of a number of individuals in the house?
The complaint for code enforcement was for too many cars in the driveway. The only way we got notified of there being 7 adults is from her paperwork that she turned in. Her paperwork says there's 7 related adults in the house.
Okay, well, if the situation is what she's testified, that she has 5 related adults and 3 children, is she in violation?
Yes, he's only allowed to have 3 related adults in this size house.
And 3 vehicles
That's correct.
that are not parked on the street,
On the driveway.
right? Right. Okay, if I can ask the applicant one more set of questions. Can you tell us where you park the vehicles? And, or do you have a garage available?
The garage is not available, no.
There is one, it's just.
It is one, yeah, it's just, yeah, it's not
Yeah.
finished.
Okay. And do you have any particular hardships that are in your family?
No.
Is
really.
anybody disabled or sick or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Okay. And so are you able to park 3 vehicles in the driveway?
Not be able to park 2, no 3. And I
don't?
gotta park, yeah, the rest I gotta park, in front of the house, like everyone else does. I think there's so 6 cars because everyone does the same thing I do. They don't have space, to park all the cars.
Are you a property owner or? a renter?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay.
With the garage or the carport, is it a garage or a carport?
A garage.
Garage. And is it just that it's not cleaned out?
Yeah, well, I got the washer and dryer and some more stuff there. I think they gotta clean everything out.
If you were to clean it out, would you be able to park a car or 2 there?
Just one.
Just one. And how quickly would you be able to do so?
I mean, in a few days.
In a few days. So if you were to clean a section, you would be able to park at least 1 car into your garage, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to approve this, but for only 4 months, with the proviso that you need to immediately clean the garage and be able to park 3 vehicles there. You're going to have to get rid of a vehicle, and then you're going to have to reduce your household size too. So that's my motion. Is that clear or not?
For purposes of discussion,
Yes.
reduce your house size to what?
You want a second? For purposes of
I will
discussion.
second for the purposes of discussion, yes.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. You can go ahead with your question.
Yes, so in terms of reduction of folks, what is your suggestion and how do you propose they go about that process?
Well, I'm not into family law or anything like that. So, I mean, people can avail themselves of all opportunities, but I mean, if the hardship exists in the home, which I don't hear it does, then I think that they're just, they need to make hard decisions in the family as to who needs to be living together and living in the home.
So there needs to be a reduction by how many adults to how many adults, so the applicant is clear?
Well, she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And she's married.
She needs to reduce by 2.
Right, I'm not gonna pick who. I'm not going to pick that, but she does need to reduce by 2. I would make that part of the motion.
Okay, and then the vehicles?
So reducing them from 4 to 3.
So come into full compliance with code for both
Right.
people and vehicles within
Oh,
a
well
4,
said.
within a 4-month period of time.
Yes.
People and vehicles within 4-month period, or vehicles within 4 months?
Yeah, that,
I would say vehicles within 4 months.
And people within?
Let's go with your 9 months.
okay, any further discussion, or is there, do we need to restate the motion? Just make sure all commissioners are on board with what was said.
You restated it quite well, Madam Chair.
Reduce household size by 2 for within 4 months?
Within 9 months.
Oh, within 9 months,
Cars,
okay,
car reduced within 4.
okay, got it. And
Okay.
that reduction is by 1.
By 2 vehicles right now. I'm sorry, 2 people right now and 1 vehicle.
I thought it was 4 vehicles, and they allowed 3,
Right, they would reduce 1 vehicle
so it's 1,
and reduce 2 people.
1 vehicle, 2, so,
Yes.
okay, yep.
To be clear, 1 vehicle, 1 vehicle in 4 months, 2 people in 9 months is the proposed motion, correct?
Yes.
So the motion has been amended. Can we get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any further discussion? Call the question. In LUP 49, it's approved with the recommendations in the motion, 5-0.
Okay, moving into the special land use permits. First one we're going to hear today is SLEP 6. Tatiana Mark requests a special land use permit for a non-commercial club in land lots 339 and 340 of the 19th district. The property is located off a private easement on the east side of John Ward Road, north of Wilshire Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLEP 6? So we got 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could please state your name for the record, and you have up to 10 minutes to share comments about your application.
My name is Tatiana Mark, and this is my husband.
Nick Portalisi.
Almost done, you guys. Second to last. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tatiana, and I'm the homeowner of 1651 John Ward Road, Southwest, in Marietta. My home is located on 2.85 acres, tucked just off the main road and bordering the lower portion of the Kennesaw National Battlefield Forest. I'm here today to respectfully request a special land use permit to operate a non-commercial private wellness club on my property. The purpose of this club is simple. It's to provide a peaceful, mindful space where people can come and reconnect with themselves, with one another, and with nature. Our property includes a pre-existing 1,200 square foot hangar style building. This big metal building in our backyard is what enticed us to purchase this home, and our original intent was to create a small chiropractic practice on the land when we first purchased the home. Since then, we learned that, according to zoning, we're not able to do so. We were misinformed by the homeowner and some advice that due to it being unincorporated Cobb County that we'd be able to do so. So now our vision is changing. We would like to continue to use this existing structure on the land as it was pre-existing to our purchase of the property. We want it to be a supportive gathering space for members of our community to grow, heal, and connect in a quiet and respectful manner. In today's world, many people feel isolated, overwhelmed, and disconnected. Our mission is to create a private, invitation-only place where members can engage in activities that support physical, emotional, and mental well-being. These gatherings may include arts and crafts, mobility practices, nature walks, small gardening, or land stewardship projects. All activities are low impact, quiet, and nature-centered. Our intention is to cultivate authentic community bonds and healthier ways of living without disrupting the neighborhood or altering any form of the character of the land. The club is private, non-commercial, meaning we will not be operating in commerce. There will be no retail sales, no walk-ins or unannounced visits. All will be scheduled. Membership is free, and while donations may be accepted, they will only support land stewardship, cleaning supplies, membership refreshments, and materials for projects. The club is operated by myself and my husband, Nick Portalisi, and we live on the property full-time with no one else. Gatherings are intentionally small and scheduled. Most activities will be one-on-one or with very small groups of up to 10 people or less. Scheduling is limited to Tuesdays from 10 to noon, Wednesdays from 1 to 4 p.m., and Fridays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We have no intention of increasing traffic or causing any impact to the neighborhood flow or rhythm, which is why we are making sure that it is 10 people or less. The noise and environment is really important to us. All activities are quiet and conducted at appropriate hours with deep respect for the surrounding properties and natural environment. The land is already developed as is, so no grading, construction, or alteration is being requested or required. Parking is fully contained on the property, and we have an already existing gravel lot that accommodates up to 14 vehicles, plus an additional 4-vehicle asphalt lot on the land. This prevents any spillover onto public roads, so no on-street parking will ever be needed, nor will it be permitted. For the community impact, the club is designed to be a positive, restorative resource. It promotes mental, emotional, and physical well-being. It encourages respect for nature and creates a safe, quiet place for people to gather with intention. We want to make this a small-scale, simple operation that the character of the property is maintained as residential and peaceful. Our proposal aligns with the intent of the residential zoning by maintaining the existing residential character, operating on a very small scale, preserving the natural features of the property, and avoiding all commercial activity. We are also in compliance with all of our direct neighbors who border our home, all of whom have signed in favor of our special land use permit, which has been submitted to the zoning department. In closing, this is a humble, mindful project designed to support people and strengthen the community while maintaining harmony with the neighborhood and the land itself. It is non-commercial, low impact, quiet, and fully contained within already existing structure. I respectfully request your approval of this special land use permit. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if there are any questions, I'm so honored to answer and remove any controversy that may exist and I just want to maintain the peace and create a safe space.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments? Okay. Thank you. You may have a seat.
I just
You-
want to add one thing quick,
Sure.
I guess. I also, when we first purchased the home, I made it a priority to go to each of the neighbors that touch our property and let them know from the start, as well as provide them with my phone number. So if anything arose, they could contact me and we could work it out, woman to woman, woman to man, and create some remedy wherever that needed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I believe we have opposition to this case. Those that are, yes, ma'am, you can go ahead and make your way up to the podium. Those that are in opposition, if there's more than one, I believe there were two, then you have a total of 10 minutes. So please just make sure to share your time if necessary. So.
Okay. My name is Robin Beatty. I live in the neighborhood adjoining this home, which again is a single home property, just as ours are in our neighborhood. There's two neighborhoods, family housing subdivisions that abut this. And the only way I found out anything about this was a letter from Miss Marks. Is it Mark or Marks? Mark. And I just have questions because of the introduction. She said there was members only 10 people at a time. But how many people are going to be in the members? How many members will that take? We've already seen some additional traffic on the one-lane road that goes to this house all the way in the back of the property. There's homes between the street, two or three homes close to the street before you get to their property, which is back a buck to Forest. So there's just a concern about traffic, even though it may only be a few people. John Ward Road is very busy. Getting in and out of it is hard. Again, a lot of the things earlier, there's no traffic study that I know of or anything. Also, we've also noticed some evening hours and early morning hours of cars coming back and forth, which were not there by the prior owner. So we just have concerns about something that, though they say is not commercial, if it's members and they're asking for fees, that seems commercial to me. Let's see if I got all my notes right. And I think that's my point, is just the concern of the neighborhood feel and it becoming something that is not, how many members they will have. They have said the time, but how are we supposed to know that that was what they will happen? They can say one thing, and we don't know if that's true. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name's Amanda O'Neill. This is very out of my comfort zone, so just bear with me. So if you look at this map, I don't know if you could zoom in just a tick. We are the property in the southernmost portion of the screen, so we directly touch, or I guess neighbor, their property. There's actually a small sliver of property that runs between us that belongs to another home on that side road, McAdoo Road. And as the person before me stated, that road is directly an offshoot of John Ward. It appears almost like a driveway because it's a very small road that shoots off directly to two other homes and then the home that we're talking about today. I guess we've been neighbors for a couple years and it's been very respectful. It's been lovely. But I would say that we have noticed some late night gatherings, some overnight gatherings, and things that we have just respected as neighbors. But now that we're talking about making this a business, I agree with the woman that spoke before me that we do have concerns about what this could potentially turn into. The property is currently zoned residential, and the applicants intend to, and we believe with evidence, already are using it as a business. The intent and spirit of residential zoning is to keep residential areas free from the disturbances that come with commercial ventures: noise, traffic, safety and security, sanitation, and overall neighborly peace. They may claim to only have the need for one-on-one services now, or limit the number of people to a respectful amount, but their social media has already shown that gatherings could be and have been up to 20-plus people. The overall size of the property, including the driveway, building, and also the community infrastructure, is not designed for that type of business activity on a regular basis. Now, I apologize, I'm reading off of a presentation that I put together, but they have had membership packages in the past that have not operated by donation, but have been tiered based on involvement and price, which has been fine. But, you know, I just want to bring some facts and state what we've seen that has already been out there. And as a concern, I do have opposition, but it's more of a concern and just having questions about how this will move forward. Will the property be updated or renovated to meet requirements for a business? Will there be handicap parking spaces? Will there be fire code ordinances and, you know, a limit on how many people can be in the buildings? Business liability insurance, business license, appropriate liquor and/or drug licensing. Does the current road/driveway meet the standard for doubling or tripling the traffic, and who maintains this road? As I've already talked to some neighbors who are concerned about the increased traffic and what that will do to that side road. Additional concerns are the noise ordinances, general safety of having more people on the property, the frequency of events, and then club members having rights to the property. If they're paying members, what does that mean for them in terms of being able to access the property? And then what does that do to our property taxes if now we're turning this into more of like a business zone? It's a very tight-knit community. If you look at the map, it's all residential homes pretty close to this property. I could throw a child's football and hit their home from mine, so it's not just set out in the middle of nowhere. It feels very residential. And we have, you know, elementary school, which is like less than 2 miles down the road. It's a very, you know, tight-knit community. So there is some opposition from our family in particular, and I know some neighbors in our cul-de-sac that also touch the property. But we just have some questions and concerns moving forward, what this means for us. We have some elderly neighbors, some kids in the neighborhood. So that's what I wanted to do, is just bring some concerns and some opposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any further comments from opposition? Okay. At this time, this is in District 1. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bloin to lead our discussion.
Thank you. Let me start with code enforcement, if I could.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, Yolisa Faustin, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Thank you. Are you familiar with this property?
Yes.
Okay.
We received multiple complaints about this property.
Okay. When did you first receive these complaints?
It started back in July of 2023 of a business. Then we got another complaint in 2024, and we got 2 complaints in 2025. Then we're receiving calls frequently between code enforcement and different departments in regards to noise there, illegal activities there. The issue is...
Can you go into more detail about the illegal activity, please?
I received an anonymous phone call in regards to marijuana smoking and odors that residents can smell nearby, and also a lot of noise and chanting at the property.
Okay. All right. Tell me about this document that we're looking at here, if you would.
So originally, when we issued the notice of violation and looking at the website and everything, they have fees. And they claim that it's a type of club and you have donations, but that's an actual business that they have the fees for you to join the club. And they have the customers coming to their house. They also went and took the fees down, but it's a comment on the website that tells you to talk directly to one of them in regards to donations. Those are not donations, those are fees for an active business. The property is not zoned for a business, and they also do not have a Cobb County business license since it's not zoned for business.
Okay. Do you know approximately when this document existed, this book by man/woman document?
Can you say that one more time?
Can you tell me the source of this document?
I got it from their website. We got it from their website, and it was taken down after the officer issued a citation.
Okay, when did the officer issue a citation?
May of 2025.
So on or subsequent to May of 2025, this advertisement for business, basically for business services, appeared on the internet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of your records in the case?
Yes.
Okay, what citations, if any, were issued?
They were issued a citation for customary home occupation. That's operating a business at a residential property.
To your knowledge, have they ever obtained any business license from Cobb County for this?
They can't obtain one because this is a property that's zoned for residential.
Okay. They would have to,
They would have to, if you approve this SLUP, then they can legally get a business license, but without approving it, they're not zoned for it. So business license will not release a license to them.
okay. I'm going to ask them if you don't answer. Do you know what an attunement is?
I didn't hear you.
Do you know what an attunement is?
No.
Okay. Me either, but I'm hoping to learn today. All right. Anything else that you have in your records or you would like to tell us about?
No, sir, that is absolutely it.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. Onward.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get Ms. O'Neill back up here?
Hi.
Okay, hey, so I'm just trying to square all this because their application only proposes hours that are like in the middle of the day during the week, but you've indicated there were late-night gatherings and overnights there on the property?
Correct.
Okay.
As we've witnessed. And just for the record, I have never complained. I've never called in. I've never complained. Although I have probably had the grounds to do so. I've just always tried to keep it neighborly, respectful. And I also just want to note for the record that I've never signed anything in compliance.
Right.
Ever.
I mean, but technically, as you indicated, you don't, technically, your property line doesn't touch theirs. There's a gap. Somebody kept basically a flag going out to the national park.
That's it.
Yeah.
So we have about 3 feet between us, but it's very narrow.
Okay, I got it. Just hearing some noise, was it particularly loud? Is there anything else you wish to note about that?
Yes, we haven't heard it as much recently. I'm not sure if it's been in an attempt to garner the zoning, but we would hear late night music, chanting, and like I said, we were respectful of everyone's lifestyle, but then when it goes on till like 11, 11:30 and you have a 5 and 6 year old, it becomes a little concerning.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions?
I do. You said you have not complained before. Have any other neighbors done so? Because I know that I know that there is typically a noise ordinance that kicks in around 9 p.m. So since you mentioned the 11:30 window, have you or any of the neighbors called a noise complaint into Cobb County?
I believe neighbors have. I have not. We've, like I said, tried to keep it peaceful and not cause problems. But I think some of our neighbors have.
Do you know whether or not, and if you yourself have had a conversation with the applicant to express your concerns regarding the noises that you are, and other experiences that you're having that are negative?
So I believe my husband, it was mentioned one time in passing, like, hey, are we being too loud? And the husband was like, yeah, it is too loud. I think that may have been a motivator to renovate the building on the property, to have a place to do that. We can still hear some noise, but it's obviously within a building, so we can't hear it as much.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let me go to the applicant again and her spouse. He can come back. You can come back up if you like. So this is the education segment of the show. Can you start by telling me what an attunement is?
Yeah, I can explain. An attunement is basically just a process where we meet with another man or woman, and it's a process of helping them let go of stress, simple put as that. So maybe we talk, maybe we tune into our breath, maybe we use touch, or we do certain movement practices to help people find out where is their stress in my body. Maybe I have something in my shoulder or something like this, and we help them just learn more about their bodies so they can let go of their stress. Maybe it's move better, breathe better, let go of some belief patterns, things like this.
Life is stressful. Stress gets stored in our body, and it brings us out of tune. And there's several ways that we can attune ourselves back to our heart. One is go for a walk in the forest behind the house. One is talk to a friend and let them hear you. Maybe just have some tea and have some space held, and that's what an attunement is to me.
Okay, so you said there's a process where one person meets with another something, and I didn't get that word. Nick said it.
There's a process between a man and a woman, or a man, a woman, a woman.
Process of letting go?
Oh, of letting go? Is that what it is? I'm sorry, I don't remember what I said.
Okay. So is this quantifiable as some sort of holistic healing therapy within some categorization? Is it within chiropractic, or is it within something else?
It's outside of chiropractic, but we have a background in studying that, and we've studied other educational things, holistic things, and we're basically just trying to learn as much as we can so we can help anyone who needs help in their life to just let go and heal. That's all we're trying to do.
So is either of you a chiropractor?
She is.
She is.
I do still have my license.
Okay. But you do not? You do
No.
not? Okay. But you studied it some?
I studied it.
Okay.
He did graduate.
But when we're on our property, we just gather privately, meaning as men and women. So we don't have any intention as treating people like clients or things like this. We just want to gather privately.
So help me reconcile the idea of one-on-one sessions with group meetings with a lot of people there at night.
Yeah, I guess I have a question. How do we differentiate what goes on in my personal life versus the club life? Because, like, for instance, for my birthday, we gathered and had a little drum circle. So that wouldn't be club-related. That would just be my birthday party and me having friends over. And as far as I'm aware, and the first time I did it, I was not aware of the noise ordinance. My apologies. And that's why we did reach out to neighbors and asked, were we too loud? What can I do in the future to make remedy for this?
I did actually speak to her husband one time, and I shared that. I was like, hey, is anything, because he has my number, I was like, is anything we're doing too loud? And he just was kind of like, oh, no, we'll let you know. And so it was just kind of like a brush to the side thing. So like I said, I want to make sure that we're in peace with everyone. I don't want to be disrupting people and where they live. Like, I want to be in peace with my neighbors. That's like, I want to be of service. Like, so if like I'm doing something that's affecting someone in a negative way, I want to know how to make remedy. I want to know how to talk as a man and a woman together.
Other neighbors said they went on their porch and danced to it because it sounded beautiful. So to each his own. However, since then, anytime I've wanted to have a personal gathering, I was very clear about the noise ordinance and shutting everything down to be respectful, because I wouldn't like that from my neighbors either, and I want to keep the peace.
So you say this is a private club you have, correct?
This is what we're trying to create, yes.
Okay. How many members are there currently?
Currently,
30, I'd say. About
Yeah.
30. And we originally, when we realized we couldn't make a chiropractic business, then we went and looked at the code and it said a non-commercial club, a private club is permitted. And then we're like, okay. And then
It's
we got
permitted.
another complaint, and we realized it's actually, we went to court and had to talk, and they said it's permitted, not permitted. So we didn't realize what we read. And so that's why, zoning was like,
See?
look, apply for this special land use permit, do what you need to do so you can be in compliance. So that's why we're here, because that was what we were told the next step to do.
Okay.
and since then, we've removed, as was stated by zoning, that we removed any fee schedules or anything like that. I now operate at other events and other locations. So what we're trying to do is just make use of this really special piece of property and what's already on the land to support each other.
When did you remove the fee schedules?
Right after the complaint
The court date or whatever.
or the court date.
Yeah, whatever that was.
When was the court date?
If she knows, that would be better, because it would just be a guess. I don't recall.
Okay. Sometime this summer?
Yeah, it
Yes.
wasn't too long ago, maybe within 4 months.
It was this year,
Yeah.
Okay.
June 12th.
Okay. How long did you practice chiropractic out of this property?
Well, until the first complaint,
Probably just a few months.
we had a neighbor in front of us, and we were just telling her our intentions, and she got really curious about things, and then put in the complaint. And
She was afraid that having a chiropractic practice behind her home would affect the sale of her home, which literally 1 month after she filed the complaint, she moved and sold the house.
So in the past, we've had things that are a little atypical that we've approved in residential neighborhoods. For example, to my recollection, over the last 7 years, we've approved one or more special permits for folks to run basically art galleries out of what are otherwise residential areas, but based on very limited visitations. I think we've done the same at least once with a dress shop, but I think there was a limitation to 1 delivery per day or 1 delivery per week, and only so many people per week, like not more than 1 a day, something like that. Very, very restricted. So I'm just trying to better understand. Can you point me to anybody else anywhere in the county who has a similar license or practice?
We're pretty unique.
Yeah.
Helps. Can you point me to anybody anywhere in Metro Atlanta that does substantially what you folks do in the way of these attunements?
Far and few, spread across the states. You might get one here or there, but it's not a common practice, no.
Okay. So you indicated.
But actually, there is, what's that one woman? She does something similar. She does like a spinal movement thing. We've met 2 that I know of in Atlanta. They don't do the same as us, but they do something kind of like it.
All right. Do either of you have an office elsewhere? That you
Yes.
Okay. So Tatiana, you do. Where's your office?
One is near Inman Park in Atlanta. It's a yoga studio that I go and practice at on Thursdays. And then I also have one in Smyrna that I share with a mentor of mine. And then there's also events that we go to regularly and serve the people.
Sir, give me an example of these events. Where? How many people?
Yeah. So like I said, the yoga studio after class. And then Different community gatherings. There's like a conscious dance group that I'll go to, 5 Rhythms, just different community gatherings, wellness fairs, Nature's Pick over in Marietta. They had us for their health fair, different things like that.
All right, do you have a chiropractic office specifically in Smyrna? Is that what you were saying?
Correct.
Okay. And then, Nick, do you have a place you go to during the day for business?
No, I mainly work online from home, do like online coaching, things like this.
All right. Any of my fellow members here have any questions of the applicant?
I just had a quick question. When you were trying to think about where to locate this business, did you find any other locations that could approximate what you're trying to do? Just, I know you talked about the office locations where you have like, you know, you're practicing of yoga, but did you ever consider like a standalone retail location for a wellness club? And I understand there's some things that can't be replicated on this site, but is that something that you did or engaged in any process around?
So it's actually kind of interesting how we came across this place. We just drew it down on a piece of paper, and we drew what we wanted because we wanted people to feel like at home, and we wanted a few acres of land, and you know, we wanted to have some exterior structure that wasn't in our home, so to speak. And then we randomly one day met a realtor, and he put some things in his app, and it was like one home popped up. And then we put a bid on it, and we walked there, and we're like, this is like exactly what we drew. And then we put a bid, and then it kind of happened from there. Obviously, like with the woods, the national park in the backyard, we have turkeys coming around and deer, and so we felt like that was just a very supportive environment for what we wanted to create for people in the community. So that's kind of how it came on to be. But yeah.
There was a retail spot in Ithaca, New York, once upon a time I took a look at, but New York wasn't for me. The community in Georgia is what really kept me here, because we both graduated from Life University in Marietta, and I did not think that I'm a New Yorker originally, and I thought that I would leave, and then somehow Georgia kept me, and I really saw the community here as something that I don't think I could really find anywhere else.
Quick question.
Thank you.
Have you guys thought about, I love the experience. I think that, you know, people do need to de-stress. However, in light of while we're here in terms of it not meeting code, have you guys thought of maybe offering the experience externally? Like, I am an avid hiker. I hike as often as I can. I need to get outside and hug the trees. Have you thought about maybe taking your practice, since it is somewhat of an attunement, somewhat of a personal, you can take groups. Have you thought about maybe taking a group to, or meeting your group at other places that might accommodate for what it is that you're trying to do, exposure and all of the things, but doesn't put your neighbors at risk of all of the cars that are coming through when you guys do have the events? Have you thought about maybe taking that to an external site like a nature hike or one of the many trails that we have in Cobb County, et cetera? And then the second question would be, I think I heard the neighbor behind you indicate that there was a substantial noise until maybe there was a closing of the building. Can you explain whether or not you took it in-house, inside your building, what the difference is from what your neighbor was speaking on? Go ahead.
First question was taking it outside to like, are you saying like going in like Kennesaw National Park and like doing something outside?
Yes, instead of having your members come to your home, which seems to be a disturbance to your neighbors, having them meet you at a place, a physical park, one of the trails, one of the hiking trails outside, since that seems to be part of the therapy, if you will, is the outside in the nature. Have you thought about maybe taking your experience to one of the outside nature trails so as to minimize the footprint in your neighborhood?
It is an idea, but no, we have not thought about doing that. We just had this dream to do it on our beautiful little piece of land right there that really just has everything that we would want and dream of. That is, in my mind, perfectly curated for this. And in regard to the neighbors and also traffic in general, it's hard to, like, what does increase in traffic really mean? Like, what is like, how do you, how many cars is increasing it? There's a liquor store that opened up next to Kroger at the bottom of John Ward. And like, how do you differentiate those cars that are for them versus for us? And as well, we share that driveway with 2 other homes, and we've communicated with those homeowners, and they're not here today because they are in support and have not found what we're doing to be harming them or causing them any disharmony. So I don't see a big increase in traffic for the past 3 years that we've been in this property. And any noise was due to my personal life. And yes, I remember the first time I had my first birthday party there, and it went a little late and it was a little too loud. I realized what was happening, and I was like, whoa, we can't be doing this, and shut it down. People left.
Yeah, I think because we looked it up, the noise ordinance is 10:30, right? And so I think the first time we were pushing a little after 11.
It was 11.
And then I heard a neighbor scream some curse words, and he was not so kind as to trying to talk and apologize and more curse words. So okay, let's shut it down. Let's be quiet.
So we haven't done that since.
So obviously, that was a little frivolous on our end, and we do apologize for that.
Now we make sure.
So just
Timing.
one other quick question, sorry to cut you off. One other quick question. I know you mentioned 30 is the membership total as of right now, approximately 30. What's your plan for growth? What do you anticipate? What would you like to see as the number of members?
Yeah, like I said, we don't want to make it like this big, giant corporation. Like, we do live on this land. It is our home. We want it to be a tight-knit group that, like, want to work together, not people who are like, do this thing to me.
Mhm.
Like, can I work with you as a teammate kind of thing? And so...
And people can leave at any
But
time and
you're
not
looking
be-
for it to get larger, is that right? Just in total membership number, or are you, okay.
I'm pretty solid with where it's at right now, and
Yeah, I don't foresee, I mean, it depends like how frequently are these people coming in, right? It's like,
Yeah.
does someone come
Just
in once a month? Do they
once a
come in
year.
Once a year, right? So it's
All
like,
right.
I guess it would be maybe more accurate or better of a question of like, how many people is too much in a week or something like this,
Okay,
right?
just,
Like-
just trying to get the idea for growth, but
Because we want to
Commissioner
be in
Bourne?
congruence, we want to be in compliance with everyone, you know, and so that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's it. Okay. John? Just curious, I was just sitting here thinking out loud about, you know, other cases we've seen over the years of people doing various things out of their home, and was just trying to get your perspective.
Well, the one case you brought up, Commissioner Boulogne.
You folks can have a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
The gentleman that does art sales in your district off Midway Road, you know, he's been doing that for at least 30 years now, and all his clients are by appointment only, and maybe 1 or 2 per week, and it's a pretty low-intensity use in which none of the neighbors have ever complained about that use. You know, we've had other non-residential uses come in, such as the dressmaker, a photographer, I think, a few times, and then from time to time we get personal care homes. So the board has permitted these in the past, but they've been low intensity without causing trouble to the neighbors. You know, with this particular use, you know, there is a complaint. There has been some legal stuff involved. You know, there have been complaints from the neighbors regarding the noise and the traffic. You know, for a private club, they don't meet the lot size, the setbacks, or the buffering that's required to help protect the adjacent properties from noise and lights and things like that. So, based on those things, is the main reason why the staff did a recommendation for denial on this.
Have you heard anything that would sway you the other way today?
No, sir.
Okay. So I just welcome comments from my fellow members of this board before I make a recommendation.
No comments.
No comments. Thank you.
I do have comments. I do believe in, healing and all the things. However, I don't know that without, in light of the complaints of the adjoining neighbors, I think that has to ring a little bit louder than the hardship of, if there is a hardship for the applicant. I love that they will buy a property with a vision. However, that vision does have to come in compliance with our business and county code, and it does not. I do feel like there are some additional remedies that they can take into account to continue their healing memberships elsewhere, and/or adhere to the noise ordinance when entertaining personally. Those are my comments.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. So, yeah, I mean, haven't seen one quite like this in 7 years. And what my principal concern was what code enforcement brought up, which was somebody was practicing chiropractic out of their home without a license, and at least at one point in this year. So, it bothers me in a sense not to try to be constructive or proactive in charting a path forward, but in another sense, it's pretty clear there's been at least 1 or 2 violations of our code out there. And so John, if we turn this down, that's binding for a year. Is that accurate?
Yes.
They can't reapply for a year?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So that'll be my recommendation, that we deny this application. And then if they still wish to try to do something in a year, that might be an appropriate time to file a new application.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion?
Well, I just like to say that I think what you're saying is they need to tune their vision, right? So, I'm just saying it seems harsh to say mold something to the code and then turn it down without an opportunity for somebody to present what they might really do if they were following code. Just a thought.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that. One thing that might be helpful is a stipulation letter, where I know we talked about a lot of things within the operations, but if you were so inclined to at least, I don't know if there's enough here to approve in light of the concerns and the conditions around neighbors, but I think if the neighbors did have, and usually we require a stipulation letter that says, here's my operations, here's what I'm gonna do, here's all of the things I'm gonna agree to, and that becomes a public document, and it's part of this hearing, and the neighbors can say, I can live with that, or that's gonna be problematic. That becomes a document that is in the record and enforceable, so as long as the applicant agrees with it. And so I would, if we did want to look at and given an opportunity for the applicant to memorialize that via stipulation letter, that is also an avenue I would also be open to pursuing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That would be the other way to go, but my concern is that when we grant these, that they come back every couple of years, and the first question I always ask is, were there any issues over the past 2 years? And if there weren't any, that there's usually a renewal. But given the fact there have been issues, I think the safer course and the better course is denial at this time, understanding that they can come back in a year and try again.
Okay. And we did have a second, is that right? We did. Okay. Any further discussion? All right, call the question. Okay, and SLUP 6 is denied based on a 4-5 vote with Commissioner Dance, 4-1, excuse me, 4-1, with Commissioner Dance as a no vote. All right. So at this time, let's just take a quick 5-minute break. I know. Give us 5. We're going to be ready and charged to come back, and we'll certainly make sure we're ready to go. Before we do go to break, I do want to just recognize Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Anderson, this is his very last meeting. He has served in this capacity for many years, off and on, and I do just want to thank you for your service. You've done an amazing job. So thank you for your service. We're better for it. The county's better for it, so we appreciate you. So with that, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll resume in 5, right on time. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are back. We are back in session. Commissioner Dance did have to slip out for another engagement, but we will continue. Miss Commissioner Anderson, I'm sorry, you're on my mind. You're on my mind, Commissioner Dance. Commissioner Anderson did have to slip out, but we were able to say our goodbyes. So you made it to the end of our agenda. This is the very last case. Just know we will give it just the full attention, our full attention, just as we would give any other case. So we appreciate the short break in there, but we do appreciate you sticking around, and this is just as important as all of the cases we've heard today. So we'll go ahead and get started. I'll turn it over to John to just get us started with SLUP 7 and then to our applicant.
Okay, next case we're going to hear is SLEP 7, Mount Bethel Christian Academy Incorporated, who request a special land use permit for expansion of a private school in land lots 599, 600, 625, and 626 of the 16th district. The property is located at the northwest intersection of Post Oak Tritt Road and Holly Springs Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there were 7 people here opposed and 40 in support. All those who wish to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, fourth time. Good
Yes, ma'am.
afternoon again.
Hopefully this is the last time, it's the charm, not the third time.
We've had so much fun together.
Yes, thank you so
But
much.
no, please proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore, and very pleased and happy to represent Mount Bethel Christian Academy in this application for a special land use permit. This Planning Commission hasn't had the opportunity over the last 12 years, since 2013, when the initial SLUP was approved to have Mount Bethel Christian Academy be able to use this property, which is currently 33 acres located on Post Oak Tritt Road. Since that time, this school and applications have been heard by other business, by the Board of Commissioners, ultimately reaching a point at which December of last year, December of 2024, a master plan for the 33 acres was approved by the Board of Commissioners. This application before you, though, today is, as Mr. Peterson said, is to expand the campus of Mount Bethel Christian Academy by a 10-acre tract, which you see on your screen now. You see the kind of existing conditions that are there on Post Oak Tritt Road, just west of its intersections with Holly Springs Road. The property that we're talking about adding today is the 10 acres located at the intersection of Holly Springs and Post Oak Tritt, which is not part of the property today. So we are asking for the approval of the SLUP and recommendation for approval of the SLUP so this 10 acres can be a part of the overall campus, given it a 43-acre site. In addition, and I'll show you that will be involved with that, is the addition is to have an entrance access road from the existing Mount Bethel campus to Holly Springs, as well as to have a enrollment cap or maximum enrollment of students of 1,100. All other aspects of the prior approvals remain in place. But let me kind of get you there, but I always think it helps you to know what am I asking for first and what is Mount Bethel Christian Academy asking for. All right, the screen before you, this is a site plan. This is the actual master plan that was approved by the Board of Commissioners in December of 2024. And what's highlighted is the existing 33 acres. For your reference, this is the acreage essentially right here. This, the 10 acres I'll be showing you in a minute, that's being added to this 33-acre site, with this being Post Oak Tritt Road. But this was the master plan approved in 2024. It's now being permitted for renovation and new buildings. It's been permitted, it's under construction actually right now, a large portion of this. The existing master plan provided for new school buildings, gym, dining hall, and facilities here, as well as renovation of the existing school building here. The other improvements, the field is already located there, and the baseball field as well, just to kind of orient you since you're not as familiar with the site in general. There's a full access on Post Oak Trip here. That's been in existence. With this new master plan that was approved in 2024, there will be a new right-in, right-out only additional access on Post Oak Trip that will come into play right here. The importance of me going over this is, and I keep saying it, is because I want folks to understand this plan is not what's being proposed for your consideration for approval. It's already been approved. It's part of what Mount Bethel Christian Academy is moving forward with, and took a long time over those years to develop and ensure that they had a master plan for the future development of Mount Bethel Christian Academy at this location. Importantly also, currently, as of this school year, only the upper school, sometimes people call it the high school, but Mount Bethel has an upper school, a middle school, and a lower school. Currently, only the high school attends here, even though the high school and middle school's after-school activity all take place here. The lower school is at another location at Mount Bethel Church down the road on Lower Roswell. The ultimate plan is for the Mount Bethel Christian Academy to have a consolidated campus, meaning all three upper, middle, and lower schools will be located on this campus, which would be ideal for their parents, for their kids, for the administration, and for the operations of the school in general. This plan, the master plan as approved in 2024, accomplishes that goal. It accomplishes having all three, lower, middle, and upper, at this location without any changes to this master plan. And I want to make sure we address that. We had our architects who have been the project architects for this, which is Croft and Associates, submitted a letter to us yesterday, December 1st, saying that while they developed the currently approved master plan, Croft understood the school's goals to increase student enrollment to 1,100 students, and the master plan was designed based on this criteria. The three academic buildings will accommodate 1,100 students, and all supporting programs, spaces, buildings, and infrastructure are coordinated and accounted for within the currently approved master plan. I just want to go ahead and submit that to the clerk. But I want to make sure that this commission and those that may be listening or in the audience are concerned that something's going to change with the master plan because they're going to propose to have a consolidated campus. It's not. The master plan stays as the master plan. Now, moving to the request so you can see more precisely what is being proposed with this SLUP application. There's an existing SLUP. It was approved in 2013. But in terms of adding property, in meeting with staff very early on prior to even filing an application, it was determined that the best course of action was to file a new SLUP application that would incorporate this 10 acres here into the overall 33-acre existing master planned Mount Bethel Christian Academy campus. To file a new SLUP, but not to change those conditions. Here you have Holly Springs, Post Oak Trip. The only change from a plan standpoint is to construct an entrance driveway and entrance access through this 10 acres to provide access to and from Holly Springs Road. So that's the only improvement that is being proposed for consideration is the entrance and access road. The other additional request is current conditions and stipulations for the Mount Bethel Christian Academy have a enrollment cap of 625 students. That was from 2013. We are proposing a maximum enrollment cap of 1,100 students. But I want to give you some context for that. That 1,100 students is Mount Bethel Christian Academy's long-range 10 to 15-year plans. In other words, that's the maximum they ever want to be. They want to continue to provide the personalized instruction, teaching, mentoring for both mental and spiritual well-being of their students on that level of basis and no more. So that's the 10 to 15-year range. Today, all three schools, lower, middle, and upper, is a total of 705 students. So that tells you what that means. They're a long way from that. It also means that doesn't happen next year. In fact, the middle school would arrive next year, with the lower school to arrive in 2028. So that's why we're here well in advance, so all the proper planning can be done. Now, in terms of what I'm sure you're going to hear about is, oh my gosh, the traffic impact. Well, please consider that this school has been here since 2013. Continues to operate, continues to be a school. Next, as it relates to traffic impact, as a general proposition, more access in and out of a location provides for better overall circulation and traffic impact in any surrounding area, because you're spreading the traffic, so to speak, in terms of access and exit points as opposed to concentrating it. Today, the only access is a full access on Post Oak Trit at this location. In the future, once this would be built and be consolidated, you do have an access here proposed on Holly Springs Road. The circulation for traffic, because that's what matters when you have a school, a private school, or any school for carpool, is that you have Holly Springs traffic coming to this intersection. Those that are coming to school to drop their kids off or to come to school would be able to turn right, because this will be a limited, restricted right in, right out only, would be able to turn right, thus avoiding a very congested intersection today at this location, turn right, get out of that intersection, and either drop off or come to school. Upon leaving, because the school can control their own carpool and their own directional, anyone leaving in AM has to leave through the Post Oak Trit access points. So it doesn't put them right back on to Holly Springs at a very congested intersection. This also allows for the reverse in the afternoon, where you can use the right in, right out here, and again, disperse that traffic. It also alleviates some issues with traffic presently on Post Oak Trit as it approaches this, because now we have people getting out of that intersection, and we have the ability to get them away from that congested intersection as well, and do so in a very planned and orderly manner. We have reviewed DOT's recommendations, and as they stand right now, we are in agreement with those. This school has long worked with the community and continue to do so, and was willing to be a part of DOT's solutions as it relates to that
Madam
very
Chairman,
congested
time.
intersection. Thank you very much for your consideration here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam
We-
Chairman, Madam Chair, so he went over by 10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So if, at your discretion to allot the opposition 10 additional seconds.
Okay, let's definitely do that. And now it's time for opposition. If you'd like to come and make comments, you have a total of 10 minutes and 10 seconds, up to 10 minutes and 10 seconds shared amongst the opposition, so. All right, good afternoon. If you could please state your name.
I'm Neil Doherty. So I'm going to read off of this thing.
Okay.
So good afternoon. My name is Neil Doherty, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and 74 nearby residents in opposition of SLUP 7 2025 due to serious traffic and safety concerns. Although a meeting was held with Mount Bethel Christian Academy, neighbors, and local neighborhoods, the information presented fell short. Essential questions about traffic volume, access safety, and site impacts were not addressed. Residents were not given the data necessary to assess the proposal meaningfully. The applicant is requesting a campus of 1,100 students. According to Cobb's DOT's own data, that would generate more than 1,169 vehicles in the morning peak hour and over 2,200 trips a day. In an R20 residential corridor, that is not a minor increase, that is a major surge, and would significantly impact neighborhoods like mine in Mabry Manor. The required submittal 2 traffic study, the study needed to evaluate these impacts, still has not been submitted. Cobb County DOT has already stated that their recommendations may change once this study is received. Without it, the county cannot properly assess the roadway capacity, queuing, conflict points, or access safety. And without that information, the board cannot fully apply several of the 15 SLUP criteria related to the traffic adequacy, public safety, or infrastructure capacity. We also know Holly Springs Road is already operating at a level of service D, and Post Oak Trip is at a C trending towards a D. Adding more than 1,000 peak hour trips pushes both roadways towards failure conditions. Additionally, the proposed right-in and right-out driveway conflicts directly with an existing drainage structure. Cobb DOT has also stated that the impacts must be resolved by the developer, raising engineering and long-term safety concerns. And the right-in, right-out design itself will force U-turns at nearby intersections and median breaks, creating new conflict points and increasing crash risks for residents and student drivers. Finally, Cobb DOT is actively planning a major intersection improvement at Post Oak Trit and Holly Springs. Approving a SLUP of this magnitude before engineering work is complete would be premature and counterproductive. Development should follow the county's infrastructure plans and not dictate them. For this reason, we respectfully request that the board deny SLUP 7 2025, or at a minimum, grant a continuance until a complete traffic study is available for both public and the county to review. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. If there are others from the opposition that would like to speak, you have a little over 7 minutes to do so.
Good afternoon. My name is Marshall Brown. I live in the neighborhood of Holly Springs that is adjacent to the properties being discussed. I'm looking at the full final analysis PDF, and I'm looking at it specifically number 14. I actually come here defeated. I know this is going to get passed, but I want to know a couple of questions. One, traffic nuisance, who's going to pay for these GDOT changes? And the fourth one is, when will the track and field stop using our neighborhood as a track and field? But I look forward to your questions against that. I'm looking at page 14, this full final analysis. What my colleague over here is talking about, the level of service, it's already at D. Ladies and gentlemen, if I get a D on my driver's license, I'm not getting a license. So it's just going to make it even worse. Also down here with the expected students, like you said, 2,256 cars a day, okay? And already right now, has anyone actually been down to that intersection? It's already terrible. It's already awful. It's 45 minutes just to get out of that neighborhood down to Post Oak Trick down there. Lastly, I want to go over down to a section over here, and it talks about under staff analysis. I can tell who wrote this has never set foot on the property. I'm specifically looking at number 4, and I'll read it verbatim. Whether or not quiet enjoyment of surrounding property will be adversely affected, quiet enjoyment of the surrounding property, the property has been a private school for several years. The school will also maintain the code-required landscaping buffer. Yes, it has been a private school for a while, but it's now turning into Mount Bethel Sports Complex entire rotation. The school has also maintained the code-required landscaping buffer, as I believe it's 85 feet, okay? This room is 85 feet. So what happens when the football goes into our back lot? Does the coach come to our front door and say, hey, can I have your football back? That's how close it is to our property. And the last point I want to make is about their school using our neighborhood. Our neighborhood's a full circle in exactly 1 mile. I actually use it to run, but their school using it as track and field off property. Normally, that wouldn't be a big issue, but it's becoming more of a problem every year. And I don't even know if their insurance company knows that these students are off campus running at that mile, especially with the 150 students that I've seen out there wanting to just walking. So those are my concerns. It's mostly about just questions, and I hope look forward to getting those answers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, evening, I don't know. Thursday?
Afternoon.
Happy Thursday, I don't know. It's been a minute. My name's Heather Tolley Bauer, and I live in Mabry Manor, directly across from the campus. I'm a little confused because I know that the attorney said that you were really only approving a use of a small tract, but then he mentions the 1,100, the expansion to 1,100. Students down the road, and he also said, what's the big deal? This has been a school since 2013, but as was stated earlier, in 2014, when we were building our homes in Mabry Manor, it was a school that had 9 students. And in 2018, it graduated 12 students. So we're going from, this isn't, a continuation of bringing students from one school over. They have plans to grow to 1,100 students. When we were there first, our neighborhoods were there first. Alberta Drive was there first. All these neighborhoods that you're talking about were there first. And so you're dropping a regional school complex into established neighborhoods. And along with that comes what we are concerned about and what Alberta Drive have dealt with: increased activity, increased cars, increased noise, increased lights. None of those concerns have yet to be addressed, and we hope that we can work with the school to make that happen. I know there are a lot of people that want to talk. The traffic is horrible. Come to Mabry Manor. I'll bring you some hot chocolate. You can walk it with me. You'll see for yourselves. But I want you to understand that we are all about alleviating traffic. I just don't think that this is what that's going to do. And what we're looking for is a strategic, effective, and cooperative solution to these problems, because this decision that gets made and this plan that was already approved is going to impact us for decades. So we just want the opportunity to be heard and for you to consider all of that when you're making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed with your comments. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. My name is Richard Grome. I am East Cobb Civic Association's case manager for assigned to SLUP 7. You get the abbreviated version. ECCA has no problems with adding the 9.75 acres to the existing campus or with constructing an entrance and drive from Holly Springs Road to connect with the existing campus. However, last year at this time, the applicant presented OB 63-2024 requesting a master site plan for this property. The master site plan was approved by the Board of Commissioners. We believe the request to bring the entire campus under one SLUP should require the master site plan to be updated, not the submitted reference site plan whose details are not consistent in some areas with the master site plan. One of the reasons the master site plan was created was to eliminate confusion of flipping back and forth between various site plans and trying to determine which took preference. We recommend that both the term and document referred to as the reference site plan in the stipulation letter be deleted and replaced with an updated master site plan showing the added 9.75 acres. In addition, ECCA believes increasing the maximum enrollment from 650 to 1,100 students at this time is premature and not supported by the submitted documentation. ECCA recommends that until an additional updated master site plan showing infrastructure to support additional students, including academic buildings, play areas, landscaping plan, and internal drop-off and pickup plan is proposed, ECCA cannot recommend increasing the maximum enrollment to 1,100 students. In summary, adding 9.75 acres be approved, constructing the entrance from Holly Springs Road be approved, bringing the entire campus under one SLUP be held, and increasing the student population be denied at this time, and that a separate OBI be submitted detailing the proposed updated master site plan to support added student population, including academic buildings, play areas, landscaping plan, and internal student drop-off. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am, we have about 19 seconds. Does that already include the 10 seconds?
Nope, 10 more seconds on top of that.
Okay,
30 seconds.
about 29 seconds. It won't start until you actually get to the podium, and please state your name for the record.
Got caught here. 29 seconds, okay. All right, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Robin Washington, and I live in Hampton Park subdivision. I am right next door to Mount Bethel Christian Academy, so this proposal directly impacts me and my neighbors. I want to be clear that I'm not here today about opposing the education of children. It is about land use compatibility and whether this particular site can reasonably accommodate an enrollment of 1,100 students. Based on the impacts we already see, it cannot.
Time has expired.
All right, thank you so much. Again, thanks for your patience, and thanks for all of your comments that you share here today. This is definitely a lot to discuss and unpack. This is in District 3, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
Okay, let's start with DOT. So we want to start with we want to let you introduce yourself.
Wilson Collins, Cobb County Department of Transportation.
We've seen him a few times too, right? Hey, can you speak to the proposed road connection? That's what your analysis is about, right?
Maybe with the traffic study?
Yeah.
So there was a submittal 1 traffic study that was approved and a submittal 2 traffic study that was submitted to DOT November 18th. I currently have that in review. I do have some very preliminary findings, but expect a further detailed report later on in a week. There are some minor discrepancies, but largely shows that the intersection where there's a proposed future project at Holly Springs and Post Oak Trit.
So can you
does have
describe what that intersection will look like?
It's preliminary planning, so no design, final design has been made, but it is anticipated to be a roundabout at that intersection, converted from the signalized.
This is the department's.
Say again?
This is the other project that DOT had planned, or is it?
Yes. It's Holly Springs Road Corridor Improvements, Project B2303.
Okay, and how does that impact this project?
I have had the traffic study for that project take into consideration the additional students, and some minor adjustments were made to enlarge it a little bit for the increased volume going to these additional students. And it's still in preliminary design. But I am reviewing that traffic study that I have from my project with respects to what was submitted on the 18th to make sure that aligns with the volume in consideration.
Okay, so your regular observations were to describe and I think one of our speakers spoke to it too, that there was a submittal 1 traffic study that was received and commented upon, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they submitted a submittal 2?
Yes, Commissioner. On November 18th, the submittal 2 was submitted, and I typically have 15 business days to reply that.
And so what does your review of that indicate?
There are some discrepancies with the setup of the scenario that needs to be, I guess, recalibrated the model and update the level of service to make sure that there's alignment, and it did not take into consideration the actual timing of the signalized intersection. So that needs to be accounted for and revised and be sent in for review. I wouldn't anticipate a large deviation from the current reportings, but it will have some impact on it.
Okay, and so I guess I'm just, I'm going to pull out of your recommendations then. Do you have your recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you walk through those for us? Can you walk through what your recommendations are?
With this, it's retaining.
Well, you were let me just back up a second. So, I mean, we're talking about a connector road that cuts through property, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, and what you've examined is the intersection where it connects to the public road, is that right?
Yes, Commissioner. I think I'm, yes, with that new connection, I'd like to see the completed traffic study prior to approval of the SLUP. I'd like to see the applicant work with the property owner to donate the right-of-way required for that future improvement project at that intersection. Should be a right-in, right-out movement, and extending the median to kind of further prevent people from making illegal left-hand turns, and include a deceleration lane taper and/or improved radius, and that would be finalized during the site plan review process.
Okay, so are all of those things part of the plan that you've reviewed so far?
The stipulation letter reflects an agreement with all of those comments. The current site plan I have is going to be further refined, but during plan review is the typical process where I would actually want to see kind of the taper or decel lane or the raised median.
Okay, so your recommendation says that you recommend that access points on Post Oak Trick include a deceleration lane taper or improved curve radius to address safety. Has that been done?
I have not seen a revised site plan showing that. No, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, and so then it says, it describes what that's pursuant to. It says the proposed right-of-way, right-in, right-out driveway location coincides with an existing catch basin. That your comment? Any drainage impacts from installation must be mitigated. Has that been done? Part of a proposal?
Which number is this?
I'm under your recommendations 2B. Is that, I thought these were DOT comments.
B. Okay, 2B, that was the recommendations that accompanied OB 63 of 2024. So that's the right in, right out. So that's the,
Okay, so
that was what was, yeah, approved on the Post Oak Trick on the last
okay, I
OB.
got you. Let's see what I'm looking at now. So these are historical documents. And
Yes,
this is
yes, Commissioner.
Just as an observation, because some of the comments that have been made, is it makes a whole lot of sense to synthesize all this information, bring it all together so we actually understand the history of it, right?
Yes, Commissioner, just with respect, this is a historic, has a few cases. I'm just recommending retaining all of the comments that we had from all the
Okay.
prior
So
cases. And then just for this one, for the parcel B, would be just recommendation 3, 4, 5, and 6, which is talking about that right in, right out, and dedication of
Okay, so
donation of right of way.
you've worked with the applicant on this project,
Yes, Commissioner.
and what's your assessment of where you stand currently?
Given the stipulation letter that was submitted, I believe, last week, and a verbal confirmation from the applicant's representative, and the applicant's subconsultant for the traffic engineer, I think as long as this traffic study submittal to get revised in before the BOC hearing, I wouldn't have any problems with that moving forward.
Okay, you wouldn't have any problems with what?
If you want, if the board would want to move this forward with
Okay.
with the study.
Is it in a status, in your opinion, that it's in a position to move forward?
With respects to only the DOT comments, I believe that this last remaining traffic study can be addressed in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, and what would that entail, addressing it?
Updating and resimulating the model to show the level of service that, calibrating the model of traffic and updating that.
Okay, well, I want to address a little bit here what the public comments were.
Okay.
And that's the fact that, you know, if you do your continued due diligence, that the public needs to be able to know what the outcome of that is before you get to the next hearing. Is there an opportunity for that?
I believe that if the traffic study is completed the Wednesday before the BOC hearing, that would be uploaded in time for public consumption.
Okay. Okay.
And I might be wrong on that particular date.
Maybe I can I think I'm not hitting you right or something, because I'm not really getting the sense of that the questions I'm asking are being answered. So maybe somebody up here can do a better job. But really what I'm aiming for is to figure out what your analysis is of that particular intersection in light of the comments made by the citizens who live in the vicinity of the new intersection.
Based on the preliminary findings, without it being fine-tuned, the intersection is kind of at a failing condition, near a failing condition currently, and it is modeled off of what I have initially to be into a failing condition regardless of build in 3 years. And going off of this, they would say an AM delay of 69 seconds without a build to 89 seconds with a build in the AM, so potentially adding 20 seconds of delay travel time at that intersection without any further roundabout improvements, intersection improvements.
Can you summarize for us, because I think maybe where we're missing is what the improvements will impact, and what those actual improvements are. I know that they're adding a second drive, which is supposed to alleviate that traffic from the main entrance. But to Commissioner Dance's point, I think we're trying to figure out DOT's requirements and also what that impact, to know what that impact would actually be. Can you speak to that?
Can we approach this a different way for a second? Would you mind stepping down and me asking Mr. Moore to come forward? And then I kind of want to do a side-by-side with the two of you. And maybe let you then comment on what he says, okay?
Yes, Commissioner.
So.
Sure.
Okay, very good. Take a
Happy to answer.
Go to the front of the class. Hey, so Kevin, I was interested in knowing exactly what the design of that intersection is and how that helps to alleviate traffic concerns in the area and what impacts it has and what the product is that you've produced to DOT and what kind of discussions have been ongoing, so.
Okay. All right,
Can you unpack
if
that?
I miss one of those 3
Okay.
or 4 questions in there, then just remind me. And I'll try to be very succinct. So first, yes, since I would say late summer, in middle of summer, we began discussions with DOT to ensure that our traffic engineers would be engaged with them all along. So when Mr. Collins is speaking of discussions, there's been discussions that have been going on that long, just to make sure the proper study is being accounted for, because when you're dealing with the school, it's not like this easier type of traffic study if you're doing a subdivision, where there's just different considerations. So it's the traffic study that's been under consideration, and I'll start from the back. Our traffic study has been completed and submitted, okay? For those that don't know, we kind of deal with it all the time, but I think it's helpful for people to be
Right.
educated. There's 2 pieces to the traffic study that Cobb County requires. First is called a submittal 1, and you've heard that term. That's the initial brief traffic study that has to be reviewed, DOT comments on it, and then gives you, at that point, basically a scope and a methodology and says, we want you now to go do a full traffic study and utilize this methodology and scope. That has been completed. That's called a submittal 2. You've heard that mentioned. So that traffic study has been completed by our traffic engineer and it has been submitted. It's under review at this point by DOT. They've reviewed it. He's given they have given some feedback because the traffic study also has a great deal of calculations and numbers. A lot of these things are numbers that are generated from manuals, but from timing, from a lot of the engineering pieces of it that go with it. The comments back that he was speaking of involved us taking and making sure that the numbers that we were using, that the traffic engineer is using to calculate all the things that are calculated in a traffic study, and a couple of places need to be changed to be consistent with another place. So all that's left to do for our traffic study is literally go in there and change some of the numbers that are used for modeling purposes so that they can make their conclusions, make sure that a couple of those are changed. It will not take us very long. We'll have that done immediately and turned back into DOT. They'll have it and have more than sufficient time because this last piece literally takes very little time. They'll have more than sufficient time to do that and put out any revised recommendations that they have. That traffic study would be available. Their comments and recommendations would be available, and it'll be accepted at that point. We're literally right there at that point from a timing standpoint. Now turning to the project itself, the proposed access to Holly Springs Road is a right-in, right-out with a deceleration lane and a taper, just as Mr. Collins described. It will be a fixed right-in,
Do you have a graphic of that?
I don't have a graphic of that specific design. That's done at plan review.
Okay.
Okay. Also, there is a raised median at Holly Springs that we will be extending to ensure that a right-in, right-out means it. It's not just a painted diagram on the street. It means it, and so that's part of the recommendations that DOT has as well.
And those would be the obligation of your applicant?
Those are the obligations of Mount Bethel Christian Academy, correct.
Okay.
When he's speaking about the additional access on Post Oak Trit, understand that was part of the approval from last December. That's been permitted, and there'll be a deceleration lane associated with that right-in, right-out as well.
Okay.
Lastly, when we're talking about the intersection of Holly Springs and Post Oak Trit, he referenced that comment and recommendation that the departments at this point they know they want to do a project at that intersection because, as he mentioned in his comments to you here, that intersection is congestion and has problems, and nobody disputes that. It has intersection problems and it needs intersection improvements, what that ultimately looks like. Mount Bethel Christian Academy is the best friend of the Department of Transportation they can have for this intersection. If you look at this intersection, there's only one piece of property that can be taken or acquired by the Department of Transportation in Cobb County to improve this intersection. The other corners are residential parcels for the most part, okay? And that's what we want to do, is be a partner with DOT to help the community with that intersection. But we can only do that if that's part of our campus. So that's the discussions that we've had and the commitment level that we've made is to work with them to that end. But as far as what exactly project that will be, that's not been, he's correct, that's not been determined yet or approved yet, but it's going to be something. And that will occur at some point in time.
Okay, what about the citizen concerns about the impact, particularly where this road is now going to connect?
Right, so today, school traffic coming south on Holly Springs. So, 'cause remember, the impact we're talking about is not the fact that it's congested today. It's what impact does the school have? Okay, impact today and in the future will be, no matter what it is, only those people who are coming south on Holly Springs, coming down your screen on Holly Springs, that's the segment of traffic in the morning that we're talking about. Those people that are coming to the school will be able to get off Holly Springs before they reach the intersection, turn right, and get out of that intersection. Yes, that's what's being proposed is that access point to be able to do that. In addition, you'll have the traffic pattern changes in the afternoon in terms of what's congested, as you might understand. This also allows people to leave by going right on Holly Springs and then get to where they need to go without having to have all cars that are coming to and from Mount Bethel Christian Academy have to use Post Oak Trip. That, in that manner, all cars, all visitors, anybody coming to the school, coming south on Holly Springs, north on Holly Springs, and west on Post Oak Trip, all have to go through that intersection and come down, and then all go back out through Post Oak Trip access only to get back to that same intersection to go wherever they're going. And that's what I meant by the proposition of when you have multiple access points, it allows people to get where they need to be in a better fashion. It's not going to help the fact that this is a congested intersection, but the school is going to continue to be there. Having an additional access point, regardless, helps because you're able to at least take a few cars, and it's not just a few, but you're able to at least take some trips off of that Holly Springs leg and get them off before they get to the intersection. That's where it becomes helpful in the overall scheme of things for that particular leg.
Is that connector road to the campus from the public road, is that a road or is it a?
It's a driveway. It's a school road. In other words, it's owned and maintained by the school. It's a school road like any other school road that would just connect to Holly Springs and then connect to their to the drop-off areas and parking areas where it circulates through the school.
Okay, and but it's a 2-lane road.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And this is, I mean, it's no different. Pope High School wasn't around when I was in high school here. Pope High School is located off of Hembry Road, right around the corner from here, not very far. It was dropped into what is a completely residential area. Pope High School was, 1,800 students. This happens all the time in Cobb County and in every county in America. Schools are built largely and a lot of times in residential neighborhoods. That's what this is. It's no different. So I just feel the need to say that because Cobb County didn't have to go through this process to put its school there, any school there, an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school. Only private schools have to do this.
Okay.
And that's fine, that's the rule. But we need to remember, at the end of the day, it's still a school, and the schools in Cobb County don't hurt values. Schools
Okay.
in Cobb County
Well,
help
let's
it,
just
help the
get back to
community.
the roads though.
I'm okay. They can get extra time. But no, I care a lot about this school and the schools in Cobb County in general. So I just feel
Well,
a little more passionate about this than I do maybe a subdivision.
Okay, so. Don't touch that one. So, Wilson,
Thank you.
thank you, but don't go too far.
I'll be right here.
So, there's the difference between your engineering mind and a fancy wordsmith, lawyer. So I just want to know, so did you hear anything that he said that was incorrect or that causes you concern?
No, Commissioner. If I could say, he made a great point about the driveway that's proposed is to alleviate some of the traffic going into schools, so it's actually alleviating the traffic from the Post Oak Trick and Holly Springs intersection, so that does kind of help to divert traffic from that.
And you would agree with that analysis? Okay,
Yes, Commissioner.
okay. And the decel lane, that's as you come to a right-hand turn onto that road? I'm not very good at directions.
The decel lane would, and for this site on Holly Springs.
Right. Right, so as you approached it, it would be a decel lane built there.
Final engineering would say, it'd be at least an improved radius, but most likely a decel lane. I've kind of put the wordage so it could be kind of ironed out during the final plan review.
Okay, but that would alleviate some traffic off the road, is that right?
It would queuing capacity for the vehicles as they slow down to turn in. It gets them out of the road safely so they could get slow down to turn without affecting the traffic behind them. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Anybody else?
I just had a quick question, just a clarity. So the traffic study, and there are additional comments and review that's taking place to get to a final outcome of that. Remind me, I may have missed this, but the potential, I think potential is the right word instead of proposed, but potential roundabout solution or reworking of the intersection, will that be taken into consideration in the traffic study, or the traffic study is specifically around the entrance on Holly Springs Road?
The consultant's traffic study does not incorporate the DOT's traffic study around that intersection, but both my internal traffic study for that intersection and what they've provided is being reviewed to make sure it's in alignment. So if there's an additional levers and switches that need to be adjusted on a model to fine tune it, that could be happen. Offhand, and I got my comments last night, I did not see that was particularly an issue, just some kind of fine tuning.
Okay, so I think you're saying they will stand alone, but you're also looking at both of them to ensure that they are in alignment if the proposed intersection transition does take place.
Yes, Commissioner.
One question I have is regarding the proposed growth. I think that that's a sore spot for the citizens that I've heard a couple of times, and I'll ask the question of Kevin Moore of this later, but do you anticipate the growth that they are anticipating over the next however many years? If impact, how do you anticipate the impact to what they're proposing based on the growth that they're anticipating?
If I understand you correctly, the growth calculation, I don't have that number in front of me. It's typically 1% per year. I would have expected that out of the study. I don't have that particular number in my head, and it's not a discrepancy in the memorandum I have of the initial review. So I would imagine it's 1% per year for the growth.
1% per year. Okay, so I'll ask Ms. Kevin Moore what growth they anticipate so that we can kind of have both of those pieces of information.
Yeah.
School growth, I'm specifically speaking to the school's desire to grow in size.
Sure.
And I believe that that is a source of contention for the nearby citizens.
Some.
So can you
Right.
speak to that?
Sure, and it's a concern we've heard, that we've heard, and from the ones that were here today, it's also, there is also widespread support for this proposal. As you saw earlier this morning, and widespread written support from many that live actually in and around this particular location, just so you're aware of that. As to the growth that you were speaking of, and I just asked Wilson very quickly just to make sure when he was talking about 1%. In the traffic study itself, there's a 1% population growth factor that's used, that the population continues to grow in an area, so that they bake, it's not a static document, they bake that in on numbers. You're speaking, I think your question was, the school's proposed increase in enrollment, how was that factored into the traffic study? So the way that was factored in the traffic study is, traffic studies look at what's the worst the traffic's going to be, is the way to put it. What's the greatest impact is I guess a more positive way to put it. What's the greatest impact, or the most impact that traffic's going to occur with a given use? So this traffic study assumed full 1,100 students for the whole study. So as if that was going to happen tomorrow when it was built. If it was built, it's built and it's got 1,100 students as of tomorrow, that's what they're studying at a full 1,100. So all of the results of the traffic study, the numbers, the calculations, their conclusions are based on the assumption that there's 1,100. And again, that's why I think it's important for context that there's 705 students now. And that's a long term. But the study needs to know, what is that? What's the max? And then you make your recommendations from there.
Thank you for that response. My follow-up question to that would be, and not related to traffic, but somewhat, what is the school's plan for growth in terms of how many years do they anticipate being able to approach that number? And then also, what is the school's plan for addressing some of the concerns that the nearby residences have with respect to student activity, running through their yards, that kind of things? I don't know. It seems to be an annoyance to them. So is there any type of meeting or any type of solution that can be put in place so that the nearby residences can have minimal disruption to their personal quiet enjoyment of their properties while the school operates fully?
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. And all right, first, as it relates to issues that individual neighbors, I know the gentleman spoke about folks doing running a track on Alberta Circle, I believe was what he was referencing. The way to solve that is the school headmaster, Jim Sianka, who's been here today, who's been there for a number of years now, has been one of the most approachable headmasters I've ever come across. He's very approachable, very responsive. All of the school administrative and staff operations are the same way. Issues such as that, if it's causing an issue with somebody, what I have personally witnessed them do on numerous occasions, go sit down with that person, find out what the issue is, talk about it, find out what the problem is, what's the concern, and it's addressed right away. That's what I've personally seen, whether it's small or big or whatnot. And that's not an issue here. I know him personally, and that will occur to have those discussions and conversations. So that's how they operate and have operated. As on the larger picture of some of the other concerns that were being expressed about the school, those are all addressed in the approval of the existing campus. The existing master plan and campus have a litany of conditions that go along with it that deal with lighting, placement, buffers, separation that are very specific for this campus. And those are all addressed within that. Some people may not have been aware of that's occurred, but those items that were raised as concern actually are addressed and quite exhaustively with those. And so if there's a specific question about that, we can certainly answer that, but it's going to be found already being covered, trust me, from those. As far as the additional 10 acres, the only thing we're proposing, bless you, the only thing additional we're proposing is the new entrance road for the school to connect to Holly Springs. Any other future phase or development would have to come back for approval by the Board of Commissioners through another business application. And we have no idea what that time frame would be. And speaking of time frames, you also did ask about the time frame for how the enrollment. I said, right now, the total enrollment is 705 students. The 10 to 15 long-range plan, that's where the 1,100 came from. That's not an arbitrary number. They base that on the maximum amount of students they would want to have per grade per class. And that's as big as they ever want to be. And so, if you just did a natural, line graph, it would just kind of naturally go up from here to there. That's not long-range plans and student enrollment. That's probably not how it really occurs, but over a 15-year horizon, that's what they'd like to get to, but they don't have to get to it. There's not a race to do that. They just want to make sure they control their school, that they don't want to ever get bigger than that.
Do we have anything else?
Thanks. So Kevin, one thing that, a couple things ECCA wanted.
Yes.
Would be to, one thing they suggested was to get some sort of master plan in place now for the entire campus. You're suggesting that that's not going to happen, right?
I'm suggesting that the master plan I'm stating as a fact that the master plan approved for 2024, from 2024 of December, is the master plan for the entire campus. The only addition is adding this 9.7, 10-acre tract with an entrance road. So that's occurred. We're not proposing any change in the buildings, the location of the buildings, any of the things that have already been approved.
Okay. Would it be possible to come up with some sort of landscaping plan along Holly Springs Road or something to satisfy those concerns that was addressed?
We'd be happy to put together landscaping along Holly Spring Road to the extent it's needed where our entrance is cutting in, because that's the only improvement we're doing, and it can certainly be subject to district commissioner approval. That's how this has been handled from 2013, if that's a concern. Because there's going to be fairly limited disturbance there, just putting in a deceleration lane and an entrance, and that's it.
Okay. But the plan, if I understand it, and I may have misunderstood something, but the plan is ultimately to move some of the lower schools out here, correct?
The lower and middle, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And that would result in a maximum of 1,100 students? Is that
It would
portion?
result in, that would result in around just over 700 students being at this campus. We're just proposing a cap, which is done a lot of times in private school SLUP applications of 1,100, yes.
And you believe with this new entrance off of Holly Springs that the net amount of traffic coming to that circle as a result of the even increased capacity of the school at 1,100 would decrease somewhat? Is that your belief?
Yes, I believe that now, again, traffic studies and traffic is about statistics. It's statistically driven. So statistically, there is a percentage of drivers in the AM who are driving south on Holly Springs who are coming to the school to drop off their child or arriving at school, or they're a teacher or staff or what have you. So that percentage, those drivers would now be coming off of Holly Springs before you get to the intersection. Now, it's not a great percentage of the number of drivers on Holly Springs coming south at that morning time, but it will result in a net decrease of cars hitting that intersection at that AM peak. Just what Mr. Collins said as well.
All right, thank you.
Of course. Thank you for your questions.
So just a question on your STIP letter. When you talk about the balance and remainder of STIPs and conditions, and you have that nice recitation of all of those, so
Yes.
that they remain in one place, which I think is very helpful.
Yes.
When you're looking at that, all of those would be incorporated into the SLUP. That's the request, right?
That's what's happening, yes.
Okay. And then when I'm looking at the letter itself, it talks about the site plan. I don't know that it specifically mentions that road addition. I mean, I know it's embedded in there, but if that could be more clear in the next iteration, that seems like
I could
that
certainly
would be
state that
helpful.
it's referencing the site plan, which just has the road, but I can certainly state it's for the road. Yes.
Right, just to provide more clarity and
I think it does.
transparency.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I talked over you, I'm sorry.
I do it all the time, so I'm sorry too. But
It does state, and again, for people's benefit, but it does state that the portions of the property labeled as future would be required to be submitted as another business application, which requires advertising, both from a notice and posting standpoint and surrounding neighbor standpoint, requires advertising, and then a full public hearing before the Board of Commissioners, before anything else could be done other than the road.
and it also says that you agree to comply with all DOT comments and recommendations,
Yes.
right? It just does not specifically articulate that roadway, so if we can talk about that.
I can do that.
I think you can. Okay, I think you're off the hook.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. That's good. Does anybody want to talk to anybody else? No? Okay, so at this time, I would like to make a motion to I think at this point, it doesn't behoove us to hold something, even though there's some pieces outstanding when the Board of Commissioners can consider those things. So I would like to make a motion to approve this, I'll call it a consolidated SLUP, for the purpose of adding the 9.75 acres addition to the 33.255 acres that are demonstrated in the current master site plan. And as all of that, as many of those actions have been previously approved by the prior actions of the Board of Commissioners. And so to that, I would ask council to articulate that in his letter, and also articulate the path of the road as part of that addition. And approve constructing the access road from Holly Springs to connect the campus to the roadway. And all of this would be subject to all DOT analysis that's currently in process and will be completed presumably in forthwith, right? Quickly quick. So, all right, that doesn't go in the motion. I'm just going to articulate it better. I was trying to be funny, but it didn't work. So he indicates that that can be completed prior to the next BOC meeting, and so that would be subject to all of those, all of your analysis. And at this time, though, I'm not going to make a recommendation as to approving a maximum of 1,100 students. I just think that's beyond the purview of this board, and we haven't really been privy to all the actions that have happened, and the BOC is approved prior to this time. So that's my motion.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Dance. Do we have a
Confused?
second?
Okay. She looks confused.
Do you need any clarity around the motion?
You're approving it, and I just need to know, are adding stipulations or not?
That's what I'm not clear about.
Help me, John.
And I think one way to clarify your motion, Commissioner Dance, is to make it subject to a letter from Kevin Moore dated November 24th, 2025.
Or-
In that letter, it talks about the site plan that shows the road, and it also references all those 8 or 9 prior zoning cases in it that are still in effect.
Yeah, I think that's essential to the whole. Yes, I agree.
Restate?
Hmm?
Restate?
Yeah, you want to restate it? What are you asking me to restate it?
Can you please? Yes.
Okay, the whole motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. So move to approve the SLUP for the purpose of adding the 9.75 acre addition to the 33.255 acres previously referenced on the master site plan and approved by actions of the Board of Commissioners. And approving the construction of the access road shown in the letter of stipulations from Kevin Moore dated November 24, 2025, and to incorporate in that all the record of all the actions previously taken by the board, and that those would become part of the SLUP and stipulations within the SLUP, and to not make a recommendation as to consideration of increasing the maximum enrollment to 1,100 students.
I second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any additional discussion? Okay, call the question. I'm sorry. At this time, we have a recommendation for approval for SLUP 7, and it's a 4-0 vote for approval. Thank you.
Last item on the agenda is to preview your dates for your 2026 zoning hearings.
10 minutes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the calendar for 2026.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Dance. Call the question. And the 2026 calendar dates are approved, 4-0. Also, our last point of business is to approve the minutes from our previous meeting and work session.
I make a motion to approve all applicable minutes.
We have a motion. Do we have a
Second.
second? We have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? Call the question. And our minutes are as well approved, 4-0. So at this time, that concludes our December 2nd zoning hearing. Happy holidays.